protecting our kids. What could be more important than that? And I thank you for channeling the ideas and enthusiasms of so many members on both sides of the aisle and to bring this bipartisan legislation to the floor. Thank you, Mr. Nadler, for your leadership. I thank the task force led by Mr. Mike Thompson of California for his important work advancing the background check bipartisan legislation, as well as Mr. Clyburn for his legislation that's already over on the Senate side. But today we are doing more. Today we were called to action by our colleague Lucy McBath, who told us that today we must make history to protect the children. And we are going to make history by making progress. So I thank all of our members, so many members who have been so important to this legislation. I want to thank you on behalf of the courageous survivors of gun violence who have spoken out of respect for those who lost their lives and with appreciation for the gravity of this issue that we come and be at this floor. Madam Speaker, as the families in Buffalo to Uvalde bury their lost ones, even more communities have been hit by gun violence. Just last weekend, Americans watched in horror as at least 13 mass shootings unfolded across the country, from Philadelphia to Chattanooga to Phoenix to Grand Rapids. And as the data shows, the challenge of gun violence goes much further than these mass killings. Every night on our streets, Americans are being killed on gun crimes, and every day our nation loses Americans to suicides and accidents. This is a tragic daily massacre which rarely makes the headlines or evening news, but it is there. So here we are for the children. When those who were advocating gun violence or perpetrating it went into the classrooms, they crossed a line. It was terrible, the gun violence that we have in our country, but that they would go into Newtown and shoot little children who are barely out of diapers. And again now in Texas, these beautiful children in elementary school, and everything that happened in between. It was an assault on the culture of our country, that our children would not be able to go to school without fear or concern about their safety. Our children are, as President Kennedy said, our greatest resource and our best hope for the future. They are our precious treasure. And everything we do is for the children. And for the children, we must stop this gun violence in our country and restore their confidence in their safety wherever they may be. So we're on a crusade for the children, and sadly now, by the children. Children testifying in committee, children coming to our events. I had last week a fifth grader coming to our Wear Orange rally that we had in California, where she said she lost both her mother and her father in separate gun violence incidences. In fifth grade, speaking at the podium so courageously. Children turning their grief, their experience now, not just, which would be sufficient, it would be enough to end the violence of losing a loved one, but to witness it and be a victim of it in the classroom. A crusade for the children, by the children, and of the children, in terms of our motivation to stop this for our precious children. Indeed, America had lost more children from gun violence than any other cause. Does that embarrass you? To think that in our country more children have died from gun violence than any other cause? These stories are tragically all too common in America today. Countless more than those who died were forever changed by the horrors of gun violence that they saw firsthand or that they experienced in their families. It's sickening. It's sickening that our children are forced to live in this constant fear. And make no mistake, these gunmen who choose to shoot innocent children are desecrating, again, our culture, a culture where all of us, all of our kids, must and should feel safe, whether at school, in church, at the movies, or any other place. Protecting our children can and must be a unifying mission for our nation because they are, as I said, our national treasure. That is why, under the unyielding leadership of our chairman, Mr. Nadler, the House will pass the Protecting Our Children's Act today. This bold package includes common sense measures that will make an enormous difference to save lives. Who wouldn't vote to raise the age from 18 to 21 for a person to have a weapon of war? Who wouldn't vote to raise the age, to take weapons of war out of the hands of teenagers? Who wouldn't vote to get illegal guns off of our streets by cracking down on gun trafficking, which is a danger to people but also to law enforcement? Who wouldn't vote for background checks on ghost gun purchases, which our law enforcement tells us is a major concern out there? Who wouldn't vote to protect children from stolen weapons or accidental shootings with safe storage requirements? Safe storage requirements. Who wouldn't vote to ban bump stocks? That was President Trump's executive order. Bump stocks from civilian use or outlawing high-capacity magazines designed for massacres, not for killing varmints. These measures will not only help stem the tide of mass murder, but address the equally urgent and wide range of daily gun deaths. Let us salute the many members who have worked persistently to craft this strong legislation, written to earn bipartisan support that the American people expect and deserve. Today's package is just one step in the House's relentless fight to stop the bloodshed. Our Democratic majority, as I mentioned earlier, has twice passed the Bipartisan Background Checks and the Enhanced Background Checks Act, which together would put our nation on a path toward universal background checks. Tomorrow, thanks again to Congresswoman McBath and Congressman Carbajal, we will pass the Federal Extreme Risk Protection Order Act, otherwise known as the Red Flag Act. This will help keep guns out of the hands of those who pose a threat to themselves or to others. Soon, we will vote for Mr. Cicilline's Active Shooter Alert Act to create an Amber Alert-style notification during a mass shooting, a measure widely supported by law enforcement. And the House will continue to consider additional actions we can take that have a proven record of saving lives. When I talk about these different things, people say, well, what difference is that going to make? Well, the cumulative effect is a big one. We know that there are negotiations going on in the Senate, and we are prayerful. We are prayerful about those. And hopefully we can make some advancement, because for all of us who have met again and again and again with the survivors of gun violence, some coming time and again to check up on what's happening, others new to that horrible club that none of us wants to be a member of. They just want something to happen. Years ago, when I met right away with the survivors of Pulse, they said, I said, what can we do to make you feel, to alleviate, to be a comfort to you? And they said, just make sure it doesn't happen to someone else. That's what they said. They didn't say, I need this, I need that. They said, just make sure it doesn't happen to someone else. Right now, in the eyes of survivors, and indeed all Americans, their eyes are on us in the Congress to see whether we have the courage, the commitment, and the conviction to protect the children. For some of Congress, a moment of silence, it's good enough for them. A moment of silence, as Mr. Higgins said when he talked about Buffalo, he said, a moment of silence now, but action after. And now we are taking that action. So many of our colleagues have talked about incidences in their district. personal experiences shared by people who have been victims of gun violence. Mr. Espel talked about what happened in his district. So many of you have come with the horror of it all, and every time it happens, it's as if it's happened for the first time because the horror is so fresh. But it's not the first time for the victims who have to relive so much of the experience. So to those who a moment of silence is good enough because you don't have the courage to take a vote to protect the children, I would say your political survival is totally insignificant to the survival of compared to the survival of our children. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come together with a strong aye vote on all of the provisions in the bill for the final package, and to do so as part of a crusade of, by, and for the children. I urge an aye vote on the Protect Our Kids legislation and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, ma'am.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. What happened in Uvalde, Buffalo, Tulsa is as wrong could be. And our hearts go out to those communities and those families who've been impacted in such a terrible way. But the answer is not to destroy the Second Amendment. But that is exactly where the Democrats want to go. You don't have to take my word for it. Just look what they said. The President of the United States said last week that he wants to get rid of the most popular handgun in the country. Michael Moore, Democrat, not a member of Congress, but Democrat, said that it's time to repeal the Second Amendment. During our 10-hour markup last Thursday in the committee hearing, Representative Jackson Lee says, if this bill passes, we're not finished. Representative Jones said, if this bill doesn't pass, we will end the filibuster, we will expand the Supreme Court, we will do whatever it takes to get people's law-abiding American citizens guns. Today we have this hodgepodge, 6 bills thrown together. Many of the elements in these bills are unconstitutional. Even the Ninth Circuit has said it's unconstitutional, what they want to do on the age limit. These bills would say when you can buy a firearm, what kind of firearm you can get, and where and how you have to store that firearm in your own darn home. And of course, tomorrow they're bringing the red flag law, the so-called red flag law, to the floor. Someone who doesn't like you can file a complaint within 24 hours. There is a hearing that you're not allowed to be at. You can't confront your accuser, and they can take away your Second Amendment liberty. That's the bill they're going to pass tomorrow. But frankly, this shouldn't surprise us. Shouldn't surprise us. For 18 months, Democrats have assaulted the First Amendment. Shouldn't surprise us now that they're coming after the Second. Every right we enjoy as Americans under the First Amendment, your right to practice your faith, your right to assemble, your right to petition your government, freedom of the press. In fact, some of them call for outlawing certain networks and freedom of speech. Just a few weeks ago, the Biden administration tried to put together the Disinformation Governance Board. Oh, my goodness. The attacks on the First Amendment have been sustained. They've been going on for 18 months, and now here they come going after law-abiding citizens' Second Amendment liberties. The Speaker started by saying this bill is about protecting our kids. That is important. Sure is. That's what she said. Protecting our kids is important. Yes, it is. But this bill doesn't do it. What this bill does is take away Second Amendment rights, God-given rights, protected by our Constitution, from law-abiding American citizens. That's what this legislation does, and that's why we should oppose it. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Yeah, my time, but I reserve our time.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, our nation has been through trying times these last few weeks as we have tried to process the mass shootings in Buffalo, Uvalde, Tulsa, and all too many other cities. Just this past weekend, we learned of yet another horrific incident in Philadelphia, and yet more carnage in Tennessee, Arizona, Virginia, and South Carolina. And those were just the stories we saw in the news. Day after day, we see more lives lost to gun violence in our schools, on our streets, in our houses of worship, and in our homes, touching every region of the country. And we hear the urgent calls from our constituents crying out for us to take action. Today, we heed that call. H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act, is comprehensive legislation to address the scourge of gun violence, a blight that killed nearly 45,000 Americans in 2020 alone. It builds on the work of several of our colleagues, including Anthony Brown's Raise the Age Act, which would raise the lawful age to purchase an AR-15-styled semi-automatic assault rifle from 18 to 21 years old. Robin Kelly's Prevent Gun Trafficking Act, which would establish new federal offenses for gun trafficking and straw purchasing. David Cicilline's Untraceable Firearms Act, which would ensure that ghost guns are subject to existing federal firearms regulations. A trio of gun storage proposals: Rosa DeLauro's Ethan's Law, Alyssa Slotkin's Safe Guns, Safe Kids Act, and Sheila Jackson Lee's Kimberly Vaughn Firearms Safe Storage Act, which would establish storage regulations that keep guns out of the hands of children and award grants for firearm storage assistance programs. Dina Titus's Closing the Bump Stock Loophole Act, which would build on existing regulations banning the manufacture, sale, or possession of bump stocks for civilian use. And Ted Deutsch's Keep Americans Safe Act, which would ban the sale, manufacture, and illegal possession of gun magazines that hold more than 15 rounds of ammunition. I want to thank each of them for their contributions to this bill and for making this country safer for all Americans. Madam Speaker, all of us in this chamber were shaken by the images of parents in Uvalde standing in line to match their DNA to the remains of their 9- and 10-year-old children. Parents who should be picking up their children from school right now, but who instead are picking up the pieces of their lives, shattered by this unimaginable loss. But the question today is, who among us will have the courage to do something about it? Who will be able to tell mothers and fathers that their children need not go to school in a fortress just to keep them safe? Who will be able to tell children that they did all they could today to ensure that their parents will return safely from the supermarket or their office or an evening out? Who will be able to tell their constituents that they stood with them and not with the gun lobby? Americans are watching. They are begging us to protect them and their loved ones from gun violence. Who among us will answer their call? I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting the Protecting Our Kids Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This legislation represents an unfortunate missed opportunity. After witnessing the horrible tragedy that occurred at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, we should be coming together and working in a bipartisan manner to take every constitutionally permissive step to make our schools safer and more secure, and to protect our most valuable resources, our children. That's what we did after the tragic shooting in Parkland, Florida. Back in 2018, Congressman John Rutherford, a former sheriff, led a bipartisan group of members, myself included, in reauthorizing the Cop Secure Our Schools grant program. The legislation we passed increases federal funding for school security and expanded the safety measures for which the money could be used. As a result, the Department of Justice announced over $125 million in grants last year to help improve security at local schools. Overall, it's a good program that will benefit millions of students and teachers, but there's always room for improvement. And that's why we should be looking for ways to get more money to schools to increase security. But the legislation before us today contains nothing that will really help make our schools safer. In fact, efforts to add school security provisions to the bill were rejected by the majority. For example, during the Judiciary Committee markup, I offered an amendment to encourage the hiring of retired police officers and honorably discharged military personnel as school resource officers. After all, no one is better trained and better prepared to protect our schools. Unfortunately, the majority rejected this common sense proposal to help improve safety and security at schools across the country. Then at Rules Committee, I offered an amendment to allow unspent American Rescue Plan funds to be used on school security programs. Billions set aside for schools under that legislation hasn't been spent and could be lost forever if schools don't meet certain deadlines. While we do or did need to protect students and teachers from COVID, more children under 11 died at Robb Elementary in 1 hour than have died from COVID in the entire state of Texas this year. And yet we have $100 billion, billions with a B, in unspent education funds to fight COVID, while only 125 million with an M, available for school security. It seems logical that we should allow these unspent funds to be spent to protect our children and our teachers. The money could be used for metal detectors, to adapt security plans, to train school officials, to hire school resource officers, including, as I mentioned, retired police officers, and to help identify students with mental health issues and get those students the treatment that they need. And yet this common sense amendment, too, was rejected by the majority. Instead of school security measures, we unfortunately have a bill full of likely unconstitutional provisions that won't pass the Senate anyway. The crux of my argument against this legislation, the majority is acting quickly.
Gentleman's time's expired.
When they ought to be doing the right thing. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a co-sponsor of the bill and a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
No 9-year-old should be sentenced to a death sentence. No grandmother shopping at a grocery store should get a death sentence. And no mother who testified today should lose her son. Vicious gun violence that has no rhyme and no reason. Yes, I am excited about this historic moment. H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act, is in fact a solution to horrible and vicious problems. It is clear as I stand next to the children, they should not have died. As I stand next to those from Buffalo, they should not have died. As we know about those who are seeking medical care in Tulsa, they should not have died. And so I have no problem with saying that we build on this. And as Ronald Reagan said to us, he at the time saw no reason for an AK-47 to be used for hunting or defending one's home. Then Dr. Guerrero, pediatrician, said that he raced to the hospital. And as he raced to the hospital to find parents outside yelling children's names in desperation, sobbing as they begged for their news of their related children. Or the mother who ran barefooted all the way to Robb Elementary School, begging and crying for a child, or Micah, who had the wherewithal to watch as her teacher was shot dead, that she labeled herself with blood because she was attempting to save her life. These children, these Americans, our loved ones, says this should not happen again. And so this bill that has a package of storage bills, that has a package of munitions, that deals with the age, deals with a number of items, trafficking, ghost guns, bump action, this is a way to go. And I hope as we go in the future, we are not afraid of a 7-day waiting period or an assault weapon ban.
Expired.
This, I believe, is the way to go.
15 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized for 15 seconds.
I thank the chairman. This is a way to go. I thank the chairman. I thank Chairman Thompson, Chairman Nadler. This is the way to go. Should they be given a death sentence, where is the responsible gun owners that can stand with me and declare that they should live? You're out there, Republicans and Democrats, humanity.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to my friend from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Speaker Pelosi tells us she's on a crusade for the children. Someone should maybe remind the Speaker the crusades did not always end well when they were reflexively driven by emotion and riddled with poor planning. No, this is no crusade for the children. If it were, you wouldn't leave our children as sitting ducks in gun-free zones when they go to school every day. Speaker says we need action. Well, we're for action. How about the action of My bill to create a national stand your ground law to strengthen self-defense, or Richard Hudson's bill for national concealed carry, or any number of proposals Republicans have offered to unlock the safe and secure environment when we have our military veterans and our former members of law enforcement able to carry a firearm responsibly in schools to be able to respond to these acts of violence. No, their version of action is more gun control, raising the age to be able to buy certain firearms. Well, on November 25th, 2021, a crazed lunatic with a knife broke into a home in El Paso and began assaulting a woman inside. The 20-year-old homeowner grabbed his rifle and killed the assailant. That's action. In 2017, in Sutherland Springs, Texas, a gunman opened fire inside the First Baptist Church. A Good Samaritan grabbed his AR-15 and engaged the shooter, stopping him from further carnage. A good use for an AR-15. In 2019, in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, a 19-year-old killed 3 would-be burglars who broke into his home. These situations happen every day, and there would be more death and more bloodshed if we were to accept these proposals from the Democrats. But the Second Amendment isn't about hunting or about self-defense. It is about power. It is about the power that is reserved in the citizenry to curate a balance so that Americans are not overrun by tyranny. And thank God we haven't had to use the Second Amendment for the purpose that some might have envisioned necessary when our founders were creating the Constitution. And that power belongs to the people, not to the Democrats trying to take their rights away and to make their schools less safe.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to a co-sponsor of the bill, the chairman of the Gun Violence Task Force, the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of this bill, Protecting Our Kids Act. And I point out that every argument we've heard against it so far is nonsense. Every student deserves to feel safe in school, and every parent should know that their child is safe when they walk out of their house in the morning. After each mass shooting, too many people are content to offer their thoughts and prayers. The Protecting Our Kids Act is more than thoughts and prayers. I was proud to work on this bill with Chairman Nadler and Chairwoman Jackson Lee and all of our colleagues that have contributed bills and input that have made this bill the important bill that it is. As a lifelong hunter and gun owner, as a combat veteran, I believe in law-abiding citizens' ability and right to own firearms. And as a gun owner, I believe that all responsible gun owners have that responsibility to support efforts to help keep our schools, streets, and communities safe from mass shootings and from the everyday gun violence that often goes unreported by the media. Each provision in this bill helps reduce gun violence, and it saves lives. Raising the age to buy an assault weapon saves lives. Limiting magazine capacity will limit the carnage of mass shootings, and it saves lives. Going after traffickers keeps guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them, and it saves lives. Safe storage helps reduce suicides and keeps kids safe at home and at school, and saves lives. Unregulated sale of bump stocks and ghost guns is tearing up our communities. Regulating ghost guns and regulating bump stocks saves lives. This bill respects the Second Amendment while taking steps to protect our communities from the epidemic of gun violence. None of our careers are worth more than the lives of the children in this country. We need to pass this bill, and I hope we do it with a strong bipartisan support. Thank you.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Previous speaker said nonsense. It is not nonsense to defend the Second Amendment. Second Amendment protects our God-given rights to defend ourselves, our family, our property, and our freedom. That is not nonsense. That is essentials, what it is, and it's part of the Constitution, critical part of the Constitution. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. Nonsense.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
Madam Speaker, as the father of an elementary school child, I am devastated every time we have a school shooting. That's why identifying solutions to stop these tragedies is so important to me. There are only 2 significant gun safety bills to recently pass Congress. Both were Republican bills passed by a Republican majority and signed by a Republican president. The Democrats' mantra has been do something. But my Republican colleagues and I know that the American people expect us to do something that matters. That's why I introduced H.R. 7966, the Stop 2, Secure Every School and Protect Our Nation's Children Act. It builds on the Stop School Violence Act, signed into law in 2018, and redirects unused COVID-19 funding to provide $1 billion to hire school resource officers. It provides $1 billion to hire mental health guidance counselors. Our guidance counselors are wonderful, caring people who are stretched too thin. They may not always have the time they need to reach all the children who need help. $5 billion is included to fund Stop School Violence programs that harden schools, expand active shooter training, and provide resources for law enforcement, school officials, and students to intervene before someone reaches a breaking point. Under my legislation, schools can also apply for threat assessment to identify weaknesses in security and in mental health services. A clearinghouse is also codified under Homeland Security to share best practices for school safety. My Stop School Act is one of 12 bills that House Republicans are bringing forward that actually solve problems and actually save lives, all without threatening the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. Look, if gun control worked, Chicago would be one of the safest cities in America. But my colleagues across the aisle have so far refused to work with us where there's common ground on this issue. They and the media know the bills we're considering today have no chance of becoming law. But I ask my colleagues across the aisle to set aside this partisan agenda. Instead, help me to harden schools. Help me to intervene with students in mental health crisis before they reach a breaking point. I mean, imagine the impact if we had intervened and gotten the help that this young man in Uvalde needed before he dropped out of high school. Help me protect our children and teachers and make sure tragedies like this never happen again. Madam Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on the Judiciary to consider my amendment to H.R. 7910 to provide needed resources to schools for safety and security and mental health intervention and counseling. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cohen.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of this bill and would like to see a bill that's even stronger. But there's no question that children, and that's what they are, should not be buying AR-15s before they're 21. In fact, I don't think they should be buying them at all. But until they're 21, they shouldn't be buying them. It's been proven scientifically that the male brain is not developed to a certain point to be trusted at that time with that type of weapon. Those are weapons of war. Those weapons tore apart those children, decapitated them, and made them unidentifiable. That was the purpose of those weapons, and that's what happened. There's no reason for that to occur. The opinion in 2008 that gave the right to carry a gun was not unlimited. And it said you can have reasonable restrictions. That's what Scalia said. These are reasonable restrictions. As far as my friend Mr. Hudson, I have great respect for him. But one of the teachers at Uvalde who was hit and lost all 11 children said, we trained. There's no training that can prepare you for this. There's nothing you can be prepared for. If you get more school counselors, does that help people in the movie theaters, in Columbine? No. Movie theaters, churches, grocery stores, all need to be protected. This country is wild with guns, and we need to restrict them. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my friend from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
3 minutes. Is it 3 minutes?
3 minutes, yes.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been difficult in debate last week and even today to be told that we have no courage, that Democrats, we were told in debate last week, don't want to hear any more about social media, violent video games, Hollywood, mental illness, and they sure don't want to hear any more about prayers. They're disgusted hearing about prayers, don't want to hear any more about fatherlessness, drug use. Look, maybe if we heard more prayers from leaders of this country instead of taking God's name in vain, we wouldn't have the mass killings like we didn't have before prayer was eliminated from school. And it's not like we're not willing to consider the best way to stop mass shootings. But if you look at the plans being proposed in these bills, you can find these things in cities controlled by Democrats. If you look at the 16 cities that were hit with record homicide rates, they all had Democrats at the top controlling things. If you look at Philadelphia, 524 murders last year. Austin, Texas had a record 88. Indianapolis, 258. Albuquerque, 107. Columbus, Ohio, 179. Jackson, Mississippi, 129. Atlanta, Georgia, 150. If you look at the speaker's own states, as this article by A.R. Hawkins said this week, an FBI report on active shooter incidents in 2021 shows California was the #1 state for such incidences, with 6 incidences out of the 12 that met the definition of mass killing. California has universal background checks, assault weapons ban, high-capacity magazine ban, 10-day waiting period on gun purchases, red flag laws, gun registration requirements, good cause requirement for concealed carry. And what is the response we got in debate last week about you ought to have due process? We're told, oh, they get due process. Look at the bill. What the Democrats call due process is just like the January 6th committee. It's not due process. It's not bipartisan. They have only one side that's heard at the hearing, and the people that want to take away your gun, they don't get to be there. So the husband can rush in and claim the battered wife as a threat. That's enough to get her eliminated from being able to use a weapon or have a weapon. These are not the ways to fix things. And for people that are okay with late-term abortions and ripping the arms and legs off of children that feel the pain and then crushing the skulls, it's desensitizing and it's not well received. Yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How free are we as Americans if we are holed up in our homes, shell-shocked by gun violence? We should not have to live like that. We shouldn't have to live tormented by the need to buy yet another gun more powerful than the one our neighbor purchased last week. That's not freedom. And our kids deserve better. The old and tired NRA Republican Party philosophy, which is that the only way to stop a bad guy is a good guy with a gun, has not and will not work. In Uvalde, 19 good guys with guns didn't stop the killer of 19 school kids and 2 teachers. We've done it the Republican way for far too long now. And for the sake of the kids, it's time to do something different. Today, the good guys in the House will stand up to the NRA and pass Common Sense Protecting Our Kids Act, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Chair, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a May 31st, 2022 New York Times article entitled "California is America's Toughest Gun Laws and They Work." Madam Speaker, the evidence doesn't lie. California's rate of firearm mortality is among the nation's lowest, with 8.5 gun deaths per 100,000 people, compared with 13.7 per 100,000 nationally and 14.2% per 100,000 in Texas. Gun safety laws work. It's that simple. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
Majority Leader is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. This is an emotional debate. It's an emotional debate because we lose on a daily basis family members, neighbors, friends, fellow citizens to a bullet or multiple bullets, killed by a gun. I do not subscribe to the theory that some promote that the more guns we have, the safer we'll be. I believe that is somewhat like the OK Corral theory, that if you have a faster gun, that you will be safe. Eventually, somebody will have a faster, bigger, more surprising gun than we. Madam Speaker, like all Americans, I found the mass shooting at Uvalde, Texas, heart-wrenching, tragic, and unacceptable. Although the news was excruciating to watch, it was anything but surprising given our history with deadly firearms. Sadly, we didn't even have time to mourn the 19 children and 2 teachers who were killed in Uvalde before news broke of another mass shooting. Over and over and over and over and over and over again. At some point, these statistics have to move us to respond in an effective way. My friend from North Carolina suggested hardening the schools. We have hardened this chamber over the objections of some. When we know no gun should be in this Capitol, other than those possessed by law enforcement, Capitol Police. According to the Nonpartisan Gun Violence Archive, there have been as many as 33 mass gun violence incidents in the 14 days since the attack on Robb Elementary. We have more guns in this country than any other nation on earth. The Second Amendment guarantees that we have a right to a gun, but the Supreme Court in Heller said, but there are limitations to that right. I strongly support an individual American's right to have a gun in his or her home, their home, to protect themselves, in their business. But the court said, be reasonable. In the past week alone, we have seen mass shootings in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Past week, 7 days. In Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. Not even 10 days before the shooting at Robb Elementary, a domestic terrorist killed 13 people in a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. In every corner of this country, Americans are begging Congress to protect our kids and our people. Many of us like to say, this is the people's house. The people are speaking to us and crying out for action. A gentleman who spoke before me said something about saying prayers. I believe in prayer. But I also believe the admonition that John Kennedy said when he said, let us go forth to lead the land we love, asking his blessing and his help, but knowing that here on earth God's work must truly be our own. Our own. Today, in this house, the people's house, we need to act to protect the people. I want to address your attention to this chart again. Look at the numbers. hundreds of deaths. In addition to the unconscionable trauma these attacks inflicted on the parents, children, wives, husbands, brothers, sisters, and other loved ones of the victims, they have one thing in common. The perpetrator got the gun legally. In Tulsa, Oklahoma, the perpetrator got the gun approximately 3 hours before he shot Dr. Mitchell. Filled, obviously, with passion and hate and anger at the pain that he apparently was suffering physically and perhaps emotionally. So what did he do? He went down, quickly got a gun, an AR-15 to be exact, and went and shot not only Dr. Mitchell, but 3 other people in the process. 285 deaths we could have prevented if we had common sense gun laws in place. Of the 45,000 people who died from gun violence last year alone, we talk about making people safe. 45,000 deaths are not safe. How many would have also been spared had our laws been stronger? Frankly, I would favor myself reinstituting the 1994 assault weapons ban, for which I voted. And I lamented the fact that when my Republican colleagues were in charge of the House, Senate, and the presidency, they allowed that law to go out of existence. None of us can speculate what the cost of that was, but there's no doubt in my mind there was a cost. In fact, that bill reduced mass shootings then, and it would do so again now. There's much I believe we ought to do as the representatives of the American people in this House. The House, though, has already taken action on 2 very critical gun safety measures supported by 9 out of 10 Americans. We don't have 9 out of 10 Americans that are Democrats in this country. Neither side does. But if you have any credence in polling data that says what Americans think, 9 out of 10 think that comprehensive background checks should be the law of the land. I don't know the common sense argument against that. We passed the Charleston loophole. This gentleman who bought that gun 3 hours before he killed Dr. Mitchell, or thereabouts, would have had a time to cool off, to perhaps have second thoughts, to perhaps have saved the life of a doctor whose job it was to save lives. We sent those bills over, and Senate Republicans, however, have refused to allow even debate on either of these bills, that are overwhelmingly supported by the American people. I know that my Republican colleagues are as disturbed by murder of children as Democrats are. I believe that. I hope that's the case, but I believe it. But I am confounded by the unwillingness to respond in an effective way, even on asking that everybody get checked so they're not criminally insane or a felon or an abuser or on the terrorist list. But no, comprehensive background checks just to see if somebody is a danger to themselves or others. I know that our colleagues across the aisle shed tears when their constituents die from gun violence, as we do. This should not be a Democratic or Republican issue, but an issue of our common humanity and our common sense. If we work together, we can achieve a safer America. We've seen promising signs from the Senate that a bipartisan agreement may be possible. I surely hope it is. But this House will not, should not wait to act. That's why we're voting on this Protect the Kids Act today. This legislation is, in my view, long overdue. I participated in a sit-in on this floor to try to galvanize the Congress. It didn't work. Sadly, it didn't work. To the disappointment of the American people, it didn't work. This comprehensive bill is the product of tireless efforts by many of our colleagues to address issues that contribute to our gun violence epidemic. I want to thank Robin Kelly and the Protecting Our Kids Act that cracked down on gun traffickers who take guns where? Into the big cities and spread them around. Now, they sell them. They don't give them for free. But it's the traffickers that break the laws, not of Chicago, but perhaps don't break the laws of those where they bought multiple guns for those who can't buy guns. Similarly, Representatives Cicilline and Espaillat pushed to include provisions that would regulate elusive ghost guns. Now, look, I chaired the Treasury Postal Committee that oversaw the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Division, and we couldn't even make sure that ordnance, bullets, could be traced because the NRA was opposed. Representative Titus ensured that it would be ban bump stocks, a weapon component that allowed a gunman to kill 60 people in Las Vegas in 2017 and wound hundreds more. Was he a hunter? Was he a sportsman? Additionally, this bill will restrict high-capacity magazines, which enable shooters to inflict maximum destruction in the minimum amount of time, thanks to language included by Representative Deutsch. Because of Chairwoman DeLauro, Chairwoman Jackson Lee, and Representative Slotkin, this bill also protects our kids from gun violence at home by implementing gun storage safety standards. Common sense. Common purpose, protecting our kids. This act also includes Representative Anthony Brown's measure to raise the legal age for purchasing assault weapons and shotguns from 18 to 21. You can buy an AR-15, apparently, or some other multiple-shot, quick-shot weapon, but you can't buy a drink in many jurisdictions. Is that common sense? This legislation never would have come together without the leadership of Chairman Nadler. Thank you, Chairman, for your leadership. And I thank the committee for their work on this bill. Chairwoman Jackson Lee of the Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security, Chairman Thompson of the Gun Violence Task Force. Thank you, Chairman Thompson. This bill, as well as additional legislation from Representatives McBath and Carbajal that will be considered subsequently on Thursday, takes major steps forward to make our communities and our children safer. Is it perfect? Will it stop all the kids? It won't. We know that. Is there a perfect answer? No. Is making schools safer bad? No. We support that. I don't know that we support making them into armed camps, as some would suggest, because I think that would make them less safe in many respects. So I urge all of my colleagues to put our country, our constituents, and our kids first. Let us rise above party and partisanship and special interests as we seek to do what is right, what is necessary, and what an overwhelming majority of the American people are looking to Congress to achieve. Isn't that what we're supposed to do, represent the people? I'm hopeful we can find a bipartisan path forward to enact long overdue reforms to make our communities safer from gun violence, because a bullet doesn't care about your race, your faith, your age, your orientation, or any other factor. And yes, people do care about those things and manifest it in the worst way possible. But they do it with an instrument that will allow them to kill a lot of people very quickly. The American people care what we do here today. The American people care that their Congress is doing everything possible to keep them safe, to keep our children safe. The American people care. Each of us today has a chance to show that we care. God's work on earth must truly be our own. Vote for this bill. Make our kids and communities and people safer. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
America is in the midst of a shocking gun violence epidemic that should shock the conscience of everyone and has devastated children, families, and communities. We must address it with the fierce urgency of now, but there are some in this chamber who would rather bury your heads in the sand and act like everything is okay. It is not okay that black folks were gunned down in Buffalo, New York, simply because of the color of their skin. It is not okay that members of the Jewish community were gunned down in the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh simply because of their religious beliefs. It is not okay that children were gunned down and shredded in Uvalde, Texas, by an 18-year-old who should never have had access to a weapon of war. It is not okay that mass murder has become a way of life in the United States of America. That is why we must pass comprehensive gun violence prevention legislation, address this epidemic decisively, and allow America to be the best version of itself.
Expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
Today we're debating 6 gun control provisions in one. Why are there 6 bills in here? Because none of them work. But you can't take 6 bills that don't work and put them together and make one that does. It doesn't work that way. These are unserious, unconstitutional, and most troubling, dangerous provisions. 6 titles in this bill, and they all suffer the same inherent problem that gun control suffers when we pass it here in these legislatures. And that problem is criminals do not obey the law. They're going to love some of these laws, though. Let's take, for instance, the so-called safe storage provisions in here. Home invaders are going to love the fact that Congress has now told you, you need to lock up your gun in your house. How are you going to defend yourself when your guns are locked up? This is dangerous. It's also unconstitutional. The Supreme Court already ruled in Heller that it's unconstitutional to require Dick Heller to keep his gun disassembled and unloaded in his house. That violates the Second Amendment. Think about the provision to raise the age to 21 to buy a long gun. That includes rifles and shotguns, not just a handgun, which is already impermissible. This is unconstitutional and it's immoral. Why is it immoral? Because we're telling 18, 19, and 20-year-olds to register for the draft. You can go die for your country. We expect you to defend us, but we're not going to give you the tools to defend yourself and your family. I offered an amendment in committee that would let the spouse of an somebody in the armed services serving overseas acquire the means of self-defense while her husband is serving overseas. Let her defend her and her children. Just because she's 18, 19, or 20 and her husband is serving, she shouldn't be defenseless. The Democrats voted it down in committee. I offered an amendment to say that we won't treat domestic violence victims as gun traffickers if they happen to get a gun from a neighbor instead of getting it from the gun store. Every Democrat but one voted against protecting domestic violence victims. Let me give you one that's not a hypothetical. My dear friend Nikki Gosser, who worked in my congressional office, watched her husband murdered in front of her in a gun-free zone because she followed the law. She had a licensed registered firearm, and in a moment she regrets to this day she left it in her car because she knew the law said not to bring it in there, but her stalker knew she wasn't going to have a gun. Her stalker murdered her husband in front of her. Criminals don't follow the law. So let's do the one serious thing we could do. Why must children keep dying? Let's quit advertising our schools as soft targets. Let's quit saying that these are gun-free zones and that these kids are sitting ducks. In 1990, Congress did another knee-jerk reaction that has cost more lives than it's saved. It's called the 1990 Gun-Free School Zone Act. Fortunately, some states and school districts have had the wisdom to override this provision. And guess what? We don't have to guess. Does hardening our schools work? Does letting trained teachers and professional staff carry, does it protect children? We know it does, because in every single school district, every school that has allowed them to carry, there hasn't just been no mass shootings, there hasn't been a single shooting. Why? Because these insane individuals, they seek one thing. They seek some twisted version of glory, which involves a body count. And they know they will not achieve that if they walk into that school and the first thing they see when they whip out their gun is a staff member who is armed and trained, and they die unceremoniously. That's what they deserve. Put 3 of those on the news and you could stop this. So we should quit advertising our schools, quit making that the federal default, that they are sitting ducks.
Gentleman's time's
I urge my colleagues to vote against these 6 provisions and yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, almost 6 years ago, I sat down right here on this floor with the late, great John Lewis and so many colleagues to protest the Republicans' unwillingness to take up gun safety legislation after the Orlando shooting at the Pulse nightclub. We promised to the American people that if we were given the majority, we would deliver on gun safety legislation. Last year, we passed bills for expanded criminal background checks and to close the Charleston loophole to ensure criminals can't buy firearms. And today, we'll pass groundbreaking legislation to address gun violence and the epidemic of gun violence in our country. Gun violence is the crisis of this generation. There isn't a person or a community in this country that isn't affected by gun violence. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, in a city or suburb, young or old. We are all a text message away from this happening to any one of us. In the last 159 days alone, we've had more than 240 mass shootings in this country, almost 19,000 dead from guns, and 27 school shootings. Children killed in Uvalde, Parkland, San Diego, and many more places across the country. Enough is enough. It's time to do something. Every minute we wait, every minute we fail to act, we sentence more Americans and more children to death by guns in this country. The Protect Our Kids Act is a smart, common sense package that will save lives. I urge my colleagues to take this first step with us. Help reduce gun violence in this country. Protect your constituents from the gun violence that is ravaging communities all across America. And we can't stop here. This is a great bill. There's a lot more work to be done to make certain that kids and all the members of our community are safe. But have the courage to stand up. Actually, it doesn't take a lot of courage. Do your job. Protect your constituents from these horrific, horrific acts of gun violence. Vote yes on this legislation. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Members are directed to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I oppose H.R. 7910, the Democrats' latest gun control effort. Supporters of this bill do not want to protect America's Second Amendment rights because they don't care about Second Amendment rights. Instead of addressing the societal issues that have been caused by decades of progressive left-wing policies that have assaulted the American family and American society, they want to ban guns. They ignore the fact that many of the cities with the most restrictive gun control laws also have the highest levels of crime. They simply do not acknowledge that they don't believe in the Second Amendment. But let's talk about what Republicans have proposed, because Republicans have proposed many efforts. You just heard from Mr. Massey, one of his. But here's what you don't hear. I listened very carefully to the majority leader. He was enumerating through polls. But guess what? The majority of Americans believe schools would be safer
if teachers were given options to carry a firearm. That comes from The Economist, the latest Economist poll last week. A similar Rasmussen poll, 62% are safer with an armed guard. Utah allows teachers to carry a concealed weapon. They not only have not had a mass shooting, they've never had a shooting since that law's been in place. Justice Scalia said in his Heller opinion that the very text of the Second Amendment implicitly recognizes the preexistence of the right, the Second Amendment right, and declares only that it shall not be infringed. This is not a right granted by the Constitution. Neither is it in any manner dependent upon that instrument for its existence. The Second Amendment simply declares that it shall not be infringed, but that's exactly what your bills do. The Republicans have also said, let's harden the schools. Look, you've got $122 billion that you gave in relief, COVID relief to K-12. More than 90% of it remains unused. And you say, well, that we don't want to talk about doors. What do? We hide behind doors because they work. You can harden schools and make them work. You can arm guards and make them work and make children safer. We all condemn the acts of violence that have occurred throughout our country, but the answer cannot be restricting America's right to protect themselves. Every day Americans use guns to protect themselves and their families. This bill will make it harder for Americans to do this. That is an inconvenient fact that my colleagues across the aisle simply can't and choose not to address. Last week at markup, Democrats repeatedly claimed that good guys with guns do not stop bad guys with guns. But Congressman Massey read a long list of incidents of good guys using guns to stop bad guys, but that list was ignored. I'll give you one. In Charleston, West Virginia, a woman with a 9mm handgun stopped a shooter, shooting into a crowd with an AR-15. Here's one. Stephen Williford stopped the shooting at a church in Sutherland Springs. I urge you to vote no.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
When I served in the U.S. military, I was trained on firearms. Let me tell you what a bullet from the AR-15 does to you. The bullet leaves the muzzle of the AR-15 at a speed 3 times higher than that of a handgun. The energy is so strong that the bullet will disintegrate 3 inches of your bone. A person shot with an AR-15 looks like a grenade exploded in their body. The bullet also causes your human.
And the gun bills debate continues on right here on LiveNOW from Fox. We'll get back to it a little bit later here, but we want to let you know of a weather alert happening right now in Florida. Take a look at this as our systems continues to show strong thunderstorms as well as a tornado warning in Seminole County right now until 4:15 Eastern. We're going to go to our station in Orlando, Fox 35. They are doing coverage right now of this breaking weather news event. Let's go to it right here for you on LiveNOW from Fox.
Just east of I-4, so that does include Winter Park, Altamont Springs. No, you are not in the tornado warned area, but you're going to be seeing that heavy rain and all of those lightning strikes. So Gabriella, Alafaya Woods, Oviedo, as well as Lake Jessup, Cameron City. If I am calling out your city name, I want to make sure that you guys are staying weather aware as we do continue to track some very heavy rain and the potential for rotation actually making its way toward you. Now, I want you to take a look at some of the cameras on the right-hand side of your screen. Our Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder truck is out and driving right now. It looks like that's Dave Puglisi. Sorry, my camera is very, very small. But we also have a few others. It's showing the dark clouds, the heavy rain, and some of the cameras actually moving up and down just because we're seeing so many of those gusty winds. And this is all thanks to the sea breeze storm. So we do continue to track all of that heavy rain, gusty winds, the potential for some hail. Already reports of nickel to quarter-sized hail, and likely more is going to be on the way. You can see the entire area, most of the Orlando metro is under that heavy rain right now, but it's Seminole County that is under the tornado warned storm. And if we take you in, I can actually click on our velocity scan so we can see just how gusty those winds are, anywhere from 31 to about 38 miles per hour. So usually when we see rotation, it's going to be very, very bright greens and very, very bright reds. That's happening in the upper levels of the atmosphere. If there is a bit of that spin, if it were to actually make its way to the ground, that would be the tornado. But right now, everything is just radar indicated at the moment. Where we're seeing some reds is actually right over Lake Jessup on the 417. So likely to be pretty gusty there. Let me get you some current readings from our latest radar scan. Okay, about 24 mile per hour winds if you're driving over the 417 right now. Now, it does look like this system is a bit lopsided. You're probably seeing, hey, we have the tornado warned area all the way out to the east, but most of the action happening closer to the west along I-4. Well, it's because this storm is actually pushing toward the north and east rather quickly. So we want to make sure that everybody that is living in Geneva, Buda, Iowa City, that you are staying weather aware. Even though the rain might not be in your area yet, it will likely be coming and bringing very, very heavy rain at times. Actually could be seeing some localized flooding thanks to just how much rain we've seen. And we've seen rain, well, the last several days, a ton of heavy rain actually falling just to our west in Sumter County. They saw anywhere from 2 to 3 inches in a short amount of time yesterday. And this is going to be a very similar story. But I want to show you the cluster of lightning that is just to the east of our studios here in Fox 35. No, we are not included in that tornado warning, but it's, again, just to our east. Sanford, Lake Jessup, Altamont Springs. And want to make sure that you are taking cover because we do continue to see that tornado warning bringing very heavy rain in the area shaded in red and even purple on your screen. So just north of State Road 426, you can see that purple area right there. That's probably rain falling at a rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour. So that really could cause some of that ponding and localized flooding on the roads. Lake Jessup, Oviedo, the rain has arrived. So if you are hearing me call out Oviedo right now and you live there, make sure that you're staying inside. Because you're under a tornado warning, we do want to make sure that you are staying in an interior room away from any windows, because if there were to be any flying debris that could actually crash into your house, break a window, and we just want to make sure everybody is staying away from that. Now, the polygon, this red shaded area that you're seeing on your screen, does continue to decrease in size because we're actually getting a better idea of where some of the gustiest winds are. I'm going to take you out to our velocity scan, and you can see these bright greens on your screen. That's going to be some of the gustiest winds. And every time we get a new scan, we do see the winds continue to increase. So the storm intensifying just a bit. You can see all of that lightning, about 126 strikes as we speak. But take a look at these updated wind speeds, 42 miles per hour. That's going to be just south of State Highway 419. We have 38 mile per hour winds just to the west of the 417 and just to the east about 31 miles per hour. But this tornado warning does continue until 4:15 near Winter Springs. And as of right now, actually, it's stationary. So it's not moving too much. We saw that the rain did move into Oviedo a little bit, but this cell in particular does remain to stay in place. So I do want to send things over to Fox 35 reporter Dave Puglisi. He's in the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck. Dave, where are you and what are you seeing on the roads right now?
Well, listen, right now we're on I-4, and you can actually, I want to give you a good look at the cloud coverage behind us. This is the storm that you're referring to that's over Oviedo, and you can see from our roof cam on the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck just how the cloud formations are forming out here just off in the distance. You'll probably see some pretty big strikes of lightning as well. A couple flashes there right now, but we've seen some really big bolts come down from the sky over the last few minutes as we've been trying to get onto the highway. Right now, as I mentioned to you, we're here on I-4 where things are still pretty clear in front of us, clear blue skies, but off to the right, to a little bit, to the southern part of us is where the clouds are forming near Oviedo. Right now, we're trying to get onto we're on I-4. We're trying to get over to 417 and loop across. But again, take a look at some of those clouds behind us, where you can see the big these just big, dark, gloomy clouds. Trees are kind of getting in the way there, but you will see the bolts of lightning coming down. Now, earlier today at the station, we were actually seeing some of that hail come down. Our station located in Lake Mary, just off the highway. You probably passed it if you're ever on I-4 between 92 and 98. But we could hear the hail coming down. We saw it in the parking lot, which is always a sign of severe weather. So continue to follow along with us as we continue to track this storm here in the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck. I'm Dave Puglisi. Back to you in the studio.
Great job, Dave. Thanks for all of that insight. We are hearing a few rumbles of thunder over our Fox 35 studios in Lake Mary, but still the area of concern is just off to our east. I want to take you out to a wide view. The sea breeze storms actually colliding right over our viewing area. So all the way up from Lake Helen through Deltona, Sanford, Altamont, Orlando, and moving all the way as south as Kissimmee. But the area of most concern, where you can see all of the lightning strikes are, is associated with this tornado-warned area. So that does include Winter Springs, Lake Jessup, Oviedo, Alafaya Woods, Iowa City. You are now out of the tornado-warned area, but still don't let your guard down. I do want to mention that this system is basically stationary. Usually when we're tracking tornado warnings, we're watching it moving relatively fast off into a certain direction. But that's really not the case because the sea breezes are colliding. So they're going to work themselves out, bring all of that heavy rain as well as the lightning strikes and those gusty winds. So want to take you into some spots that are seeing that heavy rain. If you live on County Road 419, moving up into Seminole County, likely seeing some of that heavy rain right now. But the heaviest is actually going to be in the areas shaded in red and pink on your screen. This tornado warning does continue until 4:15, so we still have a few minutes left. Not only are we seeing the heavy rain, but here in the Fox 35 Storm Center, we have something that we call our triple threat graphic. So this actually gets to take you inside the storm, showing you exactly what is falling within it. So what you're seeing is the area shaded in green on your screen, the heaviest rain falling at a rate of 1 to 2, potentially even 3 inches per hour. But all of this purple, that's going to be hail, and we actually could be seeing hail up to 1 inch in diameter, which is going to be very large, not something you want to go outside in. If you do have hail in your area, make sure that you're staying inside. I know a lot of folks want to take pictures and share them with us on social media, but we want to make sure that you're staying safe. The National Weather Service is going to allow this tornado warning to expire soon. Circulation is definitely harder to spot as cells merge, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Those sea breeze cells, East Coast and West Coast, do collide. They have nowhere to go, so they actually decrease in intensity, and that's really what we're seeing right here on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. As you can see, heavy rain continues to fall. All the areas shaded in that red on your screen. So Winter Springs, Oviedo, Alafaya Woods, Lake Jessup. Yes, there is still going to be very gusty winds in your area, but the circulation is going to be a little bit less well defined. So we can't necessarily find an area of that rotation, but it does continue to bring some very gusty winds. These bright greens on your screen showing that anywhere from 39 to 37 to 40 mile per hour winds that are falling. Most of that action is actually staying to the west of the 417. I'm going to zoom you in here so we can actually get some road names. So if you do live on any of these streets, that you can make sure that you continue to stay in your safe place until this tornado warning has expired. Northern Way, Dyson Drive, we have East Lake Drive, Northern Way again, and then Winter Springs Boulevard. That's just a few of the street names that we're showing you right here on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. But this entire area, we just want to make sure that you are staying in that safe place while the National Weather Service does keep this tornado warning for the next 5 minutes. And like we've been talking about all day, the sea breezes have been moving and colliding. And we're used to seeing this during the summer, not necessarily every time it brings a tornado warning, but we were concerned about the rotation in the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere. But you can see all the way from the Orlando International Airport through downtown, through Winter Park, up to Lake Mary, and all the way into Deltona. All of these spots are seeing that heavy rain, but most of the lightning is now in Seminole County where that tornado warning is. So that's why the National Weather Service and our meteorologists here at Fox 35 are watching this particular area. So a few more times with the city names. If you live near Lake Jessup, Jones Landing, we have Oviedo, Slavia, Dyson Drive, as well as Winter Springs. These are some of the areas we want to make sure that you are staying weather aware. You are definitely hearing the rumbles of thunder. I mean, take a look at all of these lightning strikes, 137. It does look like the tornado warning is expiring now. So it's something that we'll be continuing to watch here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. But as for right now, it looks like things should be quieting down, at least in this area with a rotation. But that's not going to be the case with those very, very heavy rain as well as gusty winds like you're seeing on the cameras on the right-hand side of your screen. Very heavy rain falling. I'm not exactly sure where these cameras are. If my producer could tell me where the middle one is near Winter Springs. Oh, that's our thunder truck. Yes. Okay. Dave Cleese is driving through very heavy rain at the moment. So could lead to some localized flooding. We just want to make sure everybody is staying aware. Don't drive through any of the rain. And remember, if you do see any of that ponding on that road, turn around as well and don't drown. And I do want to just give you a quick update that our Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck is driving over Lake Jessup as we speak. So this is something that we'll continue to watch and track for you. It does look like the National Weather Service will let this expire at 4:15. So we still have about 3 minutes to go. But like we mentioned, it doesn't look like these the rotation is anything too impressive at the moment. Yes, we are seeing some gusty winds, but it doesn't look like we have any winds going actually away from the radar, just towards. So that means they're going to be gusty in a unidirection rather than moving circular. So we have one last update from our radar scan. 42-mile-per-hour winds near Dyson Drive, as well as Red Bug Lake Road, just to the west of the 417. So it's something we'll continue to watch and track for you right here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. For now, we're going to send things over to Ray Vieta. How's it looking?
Hi there, Allison. Ray Vieta here with Luann. And Luann, we're of course watching this storm.
All right, so we were listening in there to coverage from Fox 35, our Orlando station. They're doing great coverage of tornado warnings that continue on there in Seminole County in Florida. You're watching live now from Fox, everyone. We'll continue to monitor it for you right here, as always, bringing you top stories, headlines, and, of course, weather updates across the country when they happen. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll take you back out to the U.S. House, continuing to debate gun law bills right here on Live Now from Fox.
True progress for the next generation.
Americans deserve better. And shame on us if we do not take action.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Reserved, Madam Chair.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, on August 3rd, 2019 in El Paso, a white supremacist massacred 23 innocent people at Walmart. Our red flag bill might have saved them. On August 31st, 2019, 8 people were killed in Midland, Odessa by a man who failed his background check and purchased a gun through private sale. Our bill on private firearm sales might have saved them. On May 18th, 2018, at Santa Fe High School, a 17-year-old used his father's gun to kill 10 people. Our safe storage bill might have saved them. And in Uvalde, parents are burying their babies today after an 18-year-old purchased an AR-15 style rifle and slaughtered 21 individuals. Our bill raising the age to 21 might have saved them. These are just the recent Texas mass shootings. It's not the teachers, the schools, or the doors. It's the guns. We can't save every life, but my God, shouldn't we try? America, we hear you, and today in the House, we are taking the action you are demanding. Take note of who is with you and who is not. I am proud to remain El Paso strong. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back. Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise because we find ourselves on a path that we have traveled before, a path that the American people were promised they would never have to meet again after Columbine, after Sandy Hook, after Parkland, and now after Uvalde. For 2 decades, Republicans bought by the NRA have blocked every attempt to pass legislation that would stop children from being massacred in their classrooms. Why? Because nothing is more easier than buying an AR-15 in this country, except buying a Republican member of Congress. Today, Democrats in the House will pass the Protecting Our Kids Act, and we need the Senate to abolish the filibuster to do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Kelly.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
For years, I've heard that tired argument that gun violence prevention legislation won't work. Just look at Chicago. They say where residents have some of the strictest gun laws, but the highest rates of gun violence. The reason for that is simple: gun trafficking. More than 60% of guns used in crimes in Chicago come from out of state, and we're not the only city where this happens. According to the ATF, from just 2016 to 2020, 1/3 of the more than 1.3 million crime guns recovered and traced by law enforcement were brought in across state lines. These guns are purchased in states with lax laws, trafficked across state lines, and then sold to people in our state who we know should not have a gun. In Illinois, we're doing everything we can to protect our residents. Our neighbors are failing us. That's why I introduced the Prevent Gun Trafficking Act, and why I'm so glad this solution is included in the Protecting Our Kids Act. This is a simple, common-sense solution. Making straw purchasing a federal crime will help stop the flow of guns into our communities from out of state. Most importantly, it will save lives. Stopping gun trafficking and straw purchasing is just one step we can take to eliminate gun violence. The Protecting Our Kids Act is a smart, broad approach to a complex issue. Passing this bill is the next step forward in saving children, and we cannot wait. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished chairman of the Appropriations Committee, The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Protecting Our Kids Act, comprehensive package to address gun violence in the United States. I'm pleased that it includes my legislation, Ethan's Law, which will keep kids across the country safe by ensuring that firearms are safely stored and secured. I introduced Ethan's Law in the House over 3 years ago in memory of Ethan Song, a Guilford, Connecticut teenager, 15 years old, accidentally shot himself with an unsecured gun in 2018. The firearm was improperly stored in a Tupperware box with the gun lock keys and the ammunition nearby. Before I had the honor of introducing Ethan's Law in the Congress, it passed the Connecticut General Assembly and the state Senate with broad bipartisan support, signed into law in 2019. Today, we take a critical step to make Ethan's Law the national standard in safe storage. Ethan's Law will set a federal standard for safe gun storage, incentivize states to create and implement safe gun storage laws. This legislation is a child safety bill, first and foremost, because losing just one child to accidental gun violence is too many. What happened to Ethan was tragic. No parent should have to lose their child because of an unsecured gun. It's time for Congress to act. In the words of Ethan Song's parents, Mike and Kristen Song, whose relentless advocacy led us to this moment, and I quote, "Not a single person on earth can change the past, but every one of us can change the future. Let's change the future while saving countless lives by passing the Protecting Our Kids Act." When Kristen Song found out that Ethan's Law was included in the Protecting Our Kids Act, she said that the first person she wanted to tell was Ethan, her beautiful boy that she has fearlessly fought for since the day she was forced to watch him be lowered into the ground. Upon hearing the news, she immediately drove to the cemetery, and she ran across it yelling, and I quote, "Ethan, we did it. Your life-saving legislation will be heard. It will get a vote. I'm voting in favor of this legislation. I urge my colleagues to do the same. We love you, Ethan," and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
4 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is called the Protecting Our Kids Act, but sadly, it does no such thing. The one thing that we could do immediately to protect our kids is the one thing that the Democrats refuse even to consider. We think nothing of it when we see an armed guard at a bank. Well, they're there for one purpose, to stop anyone who's trying to steal our money. And yet, when we suggest that we should use the same force and resolve to stop someone from killing our children, the left goes berserk. I simply do not understand such a screwed-up value system as that. President Biden's press secretary says that hardening our schools is not something he supports. Now think about that. The most heavily guarded person in the world, in the most hardened fortress in the country, is telling us that we cannot protect our children in our schools as seriously as we protect our money in our banks. Of course, hardening the schools works. Listen to the sick mind that produced the massacre in Buffalo. He wrote, and I quote, "Attacking in a weapon-restricted area may decrease the chance of civilian backlash. Schools, courts, or areas where CCW are outlawed or prohibited may be good areas of attack. Areas where CCW permits are low may also fit in this category. Areas with strict gun control laws are also great places of attack," unquote. That's the Buffalo shooter. Criminals understand that, even if the Democrats in this House do not. In committee, I offered an amendment to require schools receiving federal security funds to have at least one armed guard on every campus and to allow school officials who've met the requirements of their state to carry a concealed weapon to have it on campus to protect their students if they want to. This is something that can be implemented immediately and that could well have stopped the massacre at Uvalde. It doesn't depend on criminals obeying the law, as this bill does. It doesn't depend on someday maybe reducing possibly the 400 million firearms in this country. It doesn't make self-defense harder for honest and decent people. In fact, it makes self-defense easier for honest and decent people. It would make future attacks on our schools much less likely to succeed and infinitely more dangerous to those contemplating such an act. Yet the Democrats refused even to consider it. We know how to reduce gun violence, harden our schools, and protect our children with the same seriousness as we protect our money. Prosecute gun criminals. Send them to prison for the rest of their lives. Execute murderers. Confine the dangerously mentally ill so that we can treat them. Stop letting terrorists into the country across our southern border. Yet woke district attorneys often refuse to prosecute gun criminals, or they quickly drop gun charges to reduce their sentences. The Democrats have all but abolished the death penalty. They've released dangerous criminals from our prisons, released dangerous criminal illegal aliens into our communities, flooded our streets with the dangerously mentally ill, and turned a blind eye as terrorists come across the border that they've left wide open. And then they wonder why we're plagued with violent criminals. Now, maybe it's time to get serious about removing criminals from our streets and to fortify our schools. That's something we could do today that will have an immediate effect today. Protecting Our Kids Act. It does no such thing. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Brown.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again and again, we hear a common refrain when a mass shooting happens. A young man, typically under the age of 21, legally purchases a semi-automatic rifle and murders innocent people. We saw this in Uvalde, we saw this in Buffalo, we saw this in Indianapolis in 2021 and in Parkland in 2019. In fact, 6 of the 9 deadliest mass shootings since 2018 were by young men who should never have been allowed to purchase these weapons in the first place. Right now, you must be 21 in this country to buy a handgun, but only need to be 18 years old to buy a semi-automatic rifle capable of committing unspeakable tragedies. I served in the military. I trained with these weapons. I know what they can do. These weapons of war have no place in our neighborhoods, let alone in the hands of an untrained 18-year-old boy. The answer is simple. Raise the age needed to purchase these weapons to 21 in line with the age to purchase handguns. We have bipartisan support for this. Democrats, Republicans, gun safety advocates, law-abiding citizens, and responsible gun owners, teachers, and veterans, because it's common sense. Shooting after shooting, we ask ourselves, what more could we have done? We debate whether one action could have saved the lives of those children, those mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and neighbors. I'm done with that. It's time for action. Raising the age to buy these weapons won't solve our nation's gun violence epidemic overnight. But if we can make it just a little harder for someone to get their hands on these deadly weapons, if we can save just one life or one community from this carnage and grief, it'll be worth it. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, raise the age to buy these deadly weapons. Enough is enough. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The despicable violence that took place in Uvalde and other places was horrific, and we mourn the loss of innocent life. The thought of losing my 4th grade grandson in this way shakes me to the core. There are steps we can take to prevent tragedies from occurring without endangering and infringing upon the rights of law-abiding citizens. I will not support legislation taking away the Second Amendment rights of my constituents. We must focus on root causes of violent crimes and many cultural issues plaguing our society. As a nation, we face a severe mental health crisis, fatherless homes, breakdown of families, glorification of violence that permeates our culture at every level, even to the devaluation of 63 million innocent babies' lives taken in the last 50 years. It must all be all hands on deck in our homes, in our schools, our churches, to address the foundational issues that keep our kids and communities safe. Let's not just do something. Harden our schools. Tackle them with real solutions. Oppose this legislation and do the right thing to save innocent lives. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to plead with my colleagues to support H.R. 7910, the Protect Our Kids Act. We gather just days after an 18-year-old mowed down 19 school children and 2 of their teachers with an AR-15. Just days earlier, a racist conspiracy theorist used that same type of weapon of war to murder 10 Americans, turning a grocery store into a bloody battlefield. 19 families in Uvalde and 10 families in Buffalo are permanently shattered, never to be the same again. And on average, more than 110 Americans suffer the same fate, death by gun, every single day. Madam Speaker, no one has to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to damage that guns can do. 42 years ago, I was a 16-year-old police cadet when a gun misfired, severing my spinal cord and changing my life forever. Of course, we'll never be able to stop every single gun injury or death, but we have the power to act, to pass common sense gun safety laws and reduce the preventable heartbreak experienced by far too many families in this country. We must get illegal guns off our streets. We must pass red flag laws to keep guns out of the wrong hands. We must raise the minimum age to buy a semi-automatic assault weapon to 21, and we can. These are common sense policies backed by broad bipartisan majorities of Americans. But instead, some of my colleagues have the audacity to suggest that we turn our schools into armed fortresses. What's next? Armed churches? Armed movie theaters? Is this the country you want to leave to your children and grandchildren? I certainly don't. Madam Speaker, guns are now the leading cause of death for children in this country. No other developed country on earth would ever tolerate this level of gun violence, and we shouldn't either. Those children in Uvalde deserve to grow up. The victims of Buffalo deserve to return home safe. And the 40,000 Americans who die from guns every year deserve to live. The American people are counting on us to deliver change. I pray that we won't let them down. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 7910. The violence that occurred in Uvalde, Texas was horrific. And as we consider the pain these families are experiencing, we can do more now. Let's focus today on like a laser beam on protecting our precious children. My friends on the other side of the aisle want us to vote on a hasty, partisan, and overreaching package of bills that developed in the middle of the night without any Republican input. The legislation we are considering today is clearly designed to strip law-abiding Americans of their constitutional rights. In a town hall meeting last summer, President Biden himself said he'd like to ban the sales of handguns and rifles, full stop. No wonder law-abiding Americans see this legislation as central federal overreach. History has taught us some great lessons. One is that liberty once lost is lost forever. I grew up in the Deep South, where for a time, black Americans were unable to defend themselves. After the Civil War, Democrat black laws and Jim Crow laws prohibited people of color from owning firearms. Most people have heard the phrase 40 acres and a mule, an order issued in 1865 that allowed 40,000 former slaves to live on hundreds of thousands of acres. After the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, the Democrat president, Andrew Johnson, a Confederate sympathizer, confiscated this land, displacing thousands of black Americans and families. This is an example of why the right to bear arms is necessary to safeguard and protect our life, liberty, and property. The Democrats' proposals are unhelpful in protecting our kids and go against all common sense. They ignore real solutions that will keep our children safe and help prevent future acts of senseless violence. Most importantly, they are not proposing anything that protects our children now. We don't need to spend another 2 years fighting over solutions. We have solutions available immediately. The Securing Our Student Act. My legislation would empower local school districts to immediately receive unspent funds from the American Rescue Plan and implement security measures in their schools now. Of the $122 billion appropriated to the American K-12 schools in last year's $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan, roughly 93% remains unspent. I invite my colleagues to join me in demanding that these hundreds of billions of dollars be immediately used to help local schools determine and implement the safety measures that best fit their communities. We can harden our schools and protect our children at school now. We can never bring back those precious children we've lost, but we can and we must work together to prevent future tragedies. This is a solution that will harness the full weight of American innovation and technology and keep our schools safe now, to ensure that no child, educator, or family has to say goodbye to a loved one because of any kind of violence. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler, for pulling this vital package together. I speak as a father of 4 who is heartbroken and still processing Uvalde, Buffalo, and the unending string of mass shootings, a longtime gun reform advocate, and a member of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force who demands real, common-sense gun reform to save lives now. This is why I support the Protecting Our Kids Act in this moment of profound grief and collective loss. When it comes to the epidemic of gun deaths, there's no panacea. We must pass meaningful reforms, evaluate our work, and then keep on passing more legislation. Though I'm extremely supportive of this long overdue package, I'm concerned about criminal penalties for safe storage violations. Overcriminalization too often harms Black and brown communities. As a warrior for racial justice, I urge all of us to investigate how disparate communities would be impacted before this bill heads to the President's desk. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. Why do we have guns? Why do we have the Second Amendment? Is it to hunt? Sure. Self-defense? That's even more important. But the fact is, you read the founders, Federalist 46, James Madison, contrasts us with the tyrannical governments of Europe who are, quote, afraid to trust the people with arms. Joseph Story, in his commentaries on the Constitution in 1833, quote, the right of the citizens to keep and bear arms has justly been considered as the palladium of the liberties of a republic, since it offers a strong moral check against the usurpation and arbitrary power of rulers, and will generally, even if these are successful in the first instance, enable the people to resist and triumph over them. We have a Second Amendment because we understand in this country that there are some things, inalienable rights, that you cannot justly take away from a free and equal human being. Tyrants disarm the people they intend to oppress. Those are the facts. Jewish people in Germany were prohibited from owning arms. 13 million Jews were exterminated by the Nazis. The Soviets instituted gun control and millions were killed. 20 million dissidents were rounded up and exterminated. Mao disarmed the Chinese people. 20 million dissidents were exterminated. In Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge were able to take advantage of the fact that limited gun ownership to just hunters and killed 1.5 million to 3 million Cambodians. Turkey disarmed Armenians and 1.5 million Armenians were killed in the Armenian genocide. The South disarmed slaves and actively fought against their arming. And then in the 20th century, armed Black Army veterans, for example, in Louisiana, were able to defend against the KKK. Even fact-checking organizations, Snopes, said, quote, we find it reasonable to conclude that gun confiscations facilitated by laws requiring the registration and licensing of firearms played a crucial role in the carrying out of 20th century genocides. This is not fiction. This is in our lifetime. This is in our grandparents' lifetime. This is in our recent history. This is why the Second Amendment matters. It's not trivial. It's not something you just brush aside. This is a foundation of liberty. It's who we are. But in order to sell a lie to the American people, that the government will protect them from all manners of evil, while defunding the police, leaving our borders wide open, I'm glad my colleagues can suddenly find Uvalde on a map. while allowing dangerous cartels operating hundreds of miles into Texas, allowing fentanyl to pour into our communities and kill tens of thousands of children. The very children my colleagues say they wish to protect. In order to do this, Democrats in this body are willing to take away a citizen's God-given right, yes, God-given right that was mocked earlier, to protect himself or her family or his family from harm. The very harm they foster by appeasing lawlessness. And importantly, from the very tyranny being applied to them to deny that right. That is what is at stake. This bill, and it gets brushed aside, raised the age limit. Well, there are constitutional questions to that in the Fourth Circuit, Ninth Circuit, and other circuits. The second title on straw purchases, the very straw purchases that Democrat DAs don't even want to really prosecute, would prohibit a law-abiding citizen from giving a gun to a friend as a gift. Safe storage would make it unlawful for me to have the 22 and the 20 gauge propped up by my door right now in Texas to kill coyotes and snakes. It would make it unlawful. This will not do any good. It will harm Americans, and it undermines our foundational liberties that is crucial for a free state. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, so far this year, our country has experienced more than 250 mass shootings, and it's only June. Gun violence is now the #1 cause of death of children in this country. We cannot let this continue. The Protecting Our Kids Act is an important step toward curbing gun violence by limiting high-capacity magazines, raising the minimum age to buy assault weapons to 21, and encouraging safe storage practices. If these measures had been in place, the 18-year-old gunman in Uvalde, Texas, would not have been able to buy the 2 assault weapons he used to murder 19 children and 2 teachers. The Dayton, Ohio shooter would not have been able to buy the high-capacity magazine that allowed him to shoot 26 people in 30 seconds. We can't solve this complex problem at once, but neither can we desist from taking common sense measures to help make this country safer for our children. Let's honor our oath. Let's do our job to keep the American people safe. Vote yes on this bill. It's the least we can do for our constituents.
Gentleman
Thank
from
you,
Ohio.
and I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Spear.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I believe I'm the only member of this House that is a victim of gun violence. My body is riddled with bullets. I have a divot in my leg that's the size of a football. I have skin grafts on all parts of my body. I live with that every single day. A victim of gun violence is traumatized over and over again. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, if we had a 737 that crashed every month for 12 months in this country, we would do something about it. And that's what's happening to children in this country. 1,500 kids die of gun violence every single year. We have to do something about it. All we're saying is, don't let them purchase an assault weapon until they're 21. We already say you can't purchase a handgun until you're 21. Dr. Guerrero this morning talked about decapitated heads.
Expired.
I urge you, I'm leaving this institution. Please
Gentleman's
do
time's
something.
expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve, Madam.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to share a conversation that I had with Anna Kate, who is a constituent of mine in my district. And she called my office absolutely distraught. This was the day of the, late in the day of the shooting. And she said that parents have really reached their breaking point right now, and that she is afraid. and she is afraid for her 7-year-old son. She said, "I want to tell my child, you will be safe in school." What a simple sentence that most parents, any parent would want to say, "You will be safe in school." But I can't, she said. Children continue to die, and this is on all of us, all of our conscience. There is no issue more important than this. We can do something starting today, something real. We can finally pass this legislation. Let's do it.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Escher.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman. Madam Speaker, where is the soul of America in this chamber? I've listened to every speaker since the debate began. I think that Shakespeare would say, "Thou doth protest too much." We have simple, profound facts. Our children are being blown away. Last week, the first funeral, that casket could not be opened. I think every single member here is a parent. Walk behind that casket. Think of yourselves and your own children. They deserve solutions to this. This has to be more from you than damning the Democratic Party. Come on. We're members of Congress. And many of us say, can I have 10 more seconds, please? Many of us say a prayer. It's the Lord's Prayer. And at the end we say, "And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil." Amen. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Not one word from our colleagues when it comes to the crime waves in cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, New York, San Francisco, and Philadelphia. To do so would be to criticize their own soft on crime policies. It's been going on for a decade now. They hope Americans ignore the inconvenient truth. Criminals don't get background checks, and they don't fear laws because rogue prosecutors financed by progressive dark money groups don't enforce our laws. These criminal strongholds in Washington, D.C. have one thing in common. They are run by Democrats who refuse to enforce our laws. This administration, responsible for a 40-year inflation high, erasing our border, and shrinking economy, will say anything to distract from their own failures. Jimmy Carter says, "Thank you for making the 70s look good." Week after week, we hear about violent criminals re-victimizing communities without being held accountable. The people furthering these policies and making our communities less safe are the same people who are fervently arguing to disarm Americans and defund the police. They're the same people weaponizing the FBI against their political opponents, and the same people who want to repeal the Second Amendment. I wish they would just tell the American people the truth instead of deploying Trojan horses. Whether it's rifle bans, 9mm bans, federal red flag laws, one thing is certain. They will not change the outcomes for the people in those cities. As some members of this body have said in the last few weeks, this is just the beginning. We will not stop. They will continue to erode our rights because they believe in a nanny state government, not a government of the people. What Americans need is the enforcement of our laws, holding criminals accountable, and protecting our constitutional rights. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a May 27, 2022 piece from CNN entitled "States with Weaker Gun Laws Have Higher Rates of Firearm-Related Homicides and Suicides, Study Finds."
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the package of gun violence prevention bills we are considering today. Gun violence is at unseen epidemic levels in this country. We need to combat the source of the epidemic, easy access to guns. I would like to address, however, the impact of the lack of statehood for the residents of the District of Columbia on their ability to pass and maintain their own common sense gun violence prevention laws. If Republicans take the majority in the next Congress, they could eliminate D.C.'s gun violence prevention laws, which they have repeatedly tried to do, including its ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines and its universal background checks. At least 7 current Republican members of Congress have introduced such bills. I have defeated each effort in Congress to overturn D.C. gun violence prevention bills, and I vow to do so again. But the ultimate remedy for congressional interference in local D.C. matters, of course, is D.C. statehood. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to vote to do something. It's too easy for dangerous people to get dangerous weapons in this country, and we're either going to do something about it or we're not. I want you to imagine for a second that a shooter with an AR-15 goes into your child's school tomorrow or next fall, or your grandchild's school, and leaves a hole the size of a basketball in their chest, or leaves their head decapitated off their body. Ask yourself what you would ask of the people who represent you. Would their thoughts and prayers be good enough for you if that happened to your child? Would them be worried about their primary election be okay with you? The people in Uvalde, when I spoke to them, asked me how it is that somebody who's 18 can't buy beer or cigarettes, but they can go into a gun store and buy 2 AR-15s and go kill 20 people. The teachers who died, the cops who died, the children who died cannot vote to change the law. Only we can do that. This is our legacy.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Vote yes. I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to confront the nation's leading child killer, gun violence. Passing the Protecting Our Kids Act does that by raising the legal age to buy certain semi-automatic rifles and closing the ghost gun loophole. It strengthens safe storage rules at home and clamps down on bump stocks and high-capacity magazines. Once more, House Democrats will do something meaningful to address this carnage, while House Republicans do nothing. Yes, a few Senate Republicans may do the absolute minimum, but when an 11-year-old tells Congress that she smeared her murdered friend's blood on her own body to play dead and stay alive in Uvalde, I'll take baby steps over no steps. From Uvalde and Buffalo to Parkland, Orlando, and Las Vegas, America is bleeding. And while this legislation will not end gun violence, it's a tourniquet. The deaths, suicides, and astronomical health costs are too high, and we cannot continue to forsake our national freedoms to learn, work, and worship without fear. So let's pass this legislation and reclaim America's values and confront this nation's leading killer of children, gun violence. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Gentleman's recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Ohio. I rise in opposition to the so-called Protect Our Kids Act. What we saw 2 weeks ago in Uvalde, Texas, was tragic and horrific, and we should take action to prevent future tragedies such as this one. But this bill is not the solution for several reasons. First, the bill restricts the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding adults. With very limited exceptions, the bill would prohibit 18 to 20-year-olds from buying nearly all semi-automatic rifles and shotguns. During the markup of the bill, the Judiciary Chairman argued that this is applicable because these young adults don't have, quote, fully formed brains. Yet we entrust these same young adults to serve our country in the military and die for our country. We trust these young adults to vote in our elections. What's even more interesting is while Democrats believe that these young adults don't have fully formed brains, They certainly are more than willing to try and reduce the age at which a person can vote to 16. Second, the bill makes it more difficult for a domestic violence victim to keep a firearm for protection. As drafted, the bill would criminalize a domestic violence victim's attempt to seek help from a friend or neighbor in obtaining a firearm. The safe storage requirements of the bill make it harder for people to access a firearm in an emergency by mandating a one-size-fits-all approach for firearm storage. And finally, the bill's limits on magazine capacity will essentially ban many common firearms, some of which may accommodate between 15 and 30 rounds of ammunition. Overall, the bill is an attempt to restrict the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens while ignoring the broader problems of why these tragedies are happening. Let's talk about school resource officers in our schools. Let's talk about fortifying school buildings. Let's talk about ending the dangerous mirage of gun-free zones. And yes, let's talk about mental health. We have to look for common sense solutions that make it easier for Americans to protect themselves and their loved ones. I oppose this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
We cannot let America be like this. Children shouldn't be texting their family goodbye as they lay barricaded behind desks. Parents shouldn't dread having to drop a child off to school, wondering if this is a death sentence. And a grandmother shouldn't have to fear being murdered as she goes into a grocery store to get dinner. The U.S. is the only country in the world with more civilian-owned firearms than people, and it is costing us our loved ones' lives. Thoughts and prayers are not enough. They never were. We have to take action. This is what we were sent to Congress to do, to act. The bill before us today, H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act, will save lives. We can no longer act like we are powerless to stop mass murders in our communities when it is clear there is so much we can do. Pass this bill. Enough is enough.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. In 1990, our schools became gun-free school zones. And on September 6, 1990, when I was 16 years old, my high school went on lockdown because one of the students at my school brought 3 guns to school in a duffel bag on the school bus, brought the guns into our school, and proceeded to take control of our high school. And he was the only person in the school that had guns. That's why that happened. There was no one to protect us that had a gun that day. The only person with guns was the very mentally ill, upset teenager who had brought guns to school that day to kill other students. I know that fear. As a matter of fact, I think I'm the only member of Congress that that's actually happened to. And I'm also a mom. I've dropped off my kids at school for years wondering, would this happen at my children's school? Would they face a terrible fate like the poor children in Uvalde? This should never happen to our children. And I can't help but to point out to all of us here, while we're debating how to protect our kids in school and what we're debating about our Second Amendment gun rights, I want to point out that we're all so privileged to be in this building being protected by armed guards with guns who are protecting our lives. And I find it shocking to me that this body of Congress won't do the same thing for children all over America in schools, because we know one thing works. We know that a gun is a tool, and it's a weapon that can be used to defend yourself or defend others, and we're all lucky enough to have that privilege. But our school children aren't. If we really want to be serious about protecting our kids here in America, we'll repeal the Gun-Free School Zones Act, and we will put into action real legislation that protects children everywhere, all over America in school, with good guys with guns, the same way we're being protected. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm disappointed in the way that our colleagues are so cavalierly avoiding the facts. These common sense measures, when we passed them, had we passed them before, could have saved over 400 people killed in mass shootings since Columbine. I'm disappointed in the cavalier mischaracterization of jurisprudence. Justice Scalia said that the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. My colleagues know that the changes in this law that we're proposing today will not undermine the Second Amendment in any way. But, Madam Speaker, I have two documents that inform everything I do here. One is the Constitution of the United States, and the other is this list that I wrote on February 14th, 2018, of every one of the 17 members of my community slaughtered by a killer with an AR-15 in his high school. We've heard a lot about foundational rights, foundational liberties, as if the Second Amendment is it's the sum total of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, the First Amendment matters as well. And for these 17, they have no right to practice religion and to pray for themselves or all of those who are killed every time we offer thoughts and prayers. And for these 17 and everyone killed by gun violence, they cannot peaceably assemble, as the First Amendment gives the right to all of Americans. And Madam Speaker, most of all, they cannot petition the government for redress of their grievances. Not these 17, not the 19 from Uvalde, no one killed in this gun violence. Today, we can help redress the grievances of all those lost to gun violence by passing this important legislation.
Gentleman's time's expired.
We must, we will, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Florida, Sheriff Rutherford.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Chair, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 7910 because this bill does nothing to stop human violence, which is the real problem at hand here. Straw purchases are already illegal. You can't buy a gun for someone else to get around the background check. Bump stocks are already illegal, regulated like automatic weapons, thanks to the Trump administration. And infringing on the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding Americans is not the answer. In fact, the bill before us will even make criminals out of legal gun owners. This bill would put the federal government in charge of law-abiding citizens and how they store their firearms inside their own homes. This bill puts firearms storage over and above self-defense. Instead, let's work together to address human violence problems by bolstering our mental health system, identifying individuals before they become active shooters and mass murderers, and improving our school safety through crime prevention through environmental design, CPTED. It can be done. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard over and over again we ought to harden our schools. We ought to have every teacher have a gun. One question needs to be asked as that argument goes forward. Why? Why do we need to do that? We need to do that because an 18-year-old was able to buy 2 AR-15s, go to the school in Uvalde, and shoot up all of the students and teachers, 19. That's presumably why we have to harden our schools. Maybe it's time for us to come to the reality that it's time for us to pass common sense gun safety legislation. This particular piece of legislation does just that. Doesn't take away the Second Amendment rights, but what it does is to provide every American with the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and not to have to worry about whether their school has been hardened sufficiently to prevent an 18-year-old with 2 military-style weapons to enter that school. It's time for us to act, pass this legislation.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maloney.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Protecting Our Kids Act. Today, the victims' families and community members from the mass shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde appeared before the Oversight Committee demanding action. These communities have faced unspeakable tragedy. It is our duty as lawmakers to listen to them and work to build a world where they will never have to see these horrific events repeated. This legislation will save countless lives from the violence these families have had to endure. We must support every title in this bill, especially Title II, cracking down on interstate gun trafficking. I have spent over a decade fighting for gun trafficking and straw purchases to be made a federal offense. The illegal interstate movement of firearms into New York, known as the Iron Pipeline, has caused countless firearms to enter our state unlawfully. Preventing gun trafficking across state lines should be a bipartisan goal. As a mother and teacher, I am horrified by these attacks on our schools, our grocery stores, and our communities. I urge my colleagues to support this bill.
Time's expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Kamick.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I came here today to speak on behalf of women and the parents of my district. Heck, honestly, I came to speak on behalf of all Americans who want their kids to be safe and secure in their schools and for people to be safe in their communities. I came here today to say that we all want these things because our hearts collectively break when any life is lost. We mourn for those lives lost needlessly. We need to do better, and we can do better, which is why every single member of this chamber must, without hesitation, denounce, decline, and decide and oppose against H.R. 7910, the Politics Over Our Kids Act. This is common sense. Taking legal firearms out of the hands of law-abiding citizens does nothing but empower criminals. It's already illegal to commit murder. Has that stopped murder? Has that stopped violence? No. Madam Speaker, you said in your opening remarks that, quote, protecting our kids, what could be more important than that? You said, quote, we are here for the children. You went on to say that, quote, everything we do is for the children, and that today's effort to strip our constitutional rights is, quote, a crusade for children. You must have forgotten the nearly 60 million children that have been murdered through some of the most horrific means during an abortion. All on your watch. You invoke JFK and say that our children are our best resource and our best hope for the future. Is that so? Why do you deny them their future by killing them in the womb? Sounds a bit hypocritical if you ask me. And you also made the statement that the leading cause of death for children is firearms. Then why does the data refute that? NBC News reported that motor vehicle deaths of kids from age 1 to 17 continues to be the #1 cause of death. Spare me, Madam Speaker, that you are here fighting for the children because your 3 decades in Congress reflect a record of anything but a fight for children. Certainly not the kids being trafficked at the border, not the kids being abused, not the kids fighting for their life in the womb, or the kids whose future is being stolen by abusive big government policies. If this were about protecting kids, then why does this bill do nothing to secure or harden our schools? Why was there no bipartisan efforts as part of this package? Why do these bills do nothing to address the mental health crisis that we are facing, driving the violence? It is the guns. It is not the guns. It is the people. People who are intent on committing acts of evil and violence will do so by any means necessary. That is a fact. But while you have conveniently forgotten so much, I certainly do not want to forget how many victims of domestic violence will be left without options to protect themselves if this garbage bill becomes law. Because it's the same party screaming to defund our police is the same party screaming about how you, a law-abiding citizen, should not be able to defend yourself. Finally, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that you have clearly all forgotten your oath. An oath that we took here on this chamber floor to uphold and defend the United States Constitution. The Second Amendment is a part of that. Madam Speaker, and to all my colleagues, the Constitution is not a la carte. You can either accept it all or none of it. But you cannot cherry pick it. And if you can't uphold your oath, then you should resign. With that, I yield back.
And all members are reminded once again to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak today. Like so many parents across the nation, when I sent my 4 kids off to school this past week, I worried that they wouldn't be coming home, like so many children across the country. So I got a bit hopeful when I hear that my colleagues are speaking for women across the country. And I expected to hear then that they were going to talk about passing universal background checks, because we know that 88% of the country wants to see universal background checks passed. I'm sorry, I must have missed that in their conversation. And then when I heard how devastated my colleagues are for the little children that have been dying like I am, I thought, well, great, maybe we will hear something about passing a law that restricts people 21 and under from purchasing guns, like Mitch McConnell has said he's willing to consider. I must have missed that too, because I have to tell you, we know these gun safety legislation pieces work, because in New Jersey
We've been listening to the live debate going on with gun violence in America there as they look to change some gun laws in this country. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll get an update to earlier today, the very emotional House hearing regarding gun violence and victims of not only Uvalde, but Buffalo as well. That's coming up in just 2 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. I'm your host, Mike Page. It has been a busy day here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to listen into Congress right now. Here's a live look right here at the U.S. House floor as they continue to debate different gun bills that are being brought up regarding gun safety in this country following 2 massive mass shootings that have happened just last month, including Uvalde and Buffalo. And earlier today on the U.S. House side, there was a special gun violence hearing talking all about the gun violence that we are seeing in our country. And it featured some really, really big names when it comes to not only gun advocates and gun safety, but also some of the victims. So let's go right now out to Fox 5 New York's Jessica Formoso with the very latest. Thanks so much, Jessica. You've been following this story and this hearing all day today, and you join us here with the very latest.
That's right, Mike. Today was day 2 of testimonies, and these testimonies were just heart-wrenching. We heard from Mia Cerillo, the 11-year-old girl who survived the Uvalde, Texas massacre. I mean, her testimony was just emotional, describing what she had to do so she could survive that shooting. And we also heard from Lexi Rubio's mother, Kimberly. She was very emotional as well. She was urging Congress to act and to act now.
There's a mom listening to our testimony, thinking, I can't even imagine their pain, not knowing that our reality will one day be hers, unless we act now.
Gut-wrenching testimony on Capitol Hill Wednesday morning. Parents of the victims of the Uvalde, Texas mass shooting reliving their nightmare.
Soon after we received the news that our daughter was among the 19 students and 2 teachers that died as a result of gun violence.
Through tears, the parents of 10-year-old Lexi Rubio say they remember that day vividly. That morning, they attended their daughter's award ceremony.
In the reel that keeps scrolling across my memories, she turns her head and smiles back at us to acknowledge my promise. And then we left. I left my daughter at that school, and that decision will haunt me for the rest of my life.
And as she lives with that guilt, Kimberly is left imploring lawmakers not to let Lexi's death be in vain.
To people with money, to people who fund political campaigns, that guns are more important than children. So at this moment, we ask for progress.
Shot her in the head. In a pre-recorded video, 11-year-old Mia Cerillo, who survived the Robb Elementary School massacre, telling members of Congress she pretended she was dead so she wouldn't be killed.
He shot my friend that was next to me, and I thought he was going to come back to the room, so I grabbed the blood and put it all over me.
Also testifying, Sinetta Everhart, whose 20-year-old son was wounded in the Buffalo mass shooting.
My son, Zaire, has a hole in the right side of his neck, 2 on his back, and another on his left leg.
As these testimonies were read, some lawmakers wiped away tears, but Congress is still divided on the issue. House Democrats are working to pass common-sense gun safety legislation, but several Republicans say guns aren't the problem.
Knee-jerk reactions to impose gun control policies that seek to curtail our constitutional right to bear arms are not the answer.
We stand alone in the world with the number of mass shootings and deaths from guns.
And you just saw right there too, Mayor Eric Adams. Mayor Eric Adams is our mayor here in New York City. He also testified before Congress, urging Congress to do something. He says he cannot do this alone, that he needs federal help. As you know, we have been dealing with a lot of gun violence here in our city. Mike, back to you.
Absolutely, and I'm so glad in your report you said the word gut-wrenching, because that's what it was. Definitely very, very hard and at times to watch there and hear straight forward from these families who had their whole lives just totally ruined. They thought they were going to have a summer, especially, you know, with the school children, thought they were going to have a summer vacation. Now their parents are at Capitol Hill talking about the tragedy.
Yeah, very hard to watch as a parent myself. You know, I have to say I was crying listening to that mother speak. It's just gut-wrenching. There are just no words to explain what happened to her, and hopefully this never happens again to any other family, like she said. But you know, we're just waiting to see if Congress can agree on some reform. Mike.
There you go. Yes, we all look to see what happens next there. Jessica Formoso with Fox 5 New York. We appreciate it for you joining us here on Live Now from Fox tonight.
Thank you.
And of course, we got you covered right here, as always, bringing you top stories and headlines from across the country. While we are still in this theme, let's continue to go back out to the Capitol right now. This is live on the floor where they continue to debate the different types of gun bills that they have. There's 6 in total right now that they are debating, and it will be able to pass in the House later today. In the Senate, that is a long shot there, as you need 60 yeas, and right now they do not have the votes there. But let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Well, we have heard the plan from Democrats. This is not a modest trimming around the edges of gun laws. It has been a full-throated assault on the Second Amendment, a desire to deprive people of the weapons that they choose at the age that they achieve majority. And we've heard countless examples of where the good guy with the gun has been the difference between more or less bloodshed. But this is particularly an aggrieved time to bring this legislation forward because we heard the Speaker of the House recently say that members of the Republican Party were members of a cult. So you now have House Democrats demeaning, defaming, calling extremists tens of millions of Americans while they try to disarm you and then subsequently defund the police. And so no good guys are coming when the woke mob ends up at your door. That's their plan for America, and gun control, unrestrained gun control, is a key part of it. And just like they said, they'll pack the court, they'll blow up the filibuster, they'll abuse every moray of this place for the opportunity to take down the Second Amendment. That's what's at issue. That's what we're fighting for. And Republicans in the United States Senate should not sign up for this charade. They should stand with our fellow Americans for the Constitution and with American gun owners. I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
Is the gentleman from Ohio prepared to close?
We are, Madam Speaker.
Is the gentleman from New York prepared to close?
No, we're not. We're not. Hold on. Ms. Jackson-Lee. So, Ms. Jackson-Lee.
I recognize Ms. Jackson-Lee for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Not sit idly by to hear the abuse of the Second Amendment that Judge Scalia would not recognize, and that is that there are no restrictions. I believe Judge Scalia would look at these dead babies and realize that the Constitution and the Second Amendment that is protected, untouched, would ask you the question, is there no sense of responsibility to be able to provide restrictions to save lives? How dare you suggest that we cannot provide the kind of laws in Protecting Our Kids Act that provides the incentives and guidelines to save lives? Ask the mothers and fathers of these babies. The Second Amendment is not absolute. It does allow restrictions. Just as President Reagan said, he sees no reason for an AK-47 at that time to be used for sport or to be used for anything else. Support our babies and vote for this act. Where's your responsibility and courage? I yield back.
Is the gentleman from Ohio prepared to close? Is the gentleman from New York prepared to close? Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Massey was right on target when he said red flag laws take all guns from some people and they do so without due process. This bill takes some guns from all people, but Democrats say, don't worry, we're not out to get the Second Amendment. Really? Here's what Representative Cicilline said in committee last week. Spare me the BS about constitutional rights. Here's what Representative Jones said last week in committee. If the filibuster obstructs us, we will abolish it. If the Supreme Court objects, we will expand it. We will not rest until we have taken weapons out of circulation in our communities. Each and every day we will do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. They are out to get the Second Amendment. The right of the American people, the right of we the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's what bothers them. They don't trust we the people. They're smarter than us. They're better than us. They don't trust law-abiding American citizens. They do not trust them. And that's what, that is what is so wrong with the direction we're going with this legislation, the legislation they're going to bring to the floor tomorrow. We have seen they don't trust Americans to exercise their First Amendment liberties. Now they're going after their Second Amendment liberties, and that red flag law that they're going to bring up tomorrow goes after the Fifth Amendment due process rights that we enjoy as American citizens. That's why we should oppose this legislation and the legislation tomorrow. And I hope, as my friend from Florida said, I hope the United States Senate doesn't go down this red flag trail that they are now on and further take away liberties from law-abiding American people. With that, we yield back, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, too many cities in this country have become a shorthand for mass shooting. Newtown, San Bernardino, Charleston, Las Vegas, Parkland, San Santa Fe, El Paso, Buffalo, Uvalde, the list goes on. How many more communities must be visited by tragedy before we take action? How many more parents need to bury their own children because an 18-year-old with an AR-15 assault rifle stormed into the school? How many more children must grow up without a parent because a high-capacity magazine allowed a shooter to spray dozens of bullets through a supermarket? Let today be the day that we begin to end this cycle of gun violence and we take meaningful action to protect our communities and most of all to protect our kids. You know, the Republicans tell us that we want to defund the police. We don't want to defund the police. President Biden just said the other day we want to fund the police. They want to defund the police. They want to disarm the police. What chance does a policeman with a regular service revolver have against someone with an AR-15 assault rifle? None at all. They want to make sure that our police have no chance at all to resist the dishonest people who use weapons of war, because weapons of war overwhelm whatever any policeman may have. That's the problem here. The problem here is that they want to defund, or I shouldn't say defund, they want to disarm our police compared to the crooks and the murderers who have the weapons of war which can outweigh the service revolvers than any police officer will have. So we want to protect the police officers. We want them to not be outgunned by the murderers. That's where we are. That's what this bill does. That's perhaps why they're afraid of this bill. But we must pass this bill to save our police officers, to save our communities, to save our children. I yield back.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1153, the previous question is ordered. Pursuant to Section 3A of House Resolution 1153, the Chair will put the question on retaining each title of the bill as amended. The Chair will put the question on retaining Title I of the bill, and the question will be, shall Title I be retained? Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on retaining Title I of H.R. 7910 will be followed by 5-minute votes on retaining Title II, retaining Title III, retaining Title IV, retaining Title V, retaining Title VI, retaining Title VII, the motion to recommit if offered, passage of the bill if ordered, and motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7352, H.R. 7334, H.R. 5879, H.R. 7622, H.R. 7664, H.R. 7670, H.R. 7694, H.R. 7776, and H.R. 7667. Pursuant to Section 3B of House Resolution 1153, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 15-minute vote.
All right, so they are going to be voting on different language there with the bills. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We'll check back in later. Let's take another quick 2-minute break here, and we'll get you all settled here at the bottom of the hour.
Here to plead for your additional activism, and I'm here to tell you that we have an opportunity in the next few weeks to save thousands and thousands of lives in this country, and if we do it, it will be because of all of you. Thank you very much, moms. Thank you very much, students. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being there for America's children. Thank you for not looking away. This morning in our caucus, we heard something so beautiful for the children from Lucy McBath, sharing her anguish, her grief, and turning it into action to save lives. Listening to her raises the question, why? Why would someone be against raising the age so that teenagers do not have AK-47? Why would someone not want protection in their homes so that children cannot have access dangerously to guns in a deadly way? Why would we not side with our law enforcement and say these ghost guns are a danger to all of us in our society? The list goes on, and today on the floor, we will be addressing those, and I'm very happy about it. Lucy challenged us to make history today. We will make history by making progress. Making progress. My concern with all of this now, gun violence has been an issue. Gun violence protection is something we have been all fighting. I salute Mike Thompson, the chair of our task force, for the work that they've been doing in a bipartisan way, But now they've crossed a threshold into schools. Chris Murphy, thank you for your persistent and great leadership. Tied to Newtown, but all throughout. Our children are our future. President Kennedy said our children are our greatest resource and our best hope for the future. They are our precious treasure. We must not have them be afraid to go to school or go to church or go to the movies or anything else. We owe it to the children to preserve a culture in which they are, again, protected. This gun issue, this violence issue is could change the culture of America. Yes, they say mental health issues. Yes, we want to address mental health issues. Other countries have mental health issues. They don't have a gun violence epidemic. So for the children, I say to our colleagues, we really don't want to hear about your political survival. Your political survival means nothing compared to the survival of our children. So thank you, Moms Demand Action. We had our kickoff event last week in San Francisco. Mom Demand Action. Sharon Watts, where is she? Sharon, thank you. I don't know where she is, but Sharon Watts, thank you for your leadership in this regard. A little girl, 5th grade, spoke. She lost on 2 different occasions both of her parents to gun violence. Grade school children being advocates for gun violence protection in our country, as well as moms and dads who've lost their children. You all are really the key. As Chris Murphy was saying, we can just do so much in terms of our inside maneuvering. Without the outside mobilization, we cannot have the level of success that our children need, that they deserve, and that we will not stop until we provide for them. Thank you, Moms Demand Action. Thank you, every town. Thank you all for not looking away. Thank you so much. Lucy McBath.
And our amazing Senator Blumenthal. Well, good morning, Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. Good morning to all of my family, my friends, survivors, activists, every single one of you on the front lines trying to save as many lives as you can. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You are our allies in this critical push to change the gun culture of America. I know you're exhausted. I know you're tired. Amen. No way's tired. But all of us, we're all the American majority. We're exhausted because we cannot continue to be the only country in the world where we let gun violence happen again and again and again. An entire generation of children is learning that the adults that they believe in, that they look up to, cannot or will not work to protect them. We all agreed that this status quo is unacceptable. We all understand that the murder of our children, the murder of my child, cannot and will not continue on our watch. We need improved background checks and, yes, federal red flag laws, which Senator Blumenthal and I champion. Federal red flag laws. We need the tools. We need these tools so that our loved ones and law enforcement can help to keep guns out of the hands of people who should not have access to them. We need you. We need you. The American people, we need you. These are all hands-on-deck moments at this time. America needs your voices. Do not back down. Do not stand on the sidelines. Too much is at stake. There are no safe places in America anymore. No safe places. Each and every one of us knows someone or knows of someone that has been affected by unnecessary gun violence. We need your power and your influence now more than we ever have. How many more victims of unnecessary gun violence must we have? How many more victims must we memorialize? What rights do our children have as they grow in our homes and they grow in our hearts? How many more parents must receive that same heart-wrenching, debilitating, soul-wrenching call that I received the night that I found out that my son Jordan was murdered? A phone call that confirms a fear, our singular fear, that my child is dead, that my loved one is dead, and I was simply unable to protect them. The phone call that leads you to cry out to God for your grief. Was my child afraid? Did he feel pains as bullet ripped through his body? Did he know he was loved more than he could ever understand? We can do better than this, America. We must do better than this, America. We cannot be the only nation in the world where our children are torn apart on Tuesday and simply forgotten about by the media on Wednesday. And that is why, in the decade since my son was taken from me, I made a promise to him. I made a promise to you. I made a promise to my country and my community that I would fight for the rest of my life. The fight that makes sure that there are no more parents who are forced to join us in this ever-growing club of gun violence survivors, and that I and so many of us here are part of. I promise that I would take all the love and the devotion that a mother has for her child, and I would give it to you, my community, my country, to make sure that you never experience what I have experienced. All that love that I poured out on my son Jordan, that I would do everything in my power to keep Jordan's community safe. that the time would come where we could make a difference in the lives of our children and our children's children. This is that time. This is the moment. That time is now. We are facing the challenge of our lifetime. This is the challenge of our era. And we must win. God bless you all. Continue to fight on the front lines. Continue to speak with your voices. Do not step away. This is a long fight, but we're here to fight it until the end because we must. And now it's my pleasure to introduce to you my partner in the Senate, Senator Blumenthal, as we are partners in passing the federal red flag law.
Thank you. Thank you. I am so proud to stand with Lucy McBath, one of the smartest, strongest, most courageous women and moms in the entire United States. And I want to say to my Senate colleagues, if Lucy McBath can stand here and speak through her pain and her grief to talk to America about her loss and about the need for change, you can stand up to the gun lobby and the NRA and do the right thing. You ought to have half the courage that Lucy McBath does in standing here today. So I have a simple question for you. What do moms demand? Action! What do students demand? Action! What does America demand? Action! And are we going to have action? Yes! You're going to make it happen. And I want you to look around because you are in the center of power, the seat of government, one of the iconic places in the whole world, the Washington Monument behind you, the Capitol over here in front of you. You are going to get it done, and I hope that you will have this moment to tell your grandchildren about. You were there. You made a difference, and have no doubt, ever, you are making a difference. You have formed a political movement. It's grassroots, it's groundswell, and that's the reason that our colleagues are going to be at the table, as we are right now, negotiating. As Nancy Pelosi has said, the moment has found us. The moment has found you. The moment has found America. And we can't look away. So say to my colleagues, don't look away. Don't look away. Don't look away. Now, I have just two more points. Number one, I want these negotiations to succeed. I want them to succeed more than anything else I've worked on right here. More than anything else I've worked on in recent history. But I'm not going to accept window dressing. I'm not going to accept fig leaves and check the box kind of solutions. We can save lives. For me, that's the key measure. Will it save lives? Because you're here to save lives. And if we do our job, we will save lives. But if my colleagues, and I'm not naming names, but you'll see by the voting records, who is failing to do their jobs, if they fail to do their jobs, they ought to be out of a job. So tell me, vote them out. Vote them out. Vote them out. Let me just tell you, that's the voice they need to hear. You're the face they need to hear. And we need to put gun violence prevention on the ballot this November and ask tough questions. And if they can't answer them, vote them out.
Thank you all. Thank you for being here. And I am proud to introduce the leader of the United States Senate, who has a history of combating gun violence prevention going back decades, a hero in this movement, my colleague, Senator Schumer.
And let's hear it for Senator Blumenthal. Now, I want to tell you how I got started in politics. There was an evil war, the Vietnam War. As a student, I protested and protested and protested, and we didn't stop protesting until we won and we got out of that awful war. We are going to do the same thing with guns. We are going to protest and protest and protest until we win. And we will win. 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 So, folks, I mean, we've seen what has wrenched our hearts. I was up in Buffalo, a day or two after the shooting. I saw a little 3-year-old boy. His dad had gone to the supermarket right there in Buffalo to buy him a birthday cake. Of course, his dad never came back. And he was shot for 2 reasons. He was black and he was in a supermarket. That's it. And then we all saw the pictures of the people holding pictures of their children from Uvalde. Every one of us who has had a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, 11-year-old remembers how proud they were when they held up that trophy or wore that T-shirt. And these kids are gone. Gone. All because, in 2 instances, evil people, 18-year-olds, were able to get their hands much too easily on an AR-15, which shouldn't be on our streets at all. Do you know how many mass shootings there have been this year? 250. That's more than 1 a day. We hear about some, we don't hear about others, and all the gun violence that occurs on street corners, in cities and in suburbs and in rural areas. Every day, we lose beautiful people to gun violence. And all of that could be stopped. Could be stopped. We know the grip that the NRA has on the MAGA Republicans. But the NRA, we say to the NRA, get out of our way. Good. NRA, get out of our way. 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 So I want to thank you. Just as I have found throughout my life, my father passed away in November. And he taught me 2 things. 2 things. Number 1, always help people who need help. And the more they need help, the more the imperative is on you to help them. But second, if you do the right thing and you persist, you will succeed. God will reward you. So we are doing the right thing, and we are going to persist until we win. Thank you. Keep up the fight. We will win this fight. Thank you very much, everybody. And let me introduce one of the great, I was the author of the Brady Law when I was in the House. Mike wasn't there yet. I carried the assault weapons ban and passed it over the NRA's opposition. Both of these when I was in the House. And when I left the House, a great guy came on, took the lead on these issues and was fighting in exactly the same way. Let me introduce from the great state of California, the great fighting Congressman Mike Thompson of California.
Chuck, thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to be here today with such heroes. Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Alex Padilla, Lucy McBath. She is absolutely incredible.
And the biggest heroes of all of you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for insisting that we don't look away. And make sure that we hold legislators' feet to the fire. Make sure that our Congress people do not look away. They understand the magnitude of this problem. They understand that the American people want gun violence prevention legislation passed and signed into law. The American people are united in enough. So today in the House, under Speaker Pelosi's leadership, we're going to pass a package of bills. And these bills are focused on gun violence prevention, and most important, they're focused on saving lives. We've had too many mass shootings. Every day, 30 people are killed by someone using a gun. You had suicides and accidents. It goes up to 100 people a day. Enough. This package of bills, the Protecting Our Kids Act, will save lives. When you put a law in the book that breaks bad on gun trafficking and straw purchasing, it saves lives. When you put a law in the books that says you have to be 21 to buy an assault weapon, it saves lives. When you put a bill on the floor, a law in the books that says no more ghost guns, no more bump stocks, it saves lives. When you put a law in the books that says you have to store your firearms safely, it saves lives. When you put a cap on the capacity for magazines, it saves lives. Today, we're going to pass legislation over to the Senate that will save lives. And we're able to do it because of all of you and the hundreds of thousands of others like you across the country that are demanding action, that are demanding that we pass laws that save lives. I'm a responsible gun owner. I believe in the Second Amendment. Everything we're doing fits into those confines. Everything we are doing is appropriate. Everything we're doing saves lives. Don't look away. Don't let the Congress members look away. Let's pass these laws. And now it's a great honor for me to introduce.
Well, we've been listening in to this rally on Capitol Hill a little bit earlier today, Washington, D.C. Prominent lawmakers coming out and speaking alongside advocates promoting gun legislation and gun reform, which brings us into some of the news that we are actually following on Capitol Hill in this moment in time. Take a look at this. This is the House floor as they are currently voting on gun legislation, specifically raising the age to buy a semi-automatic weapon to 21. So this is would be a big move from the House. Likely a lot of this could pass and then move on to the Senate floor. So this is an ongoing conversation in which we will be following here on Live Now from Fox. Also a live look from Uvalde, Texas, where once again, memorial, people still showing up to honor the lives of those victims, 19 children, 2 teachers, many of which we're hearing from their families during these hearings on Capitol Hill as they're sharing their stories, what they had to go through that morning at Robb Elementary School. You'll be hearing from them at the top of the hour. Well, I'm Daytona Everett, where we take you to live events and top stories from across the country here on Live Now from Fox. After the break, we'll be speaking about the baby formula shortage as it's still underway, but there are some workarounds which we'll be explaining with a live reporter here after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The national baby formula shortage is forcing hospitals and mothers in need to look for other options. Many are turning to breast milk as an alternative, but some milk banks are struggling to handle surge in demand. Fox's Jake Carolexis is live at a milk bank just outside of Portland, Oregon tonight. Jake, what kinds of problems are these milk banks having to deal with?
Daytona, they're facing supply chain issues, which are making it hard to complete orders. Breast milk banks are having a tough time getting what they need to deliver milk on time, and it could be getting worse if demand keeps going up.
We're trying to find new ways to up our volume every day.
Finley Bolting House helps package breast milk at the Northwest Mother's Milk Bank. This milk goes to Alaska, Washington State, Oregon, and Idaho. In the last couple of months, Bolting House has been filling a lot more orders.
The demand never really goes away. If it's not hospitals asking us, then it's like individual people with prescriptions.
And milk banks didn't see this national shortage coming.
In some cases, we're paying 2 or 3 times what we would normally expect. It's a huge increase if you can find the material.
Breast milk is sent out in sealed bottles. Shipping coordinator Jeff Johnston says a supply chain backlog has made it hard to get bottles and caps, especially without spending a lot more.
We forecast what we thought the volume would be, but the volume's up this year. And so when we placed our order for raw supplies, bottles and caps, we're running a little behind.
And other organizations are reporting similar problems.
In this situation where you're having a national formula crisis, there's some shortages and needs everywhere, so that makes it a little bit more difficult.
Executive Director of Indiana's Milk Bank, Freedom Kolb, says they supply breast milk to more than 20 states across the country. They're also dealing with a supply shortage.
It is one of those things that we're monitoring on a week-by-week basis with our distributor and our manufacturer.
Bolting House says even if supply issues get worse, her team will find a way to fill orders as fast as they can.
We try our best to do whatever it takes to make sure these babies get fed.
Johnston says it used to take 2 to 3 months to get an order of bottles delivered. Now it's taking up to 7 months. Daytona?
Jake, have you had a chance to speak with any struggling mothers who are having to deal with this right now, and what do they have to say?
So we did not have the chance to speak with any mothers, but the milk bank did tell us that the supply coming from other mothers, that's actually gone up, which that was an issue they were facing when the baby formula shortage started a couple of months ago. There was not enough milk coming from mothers to the milk banks as demand started going up. That part is getting better for them. It's really just, again, those supplies that we just heard about that they're still struggling with.
Yeah, we've seen various stories about mothers helping other mothers, taking to social media, creating Facebook groups to kind of help each other out during this trying time. Hopefully, a lot of that production is ramped up with some of these new initiatives from the Biden administration, so we'll be watching that. Any last thoughts, Jake, as you've been following this all day today?
Absolutely, Daytona, and we can only hope that with that delivery coming in this week, that this baby formula crisis that has been ongoing, it's caused a lot of issues going in a lot of different directions. We can only hope that that gets settled sooner rather than later.
All right, Fox's Jake Carolexis live for us in Portland tonight. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon. And still top of mind, though, for the Biden administration, taking you back out to the House floor as we'll be following all of the latest on Capitol Hill as gun legislation is the main focus. We have the House currently voting on some new provisions here, specifically raising the age to 21 to purchase a semi-automatic weapon. Well, we have lawmakers on both sides of the aisle calling for some of these changes for legislation, but is it actually going to make a difference? Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard with this report.
NRA, get out of our way.
With protests outside, gun laws and gun rights are the top issues on Capitol Hill Wednesday, while inside an emotional hearing with families of victims and survivors of the mass shootings in Buffalo, New York and Uvalde, Texas.
Somewhere out there, there's a mom listening to our testimony, thinking, I can't even imagine their pain, not knowing that our reality will one day be hers, unless we act now.
The mother of one of the 19 children killed in Uvalde calling for more gun control, while a doctor who tried to help injured kids described the damage done by the gunman's AR-15 style weapon.
But what I did find was something no prayer will ever relieve. 2 children whose bodies have been pulverized by bullets fired at them, decapitated, whose flesh had been ripped apart.
Following that testimony, the hearing went back to party talking points as Democrats push for more restrictions and Republicans focus on mental health.
Refusing to address better mental health services, especially for young people, is to do a disservice at best, and it's a dereliction of duty at worst.
The Speaker of the House is moving forward on a gun control package that will likely never survive in the Senate.
America had lost more children from gun violence than any other cause. Does that embarrass you?
Attorney General Merrick Garland announced the Justice Department will investigate how law enforcement responded to the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And later here on LiveNOW, we'll be playing out those remarks for you from Attorney General Garland as he talked about what the investigation is going to look like into Uvalde, both local law enforcement, school district, and so much more as they're putting that team together. But there was that emotional plea from people who were inside of Robb Elementary School when that all happened. Even one of the students explaining what she had to go through on that tragic day. We're going to play out just a little bit of that testimony from earlier.
And heartbreak that gun violence is causing across our country. I want to express my deep gratitude to each of our witnesses for being here today. I am particularly grateful to our witnesses who will be discussing the loss of their loved ones and their personal experiences from recent mass shootings in Uvalde, Texas, and Buffalo, New York. Despite their pain, these witnesses express their strong desire to share their stories with this committee and the public. I know that I speak for every member of this committee when I say that we are inspired by your bravery. For a parent, there is no greater pain than the loss of a child. But across the country, senseless gun violence is claiming the lives of our children and loved ones in places where they should be safe. Our schools, our supermarkets, even our churches and our synagogues. Gun violence is the leading cause of death for children in our country. As a society, we are failing our children and we are failing each other. This out-of-control gun violence is a uniquely American tragedy. As you can see in this chart, in 2019, the United States suffered 17 times more gun deaths than the next highest G7 country. We stand alone in mass shootings. Other countries pass sensible gun safety laws and protect their children. And no other country comes close to the number of school shootings we have. Between 2009 and 2018, the U.S. had 288 school shootings. All other G7 countries combined had just 5. Some of my colleagues across the aisle have blamed the violence on mental illness. They have blamed violent video games. They have blamed family values. They have even blamed open doors. They have blamed everything but guns. But we know the United States does not have a monopoly on mental illness, video games, or any other excuse. What America does have is widespread access to guns. That includes assault weapons, which were designed to kill as many enemy soldiers on the battlefield as possible, as quickly as possible. Yet in many states, these weapons of war can be purchased by an 18-year-old just by walking into a store. Assault weapons were used in the recent massacres in Buffalo, Texas, and Tulsa, just as they were in Parkland, Newtown, San Bernardino, Orlando, Las Vegas, and so many other mass shootings. These weapons have no place in our communities. No civilian needs an assault rifle, and the Second Amendment does not protect the right to own a weapon of war. It's time that we banned assault rifles from our streets, from our communities, from our homes. But if we are going to truly address the gun crisis, we need to be honest about why our country has failed to act sooner. The truth is, the gun industry is making billions of dollars selling the weapons that are killing our children, and they are fighting tooth and nail to keep doing it. That is why I have launched an investigation into 5 leading gun manufacturers that sell assault weapons used in mass shootings. We need to know why these communities are marketing military weapons to civilians and how much they are profiting from the death of our children. Of course, mass shootings are just one part of this crisis. We can't forget that gun violence is a steady drumbeat in so many of our towns and cities, especially in marginalized communities. Black men make up more than half of all gun victims in the United States, despite making up less than 6% of the population. Latinos are twice as likely to be killed by a gun and 4 times as likely to be wounded by a gun as white Americans. We need transparency into how guns are reaching the hands of criminals, which is why this committee has been working to identify the gun dealers that are selling the most guns used in crimes, including across state lines. Today, the House is voting to pass common sense gun safety legislation, which is a crucial first step in addressing this crisis. I am particularly grateful this bill will include key provisions similar to a bipartisan bill I first introduced more than 10 years ago with the strong support of former Chairman Elijah Cummings. My bill will make gun trafficking a federal felony and strengthen penalties for straw purchasers, which will help stop the flow of guns into the hands of criminals. My goal for today's hearing is simple. I am asking every member of this committee to listen with an open heart to the brave witnesses who have come forward to tell their stories about how gun violence has impacted their lives. Our witnesses today have endured pain and loss, yet they are displaying incredible courage by coming here to ask us to do our jobs. Let us hear their voices. Let us honor their courage. Let us find the same courage to pass common sense laws to protect our children. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Comer, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, and all of our hearts go out to the victims and the families in Uvalde, Texas, and Buffalo, New York. To those who are testifying before us today, there are no words to describe the horror you have faced and the deep anguish you feel. The American people grieve with you. As elected representatives in Congress, it's our obligation to work to ensure that these violent crimes and tragedies never happen again. Americans of all backgrounds should be empowered to defend themselves against rising violence. The increased violence we have witnessed since the summer of 2020 is unacceptable. Murders and aggravated assaults are all up. This is a trend we must reverse. We have recently witnessed several high-profile, senseless acts of murder and mayhem that have impacted all Americans, including, tragically, our defenseless and innocent schoolchildren. We must respond to those heinous acts and provide justice for the families. At the same time, we recognize that violence occurs in many of our communities on a daily basis, impacting Americans across the United States from every background. Too often, tragedies are politicized for partisan gain, and we have seen many seek to leverage these crimes and their victims to push for radical left-wing policies or to buttress their campaigns to get elected. Instead of rushing to score political points at the expense of our justice system working properly, we must learn from these senseless acts of violence and take concrete action to reduce violence in the future. We owe it to the families of the victims. They deserve justice, and we owe it to the American people. We must and can prevent similar tragedies. We all want to live in a country where we can achieve our American dream without the threat of violence in our communities. We must work together to deliver sensible solutions to secure our schools, protect our most vulnerable among us, and bring to justice those responsible for these heinous crimes. Our local officials cannot defund our police, and our prosecutors cannot be soft on crime. I believe that we must carefully consider the security posture of vulnerable targets sought out by evil people. We must ensure that every American has a safe environment in which to live their lives in peace. And that requires thinking creatively about solutions to harden our infrastructure, enforce our existing laws, and work to foster a culture that values conflict resolution and dialogue over violence. I strongly believe that there is an important place for law-abiding gun owners to serve in protecting themselves, their families, and their communities from violence. Our Second Amendment is an important tool in securing our individual rights to self-defense. Knee-jerk reactions to impose gun control policies that seek to curtail our constitutional right to bear arms are not the answer. Gun ownership is on the rise in America. People want to protect themselves and their families. We should commend all law-abiding gun owners who safely use, store, and carry those firearms, not vilify them for blatantly political purposes. I also believe we must continue to empower our law enforcement professionals to serve and protect our communities honorably. As I said before, defund the police and soft-on-crime prosecution policies have been a failure across the board. Efforts to divert violent criminals out of the criminal justice system have failed, leading to the victimization of the very communities those policies were promised to help. Violent criminals should be in jail, not back on the streets to reoffend and terrorize. We must recommit ourselves to pursuing justice and keeping violent criminals off our street. Thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I want to clarify that I support the Second Amendment. I support law-abiding gun owners. I don't support lax gun laws that allow guns to get into the hands of criminals and unstable people. I now recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Porter, for an opening statement.
I represent a community in mourning. Less than 1 month ago in Laguna Woods, a gunman locked the doors to the Geneva Presbyterian Church and opened fire on my community's tight-knit Taiwanese congregation. This shooting was an undeniable tragedy, but under different circumstances, it could have been an unimaginable massacre. Unlike the shooters in Uvalde and Buffalo, the shooter in Laguna Woods did not carry an assault rifle equipped with high-capacity magazines. He was armed with 9mm handguns that forced him to reload. That difference gave a hero, Dr. John Cheng, a chance to stop the carnage. He sacrificed his life to stop the shooter, and his bravery was remarkable. But we cannot depend on a hero's bravery to save lives. Law enforcement has determined that the gunman was ready to kill every person in the church. Had he been armed with a military-style assault rifle, he may have done so. There is no telling how many more lives would have been lost. Shootings involving assault weapons are 6 times as deadly as shootings involving handguns. And when assault weapons are equipped with high-capacity magazines or bump stocks, the death toll rises even further. California has banned these weapons for years. Our laws have saved lives, including members of Geneva Presbyterian Church. Congress must follow Californians' lead. I yield back.
The lady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a sober day in Congress as we reflect upon the challenges our nation faces. In 2005, as a young cop, I was dispatched to reports of a man down in the street part of the city that was crime-ridden and dangerous. I found a victim, teenager, and I held the mortal wound in the back of his head, whispered prayer into his ear as his life flowed from his body. He died there in my arms on the street. He was killed by an axe handle. I am prayerful for America. I'm prayerful for healing, and I'm prayerful for discernment amongst this body and my colleagues. As a law enforcement officer, I know what it means to swear an oath to protect and serve my community and my nation, and the importance of bringing justice to the families of those who suffer at the hands of evil. And it is essential that the fundamental freedoms, First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, are always protected and preserved by this body. I was sworn as a man, I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and I will never back down from defending that Constitution, including the rights of law-abiding Americans to keep and bear arms. Madam Chair, I thank you for this hearing today, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. Now we will introduce our witnesses. I'd like to turn it over to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins, to introduce our first witness. Without objection, Mr. Higgins is authorized to participate in today's hearing. He represents Buffalo, and you are now recognized, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and ranking member, the honorable members of the Oversight and Reform Committee. The Greek tragic poet Aeschylus says that we suffer our way to wisdom. He says we suffer our way to wisdom. To live is to suffer, to endure the suffering is to give meaning to the suffering. We have a problem in this country. Unless we learn from the tragic events of the last 3 weeks, who are we as a people? And this brave group of panelists from 2 cities that were devastated, a destruction beyond human comprehension, we have to find a way to deal with this. In Buffalo, the shooting started at 2:30 in the afternoon and was concluded in 2 minutes and 3 seconds. One shooter, a semi-automatic weapon, 13 people shot, 10 dead, one shooter. If you look for a common denominator in all of these, it's typically someone that should never have had a gun with a high-capacity weapon to kill as many people as quickly as possible. Zanetta Everhart is here. She is a friend and a proud citizen of the city of Buffalo. Zanetta is with us today as the mother of a Buffalo mass shooting survivor, Zaire Goodman. Zaire was working at the Tops Friendly Market that was targeted by a white supremacist, racist, deranged gunman. Zaire is also a colleague in government. She's the Director of Diversity and Inclusion for my friend and colleague, New York State Senator Tim Kennedy. Zanetta's story is both tragic and magic. And with that, it gives me great honor to present to the committee Zanetta Everhart.
Thank you. And after Ms. Everhart, we will hear from Dr. Roy Guerrero, who is a pediatrician in Uvalde, Texas. Then we will hear from Mia Cirillo, who is a 4th grader at Robb Elementary School in Texas. Mia will be sharing her experience in a pre-recorded video. Her father, Miguel, is with us in the room today and will be making brief remarks after his daughter's video. Then he will excuse himself. Next, we will hear from Felix and Kimberly Rubio, who are the parents of Lexi Rubio, who tragically lost her life in the Texas shooting. I now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, to introduce our last witness on this panel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my honor to recognize Lucretia Hughes. She is part of my constituency, an incredibly bright light in our 10th district, and she has an extremely compelling story. I just wanted to publicly recognize Lucretia. I want to thank you for being here today. I know it's hard to share the story that you come to us with, but we are grateful that you're here. And I just, Madam Chair, I want to say thank you for just these few seconds to recognize Lucretia Hughes and welcome her here. I yield.
Thank you. The witnesses will be unmuted so we can swear them in. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. With that, Ms. Everhart, you are now recognized for your testimony. Please testify, Ms. Everhart.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Zaire, my son Goodman, my son, or as I like to call him, the kid, was shot and injured by a domestic terrorist on Saturday, May 14, 2022, at the Tops grocery store where he was an employee in a historically Black community on Jefferson Avenue in Buffalo, New York. Zaire, the kid, is now a 21-year-old man. He's pure joy. He's everything that is good in this world. And as I sit here before you today, I can hear my son telling me to stop being extra and get to the point. I was going to tell you all a bunch of fluffy, funny stories about Zaire, but I have a message. So I'll get to the point. As Director of Diversity and Inclusion with New York State Senator Tim Kennedy's office, stories of gun violence and racism are all too familiar, but now these stories are Zaire stories. These problems literally knocked on my front door. These are issues that as a country we do not like to openly discuss. Domestic terrorism exists in this country for 3 reasons. America is inherently violent. This is who we are as a nation. The very existence of this country was founded on violence, hate, and racism, with the near annihilation of my Native brothers and sisters. My ancestors brought to America through the slave trade were the first currency of America. Let me say that again for the people in the back. My ancestors, the first currency of America, were stripped of their heritage and culture, separated from their families, bargained for on auction blocks, sold, beaten, raped, and lynched. Yet I continuously hear after every mass shooting that this is not who we are as Americans and as a nation. Hear me clearly. This is exactly who we are. Education. Majority of what I have learned about African American history, I did not learn until I went to college, and I had to choose those classes. Why is that? Why is African American history not a part of American history? African Americans built this country from the ground up. My ancestors' blood is embedded in the soil. We have to change the curriculum in schools across the country so that we may adequately educate our children. Reading about history is crucial to the future of this country. Learning about other cultures, ethnicities, and religions in schools should not be something that is up for debate. We cannot continue to whitewash education, creating generations of children to believe that one race of people are better than the other. Our differences should make us curious, not angry. At the end of the day, I bleed, you bleed. We are all human. That awful day that will now be a part of the history books, hopefully. Let us not forget to add that horrific day to the curriculum that we teach our children. Guns. The 18-year-old terrorist who stormed into my community armed with an AR-15, killing 10 people and injuring 3 others, received a shotgun from his parents for his 16th birthday. For Zaire's 16th birthday, I bought him a few video games, some headphones, a pizza, and a cake. We are not the same. How and why? And what in the world is wrong with this country? Children should not be armed with weapons. Parents who provide their children with guns should be held accountable. Lawmakers who continuously allow these mass shootings to continue by not passing stricter gun laws should be voted out. To the lawmakers who feel that we do not need stricter gun laws, let me paint a picture for you. My son, Zaire, has a hole in the right side of his neck, 2 on his back, and another on his left leg, caused by an exploding bullet from an AR-15. As I clean his wounds, I can feel pieces of that bullet in his back. Shrapnel will be left inside of his body for the rest of his life. Now I want you to picture that exact scenario for one of your children. This should not be your story or mine. As an elected official, it is your duty to draft legislation that protects Zaire and all of the children and citizens in this country. Common sense gun laws are not about your personal feelings or beliefs. You are elected because you have been chosen and are trusted to protect us. But let me say to you here today, I do not feel protected. No citizen needs an AR-15. These weapons are designed to do the most harm in the least amount of time. And on Saturday, May 14th, it took a domestic terrorist just 2 minutes to shoot and kill 10 people and injure 3 others. If after hearing from me and the other people testifying here today does not move you to act on gun laws, I invite you to my home to help me clean Zaire's wounds so that you may see up close the damage that has been caused to my son and to my community. To the families of Ruth Whitfield, Pearl Young, Catherine Massey, Hayward Patterson, Celestine Cheney, Geraldine Talley, Aaron Salter, Andre McNeil, Marcus Morrison, and Roberta Drury, I promise that their deaths will not be in vain. Zaire and I promise to use our voice to lift their names, and we will carry their spirit with us as we embark on this journey to create change. I know that their collective souls watched out for Zaire that day, and I am eternally grateful to them for that. To the east side of Buffalo, I love you. I'm speaking directly to my people, to my hood. From Bailey to Broadway to Kensington to Fillmore to Delavan to Jefferson and every street in between. Just like the potholes that we want filled in, yes, I keep it real, together we will continue to fill those streets with love, no matter what people say about the east side of Buffalo. We will not be broken. I was born there, raised there. I raised my son there, I still live there, and I do the majority of my professional work on the east side of Buffalo. I vow to you today that everywhere I go, I will make sure that the people hear the real stories of our people. For too long, our community has been neglected and starved of the resources that we so greatly need. I promise that I will not stop pushing for more resources to be funneled into the east side of Buffalo. Each and every person that lives within that community, we are family. Not a perfect community, but I know that we are love. To the greater Buffalo area, to everyone from around the country and the world who have reached out and loved on us. On behalf of Zaire, Zaire's father, Damian Goodman, my mother, my father, my sisters, my brothers, and myself, we thank you. We thank you for all of your thoughts and your prayers. Thank you for all of the love and support you have shown us during this difficult time. But I also say to you today, with a heart full, from the outpouring of love that you also freely gave us, your thoughts and prayers are not enough. We need you to stand with us in the days, weeks, months, and years to come, and be ready to go to work and help us to create the change that this country so desperately needs. And I will end with a quote from Charles Bloom in his book, The Devil We Know. Race, as we have come to understand it, is a fiction, but racism, as we have come to live it, is a fact. The point here is not to impose a new racial hierarchy, but to remove an existing one. After centuries of waiting for white majorities to overturn white supremacy, it is to me that it has fallen to Black people to do it themselves, and I stand at the ready. Zaire, this is for you, kid. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Dr. Guerrero, you are now recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. My name is Dr. Roy Guerrero. I'm a board-certified pediatrician and was present at Uvalde Memorial Hospital the day of the massacre on May 24th, 2022 at Robb Elementary School. I was called here today as a witness, but I showed up because I am a doctor. Because how many years ago I swore an oath to do no harm. After witnessing firsthand the carnage in my hometown of Uvalde, to stay silent would have betrayed that oath. Inaction is harm. Passivity is harm. Delay is harm. So here I am, not to plead, not to beg or convince you of anything, but to do my job, and hope that by doing so, it inspires the members of this House to do theirs. I've lived in Uvalde my whole life. In fact, I attended Robb Elementary School myself as a kid. As often is the case with us grown-ups, we remember a lot of the good and not so much of the bad. So I don't recall homework or detention. I remember how much I loved going to school. What a joyful time it was. Back then, we were able to run between classrooms with ease to visit our friends. And I remember the way the cafeteria smelled at lunchtime on Hamburger Thursdays. It was right around lunchtime on a Tuesday that the gunman entered the school through a main door without restriction, massacred 19 students and 2 teachers, and changed the way that every student at Robb and their families remember that school forever. I doubt they'll remember the smell of the cafeteria or the laughter ringing in the hallways. Instead, they'll be haunted by the memory of screams and bloodshed, panic and chaos, police shouting, parents wailing. I know I will never forget what I saw that day. For me, that day started like any typical Tuesday in our pediatric clinic. Moms calling for coughs, boogers, sports physicals, right before the summer rush. School was out in 2 days. Then summer camps would guarantee some grazes and ankle sprains, injuries that could be patched up and fixed with a Mickey Mouse sticker as a reward. Then at 12:30, business as usual stopped, and with it, my heart. A colleague from a San Antonio trauma center texted me and said, "Why are pediatric surgeons and anesthesiologists on call for a mass shooting in Uvalde?" I raced to the hospital to find parents outside yelling children's names in desperation and sobbing as they begged for any news related to their child. Those mothers' cries I will never get out of my head. As I entered the chaos of the ER, the first casualty I came across was Mia Cerrillo. She was sitting in the hallway. Her face was still clearly in shock, but her whole body was shaking from the adrenaline coursing through it. The white Lilo and Stitch shirt that she wore was covered in blood, and her shoulder was bleeding from a shrapnel injury. Sweet Mia, I've known her my whole life. As a baby, she survived major liver surgeries against all odds. And once again, she's here as a survivor, inspiring us with her story today and her bravery. When I saw Mia sitting there, I remembered having seen her parents outside. So after quickly examining 2 other patients of mine in the hallway with minor injuries, I raced outside to let them know that Mia was alive. I wasn't ready for their next urgent and desperate question. Where is Elena? Elena is Mia's 8-year-old sister, who was also at Robb at the time of the shooting. I had heard from some of the nurses that there were 2 dead children who had been moved to the surgical area of the hospital. As I made my way there, I prayed that I wouldn't find her. I didn't find Elena. But what I did find was something no prayer will ever relieve. 2 children whose bodies had been pulverized by bullets fired at them, decapitated, whose flesh had been ripped apart, that the only clue as their identities was a blood-splattered cartoon clothes still clinging to them, clinging for life and finding none. I could only hope these 2 bodies were a tragic exception to the list of survivors. But as I waited there with my fellow Uvalde doctors, nurses, first responders, and hospital staff for other casualties we hoped to save, they never arrived. All that remained was the bodies of 17 more children and the 2 teachers who cared for them, who dedicated their careers to nurturing and respecting the awesome potential of every single one, just as we doctors do. I'll tell you why I became a pediatrician, because I knew that children were the best patients. They accept the situation as it's explained to them. You don't have to coax them into changing their lifestyles in order to get better or plead them to modify their behavior as you do with adults. No matter how hard you try to help an adult, their path to healing is always determined by how willing they are to take action. Adults are stubborn. We're resistant to change, even when the change will make things better for ourselves. but especially when we think we're immune to the fallout. Why else would there have been such little progress made in Congress to stop gun violence? Innocent children all over the country today are dead because laws and policy allows people to buy weapons before they're legally old enough to even buy a pack of beer. They're dead because restrictions have been allowed to lapse. They're dead because there are no rules about where guns are kept, because no one is paying attention to who is buying them. The thing I can't figure out is whether our politicians are failing us out of stubbornness, passivity, or both. I said before that as grown-ups, we have a convenient habit of remembering the good and forgetting the bad. Never more so than when it comes to our guns. Once the blood is rinsed away from the bodies of our loved ones and scrubbed off the floors of the schools and supermarkets and churches, the carnage from each scene is erased from our collective conscience, and we return again to nostalgia, to the rose-tinted view of our Second Amendment as a perfect instrument of American life, no matter how many lives are lost. I chose to be a pediatrician. I chose to take care of children. Keeping them safe from preventable diseases, I can do. Keeping them safe from bacteria and brittle bones, I can do. But making sure our children are safe from guns, that's the job of our politicians and leaders. In this case, you are the doctors, and our country is the patient. We are lying on the operating table, riddled with bullets like the children of Robb Elementary and so many other schools. We are bleeding out, and you are not there. My oath as a doctor means that I signed up to save lives. I do my job. And I guess it turns out that I am here to plead, to beg, to please, please do yours.
Thank you. We will now play the video from Mia.
My name is Mia Cedillo, and I go to Robb Elementary. We were just watching a movie, and then she got an email, and then she went to go lock the door, and he was in the hallway, and they made eye contact, and then she went back in the room and she told us, go hide, and then we went to go hide behind my teacher's desk and behind the backpacks, and then he shot the little window, and then he went to the other classroom, and then he went, there's a door between our classrooms, and he went to there and shot my teacher and told my teacher goodnight and shot her in the head. And then he shot some of my classmates and the whiteboard. When I went to the backpacks, he shot my friend that was next to me, and I thought he was going to come back to the room, so I grabbed the blood and put it all over me. And
What did you do then when you put the blood on yourself?
just stay quiet, and then I got my teacher's phone and called 911.
And what did you tell 911?
I told her that we need help and to send the police in our classroom.
If there was something that you want people to know about that day and about you, right? Or things that you want different, what would it be?
To have security.
Do you feel safe at school? Why not?
Because I don't want it to happen again.
And you think it's going to happen again?
Mr. Soria, you're now recognized.
Hello, today I come because I could have lost my baby girl. She is not the same little girl that I used to play with, hang around with, and do everything because she was daddy's little girl. I have 5 kids, and she's the middle child. I don't know what to do because I think I would have lost my baby girl. My baby girl is the world 'cause not only once, but twice. She came back to us. She's everything, not only for me, but her siblings and her mother. I thank y'all for letting me be here and speak out, but I wish something will change, not only for our kids, but every single kid in the world, because schools are not safe anymore. Something needs to really change. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I understand you are now leaving. We thank you for sharing your story. Thank you, and Mr. and Mrs. Rubio, you are now recognized for your testimony.
I am Kimberly Rubio. This is Felix Rubio. We're the parents of Alexandria Anaya, best known as Lexi Rubio, and 5 other children who all attended Uvalde Public Schools during the 2021 to 2022 school year. Calissa, who completed high school this year, Isaiah, who attends Uvalde High School, David Morales Junior High, Jalila Flores Elementary, and our 2 youngest children, Julian 8 and Lexi 10, who were at Robb Elementary. On the morning of May 24th, 2022, I dropped Lexi and Julian off at school a little after 7 a.m. My husband and I returned to the campus at 8 a.m. for Julian's award ceremony, and again at 10:30 a.m. for Lexi's award ceremony. Lexi received the Good Citizen Award and was also recognized for receiving all A's. At the conclusion of the ceremony, we took photos with her before asking her to pose for a picture with her teacher, Mr. Reyes. That photo, her last photo ever, was taken at approximately 10:54 a.m. To celebrate, we promised to get her ice cream that evening. I told her we loved her and we would pick her up after school. I can still see her walking with us toward the exit. In the reel that keeps scrolling across my memories, she turns her head and smiles back at us to acknowledge my promise. And then we left. I left my daughter at that school, and that decision will haunt me for the rest of my life. Afterward, Felix dropped me off at my office, the Uvalde Leader News, and returned home because it was a rare day off for him between normal shifts and security gigs he takes to help make ends meet. I got situated at my desk and began writing about a new business in town when the news office started hearing commotion on the police scanner, a shooting on Diaz Street near Robb Elementary. It wasn't long before we received word from my son's teacher that they were safe, secure in the classroom. Once evacuated from campus, the children were reunited with parents and guardians at the Civic Center. My dad picked up Julian from the Civic Center and took him to my grandmother's house. One of our Robb kids was safe. We focused on finding Lexi. Bus after bus arrived, but she wasn't on board. We heard there were children at the local hospital, so we drove over to provide her description. She wasn't there. My dad drove an hour and a half to San Antonio to check with the university hospital. At this point, some part of me must have realized that she was gone. In the midst of chaos, I had the urge to return to Robb. We didn't have our car at this point, and traffic was everywhere. So I ran barefoot with my flimsy sandals in my hand. I ran a mile to the school, my husband with me. We sat outside for a while before it became clear we wouldn't receive an answer from law enforcement on scene. San Antonio firefighter eventually gave us a ride back to the Civic Center, where the district was asking all families who had not been reunited with their children to gather. Soon after, we received the news that our daughter was among the 19 students and 2 teachers that died as a result of gun violence. We don't want you to think of Lexi as just a number. She was intelligent, compassionate, and athletic. She was quiet, shy unless she had a point to make. But she knew she was right. She so often was. She stood her ground. She was firm, direct, voice unwavering. So today, we stand for Lexi, and as her voice, we demand action. We seek a ban on assault rifles and high-capacity magazines. We understand that for some reason, to some people, to people with money, to people who fund political campaigns, that guns are more important than children. So at this moment, we ask for progress. We seek to raise the age to purchase these weapons from 18 to 21 years of age. We seek red flag laws, stronger background checks. We also want to repeal gun manufacturers' liability immunity. You've all seen glimpses of who Lexi was, but I also want to tell you a little bit about who she would have been. If given the opportunity, Lexi would have made a positive change in this world. She wanted to attend St. Mary's University in San Antonio, Texas, on a softball scholarship. She wanted to major in math and go on to attend law school. That opportunity was taken from her. She was taken from us. I'm a reporter, a student, a mom, a runner. I've read to my children since they were in the womb. My husband is a law enforcement officer, an Iraq war veteran. He loves fishing and our babies. Somewhere out there, there's a mom listening to our testimony, thinking, I can't even imagine their pain, not knowing that our reality will one day be hers, unless we act now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Hughes, you are now recognized for your testimony.
All right, we've been listening in to this testimony from earlier today on Capitol Hill as parents, doctors, talking about the change that they want from lawmakers. Lexi's parents speaking out and saying they want the age to be raised in order to buy semi-automatic rifles, which since that testimony happened has changed on the House floor here. We want to bring it to you because they just voted on it. They said that they would like to set the age to 21 to purchase semi-automatic rifles. They have also voted for safe storage requirements for guns and ammunition at homes. So those are the two changes that have since been voted on the House floor. Of course, this all will be sent over to the Senate. That will be where things really pick up here, and we'll see if they vote in favor of it as well. Also want to take you out to another live look that we got in Chevy Chase, Maryland here. As you can see, security staged outside of Justice Kavanaugh's house. They are going to remain there because there's been quite a bit of news coming out of Justice Kavanaugh and his safety today. A California man now facing federal charges accused of attempting to murder Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. The arrest took place outside of his Maryland home, which is what you're taking a live look at right now. It comes at a tumultuous time for the nation's high court, which will soon be deciding the future of Roe versus Wade. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the latest from the Supreme Court.
In a criminal complaint, authorities say a 26-year-old man from California, Nicholas Roski, threatened to murder a Supreme Court justice. Investigators say Roski was arrested near the home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh in Maryland early Wednesday morning after he turned himself in, telling police he had suicidal thoughts. When police searched his suitcase and backpack, they found a Glock 17 pistol with 2 magazines and ammunition, a tactical knife, a hammer, zip ties, and duct tape, among other things that Roski told them he intended to use to break into Kavanaugh's home and kill him.
There are crazy people out there We need to protect our justices.
According to authorities, Roski told them he was upset about the opinion leak suggesting the Supreme Court is ready to overturn Roe v. Wade. They say Roski also believed that Kavanaugh would side with a Second Amendment decision that would potentially loosen gun laws. Republicans are now slamming Democrats, accusing them of fueling violent rhetoric against some justices.
I believe Chuck Schumer bears some responsibility because he has contributed to this atmosphere of directly attacking members by name of the Supreme Court.
President Biden and Attorney General Merrick Garland are condemning the act, even as Garland faces growing pressure to do more in response to the threats.
Last month, I accelerated the protection of all the justices' residences 24/7.
Last month, the Senate passed a bipartisan bill to beef up security for the justices. But the legislation has stalled in the House as the Supreme Court marches towards the end of its term. At the Supreme Court, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
And speaking of President Biden, we are expecting his arrival at the Summit of the Americas out in Los Angeles, California. We've been showing you many of the arrivals of these world leaders that are coming here at the top of the hour. We'll be breaking that down with our national security expert, Hal Kempfer. We also have more top stories coming after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're coming up on the 4 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, 7 o'clock out on the East Coast. We're exactly 1 week into hurricane season, and while there's no currently active storms headed our way, we now know that this is the time to prepare. We have Fox's Rebecca Castor, who is joining us live now from New Orleans. And Rebecca, we know this is predicated to be another above average season for hurricanes. How are emergency responders along the Gulf Coast getting ready?
Well, Daytona, right now I'm standing on top of one section of the levee system here in New Orleans. It stretches for 130 miles to keep out storm surge during hurricanes. And this year, the Army Corps of Engineers, which maintains the system, says it's stronger than it's ever been.
Almost like a medieval city. As that storm is moving, we can close it down and create basically a small fortress around the city.
The waters look calm today, but emergency preparedness officials in Louisiana know it's only a matter of time before a storm brews in the Gulf.
We've had 27 hurricanes hit the coast of Louisiana in the last 20 years. You know, they're coming.
But this season, the Army Corps of Engineers says the levee system is the most resilient it's been.
You know, this is a big year for us because earlier this year, we did what we would consider completed the system. And so as we enter this hurricane season, the system's never been stronger. We know that inevitably New Orleans is going to have a bigger storm than the height of the system. So we built a system that's designed to be over top.
Along with the completed levee system, first responders along the Gulf Coast have new equipment for rescues.
With this technology, it can speed up our response, and speed is very important when it comes to responding to save lives.
The Baton Rouge Fire Department is one of several agencies now equipped with fast water life vests and life-detecting sensors.
If you have people trapped inside of a building, if a roof collapses, tree falls on top of it, we don't know that nobody's in there, right? Or if we do know they're, we're trying to communicate with them. These devices here, we can go set them up. We can hear very, very small sounds.
But even though crews are prepared for rescues and the levee system is strong, emergency officials say evacuating is still the safest option during storms.
The fear is complacency. People will look at that system and believe that they're safe, and they're not.
Now, Hurricane Ida last year was the levee system's first major test since Katrina, and it held up well. But as you heard, Daytona, emergency officials do not want people to let their guards down. They emphasize that these levees are in place to protect property, not people. Daytona?
Yeah, don't let your guard down. And I know you guys have done stories on finances prohibiting people from leaving because they say, oh, I don't want to pay for the hotel room. I don't want to pay for the gas. But sometimes evacuations are the only way to go. Rebecca, the skies are looking a little bit gray behind you. Are there any storms brewing up here? I know you're not a meteorologist, but what are you hearing?
Well, this is actually a little bit unexpected rain today. We haven't had any showers, but we do see some rain clouds. None of the clouds have opened up yet. I'm crossing my fingers that we'll be able to make it through the rest of this evening with these clouds going by us.
All right, Fox's Rebecca Castor, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate it, as always. And when it comes to all of those storms, you know, we have full coverage here on Live Now from Fox, along with our Fox weather folks over there. They always do a great job of breaking it down as it happens in real time. We also are breaking down some of the top news of the day, including the Summit of the Americas, as it is all set up. President Biden to arrive here at the top of the hour, as we're just minutes away from 4 o'clock here in Phoenix and 7 o'clock out on the East Coast. We've been tracking many of these arrivals of world leaders. So what can we expect from the summit in the coming days? National security expert Hal Kempfer to join us in just minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I want to take it out to the West Coast right now as the Summit of the Americas is underway. President Biden to be arriving soon. We have some of these really great shots and have already seen a lot of the world leaders making their way here. This is a massive, massive meeting of world leaders talking about some of those top issues that are hitting countries around the world, including the COVID-19 pandemic, coming back from that, of course, inflation, immigration, and so much more. To break all of it down alongside me, I want to bring in national security expert Hal Kemper. Hal, thanks for being with us here on Live Now. Per usual, usually talking to you about the war, but this time, we're going to your hometown in Los Angeles, California. We have full streets and everything is blocked off for this event.
Well, it's with something of this magnitude, Daytona, it really gets up there to being what we call a national security special event. You have all these heads of state, you have the president coming in. The security is extremely tight, as you can well imagine, for a lot of reasons. And of course, this one's not without controversy because you have three countries that were essentially disinvited, if you will, Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua. Cuba, if for no other reason than they're Cuba, but all of them are autocratic countries. Nicaragua, sadly, has been moving very quickly into being an autocratic dictatorship over recent years, which is very, very sad for everybody in the region, or certainly for us to see, because we had great hopes that they had moved the other direction. But they have been disinvited. But the other side of that is the president of Mexico, President Obrador, had made it very clear that this should be the summit of the Americas, all the Americas. And then he decided relatively recently that he was making noise, but then he said, I'm not showing up. And he did not show up. And that is, for the United States, that's a big deal when our neighboring country to the south, and certainly a country of the size of Mexico, decides not to show up for a summit like this. With that said, other countries in the region, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, their heads of state also did not show up. Not surprisingly, that's also the countries all those countries are the ones most affected by the border crisis, by the immigration crisis. So there's a big statement being made down south, if you will, in terms of how they view the United States, how they view our policies, and all of this, of course, being reflected on the stage at the summit here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's right. So Obrador obviously not going to be there, but there is some representation from Mexico, right?
Oh, there is. They're not, just because the head of state doesn't show up, they have representatives there. So it's not like they didn't come to the conference at all. Now, it's a little bit different when you're talking about Venezuela, Cuba. That's a different situation. But with those states, they have high-level representation there. They just don't have the heads of state there. And that's a statement. It's a strong statement without actually completely snubbing the conference altogether. But the message, I think, has been received.
Okay, so we've already had a couple of these events. Notably, we've heard from Blinken as he spoke there, participating in a panel. They were discussing, of course, COVID-19, climate change, migration, with many of these foreign ministers, including from Canada and Panama. What do you expect to come out of these discussions here? Do you expect major changes? What do you think is going to happen?
I don't know. Well, the big change is going to be we have an economic stimulus package or an economic assistance package, which is going to Latin America, and ironically, I think it's going to some of the countries that have basically their heads of state aren't showing up. So, and that's to recognize the scope of the problems in Latin America. Climate change is hitting hard. It's hitting hard in Mexico, particularly hitting hard in Central America. All those countries I just mentioned that have decided not to show up. Not the disinvited ones, but actually Nicaragua does fall into that. But they are having serious repercussions from climate change. South America is having serious repercussions from climate change. There's still the problem of deforestation, rapid deforestation in the Amazon basin. So all of these are big discussions that have to happen. There's other things that are kind of below the radar that we're talking about too. With the movement toward renewable energy, a lot of the material that we rely upon is available from the countries that are part of the Summit of the Americas. Canada brings in a lot, but also when you talk about lithium, if you bring lithium from brine, which is one of the more common ways or one of the most cost-effective ways to extract lithium needed for lithium-ion batteries or ion batteries, and basically the renewable energy revolution, if you will, is based on, at this point, lithium-ion batteries. Lithium is obtained in Argentina, in Chile, and Bolivia has the largest repository of lithium, although it's not being really commercially extracted. And then if you move further north, Mexico has some substantial hard rock lithium deposits, spodumene. All of these are things that the U.S. would want to obtain from Latin America. They do obtain some, but then China has been a very aggressive player in South America and been an aggressive player with the hard rock spodumene lithium deposits in Mexico. So all of these are things maybe not talked about, but when we talk about climate change, when we talk about moving to renewable energy, when we talk about transitioning the economy, all of these things are things that impact something like the Summit of the Americas. Of course, the thing we hear most about is the immigration crisis. And certainly one of the things that will always be discussed is illegal drugs coming from South America and through Mexico. That always ends up somewhere in there. But all of these things are going to be impacting the summit. They're going to be talked about. And also one of the things that's really big, it looks like the presidential motorcade may be showing up here. One of the things that's really big is the globalization. With the war in Ukraine, this has impacted the business model of offshoring manufacturing and globalization. China has been a disproportionate beneficiary of that. In fact, if you look at the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, the previous agreement we had that was put in place in the early 90s, a lot of jobs are supposed to ship to Mexico. Well, as it was said at the time, the jobs headed south took a hard right turn and went across Pacific to China. So Mexico saw a lot of benefit, but they didn't see the full benefit of what they thought this would do, because globalization trumped North American regionalization in terms of offshoring jobs. Now, with the supply chain disruptions we've seen from COVID-19 in China, with the uncertainty and the destabilization of Russia's action in Ukraine, which mirrors what China under Xi has talked about doing in Taiwan, this is changing the way that major leaders are thinking. Long story short, this might mean that a lot of, in terms of offshoring production, a lot of that may move from the Far East and get repositioned to Mexico, Central America, and in the Western Hemisphere, essentially. And that's a big change, and I'm sure that's going to be part of the discussion as well.
Yeah, I think we are expecting Biden to, unveil this economic framework that he says the White House has put together to, mobilize not only our issues here at home, but helping other countries as we fight this inflation. Because remember, we're fighting our own battles. This is all coming, of course, with a battle on Capitol Hill about gun legislation, and some might say it feels like we should probably fix the issues in the United States before we move to some of the issues on a worldwide scale here. President Biden being met by Governor Gavin Newsom as he arrived in Los Angeles today, who, California primaries just last night. Newsom to move forward, continues being the governor of California. With it being in Los Angeles, what do you think that does for the conversation? This is a huge economic location for the United States, and there's been a lot of pushback even just there. With that being said, California representatives, they're going to be showing up to this as well. All right, it looks like we may have lost Hal for just a moment here. Hal, do you have us?
You hear me?
Okay, we got you back.
Okay. I'd say Los Angeles is a logical place for this. It sits right above Mexico. It's also on the Pacific Rim, and that's a little bit of a shift. They've had the summit in other locations, like in Miami and elsewhere. This is a Pacific Rim thing. Many things and one of the things I do is I go around the world and I work with countries that are dealing with the expanding Chinese influence. All right. And they have a tremendous capital investment all around the world, particularly in Africa, but also especially we've seen growth in Latin America. Growth that we're looking at and we're saying, is this impacting our ability to get things like lithium that I mentioned earlier, but also other things? And is this impacting our foreign policy? So having it on a Pacific, a major Pacific Rim city, as opposed to somewhere, say, in the Atlantic, on the Atlantic side or something like this, I think that sends a message, not just a message in the Western Hemisphere, but also a message around the world as to where we're putting focus. And I think part of that too is with the changes in globalization, the changing and offshoring jobs, and the potential for a lot of things that are currently being done in China, possibly being done in the Western Hemisphere, in Central America and Mexico. There's just a lot of context to this, which makes Los Angeles a rather logical place for it to be. All politics aside, the other side, of course, is California's politics are California's politics, and certainly from party alignment, California is what I would call a friendly state for the White House. So that also helps. Miami, on the other hand, might not be the same reception. Let's just put it that way. So I'm sure that's part of it as well.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of California politics, Vice President Kamala Harris has already made a showing at the summit. She announced just yesterday nearly $2 billion in new private investment in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. This is substantial, obviously, for those partnerships, but there's also been backlash on the vice president because, remember, she, and here we have the president arriving here. We're going to pull up that shot for everyone in full. Like I was saying, how there's been backlash on Vice President Kamala Harris because of her dealings with the southern border here, and so far hasn't necessarily brought that up. What do you feel her involvement has been thus far?
Well, it was certainly logical that she would be here because she originally comes from California. She is the vice president. On the other hand, all the border issues, and that was put on her list or her portfolio, as it were, of things to do. And there has been a lot of criticism of her handling the border issue, a lot of questions as to what progress has actually been made, what her contribution has been. So it's kind of a double-edged sword politically. And she's here, she's from California, she's representing the White House, the administration. On the other hand, it does raise all those questions, particularly when you have Mexico and these other countries, which are really the crux of the immigration crisis on the border. When you have those countries, snubbing the Biden administration and snubbing the United States by not saying they're heads of state, there's a lot of context to this, and it brings all those other issues kind of up to the fore in the public consciousness. And it's a public consciousness not just here in the United States. You got to remember, there's a very active press in Mexico and Central America and elsewhere. In fact, in all of South America, Central America. So everything that's happening here is getting full press play across the Western Hemisphere. So that's probably being repeated in a lot of different ways across the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, that's such a great point. I mean, the United States isn't the only place with an active media here. We've got reporters from all around the world that are likely going to be questioning President Biden about his stance concerning a lot of worldwide issues here. Here he is shaking hands with a lot of these leaders, the ones that have been able to show up. I want to circle back, Hal, to the conversation about Obrador not being there. What do you foresee as their communication moving forward? Do you think that there will be a visit with Biden to kind of make up for the fact that they weren't able to make it for this summit?
Daytona, it's interesting you mentioned that because I was thinking that exact same thing. I think at this point, they're going to have to look at some visits. They're going to have to look at potentially President Biden going down to Mexico City. That's going to be a discussion. Potentially the president going to Central America, or at the very least, some of those nations coming to the White House for a visit in the U.S. but you're going to have to see a lot of what we call bilateral exchange, which is one nation to another nation. And I think at this point, to repair some of the damage that's been done, to do some fence mending, if you will, I think the White House is going to have to reach out. I mean, it's very positive to send $2 billion down to 3 Central American countries, but in the big scheme of things, $2 billion is helpful. You're not going to turn it away, but it's not going to transition the entire region. There is just so much to be done. And also one of the problems, particularly in Central America, which has been growing over the years, is dealing with the influence of the drug trade across the board, and just a pervasive influence in terms of government corruption of the drug trade. And that does make it a little bit challenging for the United States dealing with a number of countries, just because there's so much money. Now, from a Mexico perspective, you know, when you talk about, for example, the drug trade, they see it very differently. And I've spent time in Mexico, as you may recall. I worked for years dealing with a command that was responsible for counter-drug operations along the southwest border, the military side of working with organizations like the Border Patrol and DEA and other organizations. And I used to be stationed in Panama in Central America, and I've spent time in Guatemala, and and a lot of time in Mexico, a lot of other countries as well. And let's just say that their perspective, the United States with the drug trade, is that we are the great consumers of drug. We have this tremendous demand, and that's what fuels all that drug money. And from an economic perspective, supply and demand, that's part of it. Of course, the other side too is when they look at something like just happened in Uvalde, it reminds, certainly in Mexico, where there is this overwhelming homicide rate, primarily tied to guns, that a lot of those guns, and certainly the most capable of the weapons that come into Mexico, are weapons that come from the United States. They import a tremendous amount of semi-automatic assault rifles and other weapons, and a lot of them are bought in the United States and they go down to Mexico. And that's been a real sore point with Mexico. When they look at the United States, they say, look, we have this huge problem with homicide rates, huge problem with homicide tied to the drug trade. And when they look at the weaponry, they point to the United States, and they're very frustrated with that. So there's a lot of discussion both ways on this. And that's part of the discussion that I'm sure President Biden's going to have with them, is not just dealing domestically with talking about, firearms, but also dealing with the international trade of firearms, particularly that trade where weapons are getting to the drug cartels and being used against, citizens in Mexico and elsewhere in Central America. So that's going to be a part of I don't know if that may not be one of the most overt things you see at the summit, but I'm absolutely sure that will be one of the things they discuss. And certainly one of the things that, the presidents of Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador would want to discuss in a bilateral fashion with President Biden.
Yeah, it's a great point, Hal. And as we're speaking, the House, lots of breaking news coming out of there. The House voted for safe storage requirements for guns and ammunition at homes. They also voted to ban the sale of ammunition magazines with a capacity of more than 15 rounds, and then raising the age to buy a rifle to 21. And so these are massive moves from the House. We both know that it still has to go through the Senate, and that is going to be the main question here. But yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. That will have to certainly be a conversation, I would imagine. And if I point out, it's not just rifles, it's the assault rifles, it's semi-automatic rifles. Semi-automatic rifles, right. Yes.
No, nobody's, it's interesting, and there is a distinction that's made. They say, look, nobody's saying anything about bolt action rifles. That's not been a discussion. Pump action, and certainly if you're talking muzzle loaded or breech loaded weapons, that's never been a big issue either. It's the semi-automatic weapons and with large capacity magazines. I'm not personally sure how well that legislation does on large capacity magazines. It's had some effect, but I've always found the data to be somewhat mixed on that when you look at it. But, and then, of course, the other thing, too, which we learned after the attack in Las Vegas at the Route 91 concert, was the ability to openly purchase things that can turn a semi-automatic weapon to what is essentially an automatic weapon. And we saw the horrific attack against that concert, killing scores of people. I think almost 90 people were killed. And so there's a lot of discussion which goes into weapons and the effect of weapons, and certainly this legislation is moving forward. But in terms of the Summit of the Americas, one of the big discussions for Mexico is going to be these semi-automatic weapons coming into Mexico and being used by the drug trade. And it really is difficult. It certainly have had a surge in crime in America, but it is difficult to convey just the sheer volume of homicides and the homicide rate in parts of Mexico tied to the illicit drug trade, and of course involving in most cases involving weapons that that originated from the United States.
Well, man, I think they've brought President Biden in. I believe that he's going to be making remarks here pretty soon. Hal, thanks for sticking around with us. Any last thoughts on the summit as it continues into Friday?
I think it's going to be an interesting discussion. I'm going to be curious if there's an announcement of a possible trip by President Biden to Mexico or one of the other countries. One of the things I would expect to come out of this, and certainly there's a sense that we need to pay more attention to Latin America across the board, Mexico, Central America, the Caribbean for that matter, and also South America. We've spent 20 years in the war on terror, and our focus has been on Central Asia, the Middle East, a little to some extent North Africa or Northern Africa, the Sahel region. We've been focused on that a lot. Now we've got this big war that the world is seeing with Russia invading Ukraine, so the focus is over there. And of course, we've been doing the Pacific tilt, focusing on the South China Sea. And all of that is another way of saying there's one part of the world that we used to pay a lot of attention to in the 80s and 90s that just hasn't got a lot of attention. And that's everybody you see in attendance at the Summit of Americas. And we recognize that's an area we need to improve on. And they recognize that this is an area that we need to put more focus on. And if there's anything comes out of that, I think you're going to see maybe some renewed attention, some renewed commitment to a lot of these countries in Mexico, further south in Central America and South America, in terms of our presence, in terms of our commitment to them economically. And you also might see some more military stuff as well. I would not be surprised if we down the road hear some stuff about maybe some more military involvement as well. And I think in some ways the success in Colombia and elsewhere kind of took off a lot of our focus down there because, well, frankly, Colombia turned out to be somewhat of a big success story, and that was our big focus for a long time. But now we realize, you got to put some balance in wherever you're looking around the world, and this will be part of that balance part. Certainly focus on the Western Hemisphere.
All right. National security expert Hal Kempfer, thank you so much for hanging out with us, and we'll be giving full coverage for the next couple of days on the Summit of the Americas, as I'm sure a lot of news to come from it. Thanks, Hal. Talk to you soon. And we'll also be listening live to some of these arrivals here as the stage is set. As I said, I believe President Biden is going to be speaking here and welcoming all of these leaders to the summit that will last through Friday. So more on all of that and more on top stories across the country when we come back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are giving you full coverage through the rest of the evening on the Summit of the Americas as world leaders are showing up in Los Angeles, California. President Biden just shaking hands, and we are awaiting the full event to be taking place here soon. When it does begin, we will, of course, bring it to you as it happens, but we also have other stories breaking across the country. This is a live look outside of Justice Kavanaugh's home in Chevy Chase, Maryland, as security is staged outside. They have since kind of moved over to the front of the house because rain started coming down. It's been a really tough day for Justice Kavanaugh, a California man now facing federal charges, accused of attempting to murder the Supreme Court justice. The arrest took place outside of his Maryland home right here. It comes at a tumultuous time for the nation's highest court, which will soon be deciding the future of Roe versus Wade. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the latest from the Supreme Court.
In a criminal complaint, authorities say a 26-year-old man from California, Nicholas Roski, threatened to murder a Supreme Court justice. Investigators say Roski was arrested near the home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh in Maryland early Wednesday morning after he turned himself in, telling police he had suicidal thoughts. When police searched his suitcase and backpack, they found a Glock 17 pistol with 2 magazines and ammunition, a tactical knife, a hammer, zip ties, and duct tape, among other things that Roski told them he intended to use to break into Kavanaugh's home and kill him.
There are crazy people out there. We need to protect our justices.
According to authorities, Roski told them he was upset about the opinion leak suggesting the Supreme Court is ready to overturn Roe v. Wade. They say Roski also believed that Kavanaugh would side with a Second Amendment decision that would potentially loosen gun laws. Republicans are now slamming Democrats, accusing them of fueling violent rhetoric against some justices.
I believe Chuck Schumer bears some responsibility because he has contributed to this atmosphere of directly attacking members by name of the Supreme Court.
President Biden and Attorney General Merrick Garland are condemning the act, even as Garland faces growing pressure to do more in response to the threats.
Last month, I accelerated the protection of all the justices' residences 24/7.
Last month, the Senate passed a bipartisan bill to beef up security for the justices. But the legislation has stalled in the House as the Supreme Court marches towards the end of its term. At the Supreme Court, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And here's the latest on gun legislation coming out of Capitol Hill here. The House has voted to set the age to 21 to purchase semi-automatic rifles. They also voted for safe storage requirements for guns and ammunition at homes. They also voted to ban the sale of ammunition magazines with a capacity of more than 15 rounds. So this is quite substantial coming from the House. Also, it's going to move over to the Senate here. So that's what we'll be watching on Capitol Hill as it moves forward. Back out to a live look of Justice Kavanaugh's home there in Chevy Chase, Maryland. We'll be speaking with our experts about this murder attempt from that California man. If we get any new details on the suspect himself, we'll bring it to you as we have it. We still have these summit arrivals coming in to the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles, California. As we've been reporting, though, Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke at the summit today, participating in a panel discussion alongside foreign ministers of Canada and Panama. America's top diplomat addressed critical issues facing the nations, ranging from COVID-19 to climate change and migration. The summit, of course, will continue through Friday in Los Angeles as we await more of these events to take place through the rest of the evening. Let's go out to that roundtable from earlier with the Secretary.
Good morning, everyone. Buenos días. Bienvenidos. Welcome. Please, if you would, take a seat. This is the great power of being the chair. Again, welcome everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Los Angeles. It is wonderful to see my fellow ministers, all of your teams here for the 9th Summit of the Americas. And welcome to each of you. Welcome to the Summit Implementation Review Group Ministerial. For those of you who are not familiar with this group, it is made up of national coordinators from countries across our hemisphere who negotiate the political commitments that our nation's leaders will adopt at the summit in the days ahead. Months of work have gone into the commitments that we'll discuss today and into ensuring that our level of ambition meets the level of need of people across our shared hemisphere. And let me simply say this, we are deeply grateful for all of the efforts that our respective teams have made. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In particular, I'd like to thank my colleagues from Canada, from Chile, from Colombia, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Guyana, Jamaica, Panama, Peru, and Uruguay, each of whom chaired working groups on the summit's 5 central themes: health and resilience, digital transformation, clean energy, environmental sustainability, and democratic governance. Your leadership was crucial to reaching the consensus that I expect we'll finalize today. I'd also like to give a very special shout out to our team's summit coordinator, Kevin O'Reilly. And Kevin, where is Kevin? Right, thank you. And our deputy coordinator, Dave Silverman, who is serving his 7th summit. There's got to be an award that goes with that. So thank you both for remarkable service and remarkable work. And I'll say this too, I actually participated in the very first Summit of the Americas in 1994 in Miami. It's wonderful to come full circle now here in Los Angeles. To my friend and colleague, the Secretary General of the OAS, Luis Almagro, welcome. It's wonderful to be working with you, as always. To Vice Chair Duclos Parodi, colleagues, the commitments that we will discuss are intended to address some of the most pressing challenges that we face in our hemisphere, including COVID-19, the climate crisis, deep inequity, and threats to democracy and human rights, as well, of course, as the migration crisis that all of these problems are contributing to drive even further. We all know this from the work that we do every single day. None of these challenges stay within our national borders, and they're mutually reinforcing. When individual countries don't do enough to invest in detecting infectious disease or reducing emissions, it puts people across the region and the world at risk. And we've seen, of course, how COVID-19 and the consequences of the climate crisis are hitting underserved communities the hardest, deepening inequities within our hemisphere. Much like the problems, the solutions are interconnected. And to be effective, they have to reach across borders. That's why we're here. That's really what it comes down to. Addressing these challenges also demands that we try to bridge the divide between domestic and foreign policy, whether we're working to improve health security or energy security, defending an open, secure, reliable internet, or strengthening regulations to make sure that illicit finance cannot find a safe haven in any of our countries. And you see that in the diverse teams that each of our countries has put together for these discussions and to try to tackle these problems. Let me simply focus us now on the 5 areas that we will discuss today and that our leaders will take up later. First, we will build greater health and pandemic resilience by strengthening our public health systems to ensure that people across our hemisphere have access to quality care. That includes expanding people and community-centered health services, investing in education and training in medicine, public health, nutrition, biomedical science research. It also includes preparing for future health emergencies by strengthening our capacity to detect, to prevent, and to deal with future outbreaks of pandemics and other emergencies, improving coordination, transparency, accountability across the region. Because when it comes to global health, we've learned this, we're all in it together. Second, we will establish the first ever regional agenda on digital transformation to close an enduring digital divide in our societies so that all people, can access and use the digital tools that are increasingly essential to their daily lives, from running a small business to getting an education. The agenda will include expanding internet access, particularly in historically marginalized communities, driving innovation and social inclusion through increased access to digital government services. It also includes expanding digital technology's role in promoting quality education, digital literacy, digital citizenry. Third, we will accelerate the region's transition to clean energy, drawing on the strength, the knowledge, the capabilities of governments, but also businesses, NGOs, researchers, communities across our hemisphere. We'll make it easier to share technical knowledge and best practices, to foster greater collaboration with the private sector and other stakeholders to identify opportunities for manufacturing or trade in clean energy goods and services. We'll advance sustainable, attainable, responsible mining sector principles and secure the integration of mineral supply chains in our own hemisphere. Fourth, we will double down on investing in climate resilience and adaptation to better equip our communities to deal with the changes to the environment that all of us are already experiencing and which we know are going to grow no matter how effective we are in accelerating the shift to clean energy. That includes meeting our commitments to halt and reverse deforestation, decreasing the amount of carbon from land use activities, increasing our capacity to store carbon. Fifth and finally, we will recommit ourselves to one of the core aspirations that brought us together 30 years ago when the United States hosted the first summit of the Americas in Miami, advancing democracy. We'll push ourselves, we'll push our neighbors across the region to shore up the rule of law, free and fair elections, human rights, and other pillars of free and open societies. And we'll work together to address common threats to our democracies, from corruption to disinformation. We all know the democratic process is not always easy or swift. That's true within a single democracy. It's amplified when we bring together dozens of democracies, as we've done for this summit. But the fact is, we also acknowledge our shortcomings. They're out in the open. We don't sweep them under a rug. And we work to try to address them together, and ultimately that is the greatest strength that we bring to the table as democracies. And there are few regions in the world like this one where you see so many democracies, from the left, from the right, from the center, that are able to set out a shared roadmap for addressing complex problems. I think that's something to celebrate, even as we're clear-eyed about all of the work that we have ahead of us. Another strength is that we don't lose sight of the people that we serve. A big part of this process has actually been listening to individual citizens, to NGOs, to young people, to communities, to businesses, including those that are critical of how we're performing. The input we sought from stakeholders has been crucial to understanding what our people actually need from us, what they expect of us, what we need to try to deliver together. So, going forward, citizens will be critical partners in carrying out these efforts and holding us to our commitments that we make here at the summit. We're here for a few days, but this is 365 days every year that matter. And whatever we commit to here, we have to carry it forward. We have to work on it every day. We have to do it together. That's the spirit that we hope will come out of Los Angeles. With that, it's my pleasure to give the floor to Secretary General Almagro. Luis.
Thank you, Secretary of State. Agradecemos a la presidencia.
Thank you. And we want to thank the United States government, the surge, Secretary of State Blinken, for getting us together before the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, foreign affairs coordinators, national coordinators, summit coordinators, participants, representatives of the Joint Summit Working Group. As Secretary General and the Technical Secretariat and institutional memory of the summit process, as President of the Joint Summit Working Group, we want to congratulate the host country for their leadership and for assuming this enormous responsibility in this Summit of the Americas. Since the summit became official in January of 2022, the President of Surge has worked together with the participating delegates to include all the priorities. When the United States launched the Summit of the Americas in 1994, it was considered then that the democratic leaders of the hemisphere would work together as true partners for prosperity. Throughout the years, we have achieved important advances to achieve prosperity, democracy, and security in the Americas. However, though some of the challenges we faced at the time still persist, the current challenge have no precedent. In contrast to the first summit, with the true consensus around democracy. Today, we definitely have to ensure that we achieve a democratic governance instrument as one fundamental to strengthen the democratic charter of the Americas. The summit offers the leaders of the Americas the opportunity to reaffirm their commitment to democracy. Citizens who achieve this and the peoples who achieve this authority. It's through the adoption of a plan of action geared to strengthen this democratic governance. That's why it's more important than ever now that the governments, institutions, enterprises, and the citizens of the America work together to deal with these challenges and to create new opportunities to advance with the objectives of the 9th Summit. In this context, the government of the United States has shown true determination in bringing a series of proposals that are essential for the economic, social recovery of the nation. The 9th Summit of the Americas takes place as an opportunity to catalyze these responses, to face the challenges of the regional scenario in topics related to health, energy transition, digital transformation, the defense of the democratic principles, the social dynamics and the security dynamic and the migration issues. In 2021, as a result of a series of consultations and dialogue with civil society, the national coordinators of the private sector and summit and other involved sectors, they identified the priority topics for this host country. The inputs in the consultation became a reality of conducting a sustainable, resilient, and equitable future. As a result of the many challenges faced by the countries of the region, the later context of COVID must be taken advantage to promote a collective agenda for which we must strengthen the coordination of all agents and reinforce multilateral coordination in the inter-American system. The whole system begins with this summit. It does not end here. It begins with the summit. It's a new period of partnerships in the Americas. Today, we have two entities of the inter-American system, the United Nations multilateral banks, who have actively participated throughout the negotiations. I've had a chance to meet virtually with them, and we've closely followed the evolution of all the discussions with interest in identifying, of course, the financing sources, because these efforts require that we pay several bills. And that's the effort that the host country has promoted to find the solutions needed by the hemisphere. And I want to end saying that in view of the social, political, economic, and health impacts caused by the COVID pandemic in the regions, it's necessary that we go back to the Sustainable Development Goals, which means that we adopt strategic measures.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft here. We've been listening in to this event from earlier. Secretary of State Antony Blinken meeting with his Canadian and Panamanian counterparts there in Los Angeles as the stage is set for the Summit of the Americas, the first time it's being held in the United States since the early 90s, we've been told. And of course, we know that some countries are not going to be there, including Cuba, Bolivia, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, and Venezuela will not be attending. We've been seeing the arrivals of world leaders come into the forum and the summit, including familiar faces and some maybe not so familiar, but we saw Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. We just saw the President of Chile, and so many others are coming for this marquee event that the Biden administration is putting on their home turf in Los Angeles. And so we'll monitor any developments. We'll also be showing you President Biden's remarks in the next hour as well as he addresses the summit. So a lot of things happening at this hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're going to take just a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we're going to be talking about a new COVID-19 vaccine that could be hitting the market very, very soon. We'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on your Wednesday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do have this live look in Los Angeles. The stage is set amongst world leaders in the Americas, both North and South America, meeting there to discuss common priorities, shared commitments. No doubt COVID-19 and the pandemic will be on the agenda as well, which leads us to our next story. What are the COVID-19 updates today? Well, a new COVID-19 vaccine could hit the market as early as this week. Vaccine advisors to the FDA recommended authorizing Novavax's COVID-19 vaccine for emergency use in adults. Joining me now to discuss this and so much more is Fox's Mills Hayes, live for us in Minneapolis. Mills, what do we know?
Yeah, Andrew, we know that more than 66% of the people that live in the U.S. are already fully vaccinated, but there are still 27 million people that have yet to even get their first dose. And doctors tell me they're hoping with this new vaccine that it will encourage people who are hesitant to get the vaccine to go out and get their first dose, because this is a vaccine that uses tried and true technology we've seen in other vaccines before. The FDA Advisory Committee voted 21-0 to recommend that Novavax 2-dose series. More than 40 other countries have already okayed it, and the FDA still needs to sign off before the vaccine hits the market, possibly later this week. But most adverse reactions to the vaccine were mild to moderate and only lasted a few days. Myocarditis and pericarditis, inflammation of the heart muscle, and inflammation of the tissue surrounding the heart happened in 6 of the 30,000 people in the study. Those rates are similar to what we saw with the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine. I spoke with a critical care medicine specialist at the Cleveland Clinic who explained that the Novavax vaccine uses different technology from the 3 we're already using. The vaccine uses small artificial pieces of coronavirus to stimulate immunity. It's a more traditional method than the mRNA vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna, which tricks your body into creating parts of the virus that triggers the immune system.
We know that there is a significant number of cases that are still being seen in different communities in different areas around the world. So we are not out of the pandemic at all. I think there was a lot of hesitancy in some individuals' minds about the mRNA technology, even though it's been vetted very extensively. Those people now have an extra option that they really should think about, and if they've not been vaccinated, they really should move forward and get vaccinated.
COVID cases have slightly rose over the last month, but we are still 8 times lower than where we were at the peak of the Omicron surge back in January. And doctors say that right now is the perfect time to get vaccinated, because we are about to enter the summer months where we are going to see more COVID-19 restrictions lifted than we have seen since before the pandemic. Andrew?
Mills, a lot happening on the COVID-19 front. Just last week, we heard from the White House COVID advisor that the Pfizer vaccine for children under the age of 5 could be available by June the 21st. Are they still on that timeline? What do we know about that?
Yeah, I think we know that it still could happen within the next few weeks. I know a lot of parents are talking to their pediatricians about whether or not that is a good decision for them if they have children that are under 5 years old, but that's definitely still something that's coming up. Another thing in COVID-19 news that is coming up as well, Andrew, is that the Moderna just released today that they are recommending a booster that they are releasing as well. So that's something that is definitely new in the COVID atmosphere of things.
All right, Fox's Mills Hayes there live for us in Minneapolis. Mills, thanks so much. We'll talk again.
Thank you.
All right, we have a lot more stories left to get to on this Wednesday. We're still tracking all the arrivals as world leaders from North and South America shake hands, meet with the president and the first lady there in Los Angeles. And the stage is set, of course, for remarks from President Biden. We'll have live coverage of that once President Biden steps up to the podium, talking to summit leaders and summit attendees. We also have a Live Now look out of Uvalde, Texas. We got word today from Attorney General Merrick Garland in a press conference that he is announcing his team, sending his team for a critical incident review of the law enforcement response of the mass shooting there at Robb Elementary. At the top of the hour, we're going to be hearing from Garland and other top DOJ officials about what this investigation and review is going to entail. We also have this Live Now look. This is in Chevy Chase, Maryland. This is outside of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh's home. Protesters have been going up and down the sidewalk outside of the home there, and you can see many law enforcement officials and security protecting the home. And this all comes, of course, against that assassination attempt, or at least botched assassination attempt against Justice Kavanaugh that was foiled earlier today. We're going to be speaking with one of our Fox 11 Los Angeles reporters because the suspect came from California to commit this heinous crime. He had a plan in mind. We'll have all of that. We'll also be speaking to legal experts about how unprecedented this is for such threats against Supreme Court justices. No doubt this is a huge story today, all in the wake of this anticipated ruling by the High Court about what they plan to do if they will uphold Roe v. Wade, or will they overturn 50 years of constitutional precedent for a woman's right to choose. That is all on the docket tonight on this Wednesday. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. Breaking news on Capitol Hill, specifically in the House of Representatives. The House just passed the Protect Our Kids Act by a vote of 223 to 204. It was a largely party line vote, with 2 Democrats voting no and 5 Republicans voting yes. Among other things, Protecting Our Kids Act, it would raise the minimum age to purchase a semi-automatic rifle from 18 to 21 years old, and it would ban high-capacity magazines and incentivize safe storage of guns. You remember, prior to the vote on the full package, the House voted individually on each of the reforms, on the provision, of course, to raise the age to purchase a semi-automatic rifle from 18 to 21. 10 Republicans broke with their ranks and voted for that specific measure. So interesting to see how much Republican support a lot of these gun proposals can get, both in the House. Many people, many reporters that we have talked to that cover Congress and Capitol Hill are quite skeptical if this will go anywhere in the Senate, or if it is dead on arrival. This larger package is, of course, not expected to become law because it would need those 60 votes in the Senate, which is very unlikely. The Senate taking their own track on gun legislation and gun reform, trying to come to some bipartisan framework about how do they move forward. Of course, what we saw just in the House in the last hour, that is a all-encompassing kind of grab bag, if you will, of gun reform proposals and pieces of legislation that was kind of in the umbrella of the Protect Our Kids Act. And so, movement being made. We'll see where it goes. We'll be tracking it here. In the meantime, we do want to show you the remarks from Attorney General Merrick Garland as he and a team of top DOJ investigators have announced that they will be conducting a critical incident review of the law enforcement response down in Uvalde, Texas. Of course, we still have this live look there in the plaza as the memorial has just grown so much since 19 children and 2 teachers were gunned down in that 4th grade classroom. Let's listen in to the Attorney General on what this review is going to look like.
So as all of us know, and all the members of the press who are here know as well, we are gathered here because 2 weeks ago at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, an unspeakable act of mass violence took the lives of 19 children and 2 of their teachers. I know I speak for all of us, and I think I speak for everyone in the country in saying our hearts are broken by what happened in Uvalde. There is nothing that we can do that can undo the pain borne both by the survivors, families of the victims, and the community and the country. But the independence and transparency and expertise of the Justice Department can go a long way toward assessing what happened in Uvalde with respect to the law enforcement response and to giving guidance for the future. And that's what we're here for today. The Justice Department is undertaking a critical incident review of the law enforcement response that day at the request of the Uvalde mayor. The review will be comprehensive, it will be transparent, and it will be independent. We will be assessing what happened that day. We will be doing site visits at the school. We will be conducting interviews of an extremely wide variety of stakeholders, witnesses, families, law enforcement, government officials, school officials, and we will be reviewing the resources that were made available after in the aftermath. The review will culminate in a final report, which will include our findings and recommendations, and it will be made public. The department's COPS office is leading the review. Our director, Rob Chapman, and our senior counselor, Shanetta Cutler, will be leading the team. And now I will be happy to introduce to you the team who will be doing the investigation. Chief Rick Brazil, who served as chief of the Sacramento Police Department and lead investigator on a number of critical incident reviews. Deputy Chief Gene Dysinger, who served as Deputy Chief of Police and Director of Threat Management for Virginia Tech, where he was recruited following the mass shooting there in 2007. Deputy Chief Frank Fernandez is a former Chief of Police and Police Practices expert for the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division since 2008. Albert Guarnieri, who is on the screen, who is joining us remotely. He currently serves with the FBI as the Unit Chief of the Violence Reduction Unit in the Office of Partner Engagement. He oversees the FBI's program that has trained over 110,000 law enforcement officers in active shooter preparation and response. Major Mark Lomax served for over 27 years with the Pennsylvania State Police, led national efforts to strengthen law enforcement tactical response as executive director for the National Tactical Officers Association, and as a manager for the IACP Center for Police Leadership and Training. Laura McElroy, who is also joining us remotely, is a communications strategist who has worked as a civilian police executive dedicated to bridging the gap between officers and the communities they serve. Sheriff John Mina led the Orlando Police Department through the mass shooting at the Pulse nightclub in 2016. Dr. April Naturel is a traumatic stress specialist who led one of the World Trade Center Health Program's outreach and education programs and was the architect of the behavioral health response to the Boston Marathon bombing. Finally, Chief Kristen Zeman led the Aurora Police Department through the mass shooting at a movie theater in 2012. As I said, nothing that these folks can do can undo the terrible tragedy that occurred and that we are just heartbroken about, but we can assess what happened and we can make recommendations for the future. I would also say that as we conduct this review, the Justice Department stands ready to participate, to support the bipartisan gun safety negotiations that are going on in Congress right now in any way that's possible. I think now we'll take a few questions. Yes.
If I may.
Of course.
Given the misstatements, how concerned are you about the lack of transparency so far down in Uvalde? And will this review have the tools it needs in case people decide that they do not want to cooperate?
So as I said, we've been invited by the mayor. We have been promised, assured, and welcomed with respect to cooperation by every level of law enforcement, state, federal, and local. And we'll participate in that vein. We don't expect any problems.
Mr. Attorney General, on the topic of gun violence, a man was arrested earlier this morning outside the home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh in Maryland with a gun and a knife, threatening to do harm to the justice. What is your reaction to this?
So this kind of behavior is obviously behavior that we will not tolerate. Threats of violence and actual violence against the justices, of course, strike at the heart of our democracy, and we will do everything we can to prevent them and to hold people who do them accountable. For that reason, last month, I accelerated the protection of all the justices' residences 24/7. Also last month, I met with the marshal of the court. I convened a meeting with her, as well as with the deputy director of the FBI, with the director of the Marshal Service, and with our own law enforcement, our own prosecutors, to ensure every degree of protection available as possible. Just yesterday, I met with Judge Salas and Judge Sullivan on the Judicial Security Committee of the Judicial Conference, and assured them of our complete support for their efforts with respect to judicial security. Mike?
General, when will this group be on the ground in Uvalde? And there's been some indication that at least some police officials, including the school police chief, have been somewhat uncooperative in the investigations that are already proceeding. What is the process for this team to gather information from people who may not cooperate in investigations? And is there any kind of compulsory process?
So the team is already working. And they will be on the ground as necessary, but they have already begun their work. And as I said, we expect voluntary cooperation from everybody at every level, and we have been promised that cooperation.
Is it possible that there will be a criminal review?
So this is not a criminal investigation. This is an after-action critical incident review, which we have done in the past, which we did in San Bernardino, and which was done in the Pulse nightclub. This is not a criminal review.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we were just listening to Attorney General there, Merrick Garland, announcing his team as they undertake a critical incident review of the law enforcement response to the mass shooting in Uvalde. Remember, and you just heard from Merrick Garland there, this is not a criminal review. This is known as a critical incident review looking at the law enforcement response according to the DOJ's release. The assessment will examine issues including policies, training, communications, deployment and incident command, tactics, and practices as they relate to preparing for and responding to active shooter events. And you heard Merrick Garland announce some of the people who were in the room with him, and some of them have worked on other mass shooting events like Virginia Tech. And like the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, Florida, and so much more. So these are experienced individuals. They've worked with the Department of Justice before in other tragic mass casualty events, and they are going to now be tasked with carrying this out, this review of the law enforcement response in Uvalde, the massacre at Robb Elementary School that tragically took the lives of 19 young children and 2 teachers And of course, we've been showing you all the updates when it comes to the gun debate on Capitol Hill and the investigation down on the ground in Uvalde as it goes even further. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We do have a Live Now look there in Los Angeles as we await President Biden. He will be giving remarks at the Summit of the Americas as he meets with world leaders from both North and South America about mutual commitments, shared priorities, no doubt on the agenda, migration, COVID-19, climate change, conservation, and so much more. So if we can't get to President Biden's remarks live, we'll record on them and then play them out in full a tad later. Also, we have a Live Now look as well. This is in Chevy Chase, Maryland, outside Justice Brett Kavanaugh's home. We're going to be getting a report from Los Angeles. That's where this suspect flew in from to try to kill Brett Kavanaugh, to try to kill a sitting Supreme Court justice, presumably over what everyone is anticipating. What is the ruling going to be in the Dobbs case on abortion rights in the country? Will the Supreme Court rule to overturn 50 years of constitutional precedent for a woman's right to choose? No doubt. We just saw some protesters still take to the streets and sidewalk outside of Kavanaugh's home today. But we'll have more on that in just a moment. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. A lot more on this Wednesday. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. Well, we've been reporting on this story for most of the day. This is just a stunning development. A man armed with a pistol, a knife, and other weapons was arrested near the Maryland home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh early today after he said he traveled from California to kill the Supreme Court justice. This is a Live Now look outside of his home there in Chevy Chase, and you can see some of the law enforcement and security that is staged outside. And of course, security for Supreme Court justices is top of mind. But like I said, that man, Nicholas John Roski, he's 26 years old. He traveled from California to commit this. It was foiled, of course. Right now, we want to go out to Fox 11 reporter Christina Gonzalez with the details about what we know about the suspect, his travel plans, and so much more. Christina, thanks for being with us. What do we know?
Thank you for having us. Good afternoon, everybody. We're standing right in the home where the family has lived for years. They were out here this morning very upset. The FBI has been out here. They're trying to figure out where he got that Glock, the pistol, and other items that he had, zip ties, all kinds of stuff, outside the judge's home, where he actually called emergency services to tell them that he wanted to kill himself, but also the judge. Watch. A distraught-looking man is overheard saying it's not like him outside the Simi Valley home of Nicholas John Roski. Neighbors and co-workers identify this as a 26-year-old who was arrested outside the Maryland home of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. His arrest affidavit indicating that Roski was upset about the leak of the Supreme Court draft decision regarding abortion and believed Kavanaugh would loosen gun control laws, so was, quote, thinking how to give his life a purpose, and decided that he would kill the Supreme Court justice.
It's insanely shocking and upsetting and scary.
That's horrible that he tried to do something to a judge.
Roski's neighbors amazed as FBI agents showed up at the usually quiet Simi Valley home.
Yeah, he wasn't very communicative. He wasn't the one like saying hi, or he was kind of indoors most of the time. But as far as the grandparents, super friendly people.
Co-workers at Valley Guard Pest Control, where Roski worked as an office manager until he quit last year, say off camera they have a hard time matching the quiet young man to the one arrested outside the judge's home with things like duct tape, zip ties, even a pistol with ammunition.
It's a scary time we live in, and people need to really look out for one another, and mental health is a big issue going on in the world.
And to that point, he actually appeared in court this afternoon, a big part in this. But yes, as far as we know, he went over there with the intent to give his life some kind of meaning by acting up on this, and may have been ready to do something quite drastic. Luckily, he made that call before he did it. Live here in Simi Valley, I'm Christina Gonzalez. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, Christina, you were mentioning some of his work history, talking to his neighbors. What more do we know about the 26-year-old? Where did he get the money to travel? Did anyone know he was going? There's still so many questions. And also, I'm curious, has the Supreme Court said anything?
Nothing from the Supreme Court. The president did make a statement, and I think what we know from him, he attended the local high school here. Nice kid, never has been in trouble as far as we can find. We can find no record of him being in trouble. Was in track for a while. He is a college graduate. I do not know his degree, but he supposedly graduated from college, came to live back with his parents during COVID, and actually went to work at the pest control for a little bit, but a very quiet young man is what everybody says. Everybody here knows everybody else, but he always kind of stayed inside, but never a problematic young kid. We don't know how he got to Washington. We're trying to find that out. The FBI, again, has been in and out, but they haven't been able to get in. I believe the family flew back out there so they could be with him, and they are trying to get a search warrant, again, trying to figure out where he got the Glock. And that kind of thing. So like you say, a lot of questions, specifically to how he got there. And again, he had been spotted outside the house by the federal marshals, but he had walked away. He was the one who made the call to emergency services and actually told them, I'm here and I'm going to kill myself and I want to kill him. And that was thankfully a wise move from him. But we do know that there has to be some kind of mental issue situation because of the questions that the judge made today and his answers. He's on some kind of medication. We'll find out more. June 22nd is when he goes back to court.
Yeah, Christina, just lastly, but for the security outside of Justice Kavanaugh's home, this story could have turned out so much differently, so much more tragically. Do we know if Kavanaugh was in the house at the time?
No, there is no indication that he made it into the house. What happened is he was dressed in black and he was carrying a backpack, and federal marshals saw him walking and they went to approach him and he walked away. Within minutes, there was a call made to emergency services by a man saying he was suicidal. When he started talking about where he was, the federal marshals connected and immediately found them right around the corner. He was still on the phone, actually. So he had never gotten in. Would he have made that call if he hadn't been seen by the federal marshals and walked away? We don't know. But luckily, he did. And it brings to mind, you know, how these things, you've seen other federal judges have had real serious issues with violence against them, and threats have been made. But the indication, at least from the people in the neighborhood, is that he did not seem the kind of kid who would have carried this out. We'll know more as more gets released.
All right, Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez there live for us in Simi Valley outside of the home. And Christina, we're showing some of these now live protests going on still outside of Kavanaugh's home in Chevy Chase, Maryland. Christina, we'll talk to you again. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Thank you. You have a good one. Be safe out there.
All right, we're going to listen to some of the sights and sounds out of Chevy Chase, Maryland, as this group has still assembled, knowing full well what Justice Kavanaugh and his family has gone through today. It's a very small number. It's not even, looks like not even 15 or 20, but they are chanting, expressing their displeasure about how they think the Dobbs case will come down. Remember, we had been expecting it on Monday. We had been expecting it possibly today. It did not happen. And on Monday mornings at 10 a.m. Eastern, the Supreme Court issues their opinions, their rulings in cases they've already decided on the docket. And so it is just a matter of time before we get an answer on whether or not the Dobbs case is upheld, on whether or not women in the country still have a right to choose. Okay, so we have been listening into some of these protests outside of Justice Brett Kavanaugh's home there in Chevy Chase, Maryland. This is really the story of the day, this thankfully failed, botched assassination attempt against a sitting Supreme Court justice. And we learned that the group Ruth sent us, this activist group, that is who is protesting outside of Justice Kavanaugh's home. To break this down even further, this story, the legal case that goes from here into what Nicholas Roski, that 26-year-old California man, did today is legal expert Doug Burns. Doug, thanks for being with us. Good to see you. This is such an interesting case. In your career, in your memory, there are threats against judges, but for this to have gotten so far against a sitting Supreme Court justice, is that unprecedented? I've never heard of such a thing.
It's very unusual, ironically, probably more with a judge or a justice than the president. When I was in the Department of Justice, I was in 3 or 4 cases that were threat against the president cases. They were generally letters mailed to the White House mailroom and so forth. And the Secret Service, not surprisingly, went out and sternly interviewed and, got on top of the person. We didn't always arrest them because they were just, scary communications. Here, I think you're exactly right. I think it's very unusual. I can't remember any kind of plot against the sitting Supreme Court justice. So it's very, very troubling. I'll make one quick legal point that's important, and that is that a lot of pundits on television and in media, are incorrectly saying that protesters outside of his house, they're peaceful. Okay, that doesn't really matter because under 18 U.S.C. 1507, the way the statute is written is you're not allowed to protest at a justice's home with the intent, in fairness, to affect the outcome of an ongoing case. But again, it doesn't involve violence or nonviolence. That's not this case. That's the protests in general in front of his house. So the point is that's a misdemeanor. It's not the crime of the century, but the concept, the theoretical law concept is you should not be at somebody's personal home. That's their personal life with the intent to affect the outcome. Today's case is much more straightforward, Andrew, and that is that under, again, for those who like to look up statutes, 18 U.S.C. 115, right, A1A, but you can forget the A1A part, like the road in Florida. That's a good way to remember it, right, a mnemonic. But the point is under 115, it's an attempted murder of a Supreme Court justice. Now, they would probably not have charged attempted murder, but for the statements that he made today when he was arrested.
Doug, so I have the criminal complaint in my hand. I want to read in part. Today at approximately 1 a.m, 2 U.S. deputy marshals saw an individual dressed in black clothing, carrying a backpack and a suitcase, get out of a vehicle, of a taxi that had stopped in front of this residence that we're looking at live here right now. The individual looked at the 2 deputy marshals who were standing next to their parked vehicle and then turned to walk down the street. Shortly thereafter, the Montgomery County Emergency Communications Center fielded a call from an individual who identified himself as Nicholas John Roski. He then informed the call taker that he was having suicidal thoughts and had a firearm in his suitcase. So he called basically, emergency authorities on himself. But you just kind of have to wonder, but for the security outside of Justice Kavanaugh's home, and we just spoke to one of our reporters in Los Angeles who was outside the Goski home in Simi Valley, if law enforcement were not out there, this could have turned out maybe differently.
That's the key point of everything. And, I wasn't so sure I wanted to go there, but the critical point is that let's say it was an obscure Maryland state court judge with zero security, okay? We just changed the fact pattern, and this guy showed up because he was disgruntled over a Maryland case that he was a litigant in, and he just waltzed into the house, killed the judge, his wife, children, okay? Then we would have had another identical situation on our hands. People would, irresistible political editorial, be calling for gun control when the reality is, as you just brilliantly pointed out, today's event was averted because of security, armed security, okay? And it was interesting because the leak of the purported Roe decision, which I'm not so sure is the decision. We've talked about that. But the leak of that is what caused there to be this security. Thank God for Justice Kavanaugh and his family. You had armed United States Marshals. They're the ones who protect the justices. The Marshal Service is part of the Department of Justice, by the way, which not everybody realizes. And so thank God it was all averted. You know, they arrested him. The next point, though, is, of course, you know, again, mental illness. What are we looking at here? You know, he called in on himself. Obviously, he expressed suicidal thoughts. Obviously, he made all kinds of damaging admissions in 2 interviews with law enforcement today, which to criminal experts and veterans are like, well, wait a minute, you know, a hardened criminal, a sophisticated criminal wouldn't have done that. So I think, again, you know, when we talked about the horrific shooting in Texas, in Uvalde, we kind of said that we want to focus on mental health, red flag, and internet and social media, and security at the schools. So today you had number 3 on great display, which was security, and that saved the whole thing.
Yeah, of course. I just want to read from more of the complaint with more details. Authorities searched his suitcase and backpack. There was a black tactical chest rig and tactical knife, a Glock 17 with 2 magazines and ammunition, pepper spray, zip ties, a hammer, screwdriver, nail punch, crowbar, pistol light, duct tape, and hiking boots and other items. He's only 26 years old. He said that was his express purpose, Doug, was he expressed frustration over this pending Supreme Court decision in the Mississippi Dobbs case having to do with abortion rights. He said essentially that he wanted to, you know, make his life mean something. I'm paraphrasing here. He indicated he understood his rights when he was taken into custody, and he signed a written waiver to that effect. He was upset about abortion rights and the future of them in the country. You know, for some anticipated ruling, Doug, or some ruling that has happened that generates a lot of, you know, unrest, a lot of, you know, I don't want to say chaos, but essentially it just sets the country ablaze here. What other rulings can you remember have had that same effect? I can't.
Well, I can't really, you're right. But I mean, the hot button rulings are generally in the area of gun rights. And I want to make a quick point about that in a second. Affirmative action, abortion, obviously, religion in the government square, you know, those are the ones, but not with this kind of intensity. I think you're 1,000% correct that the intensity levels over abortion are unmatched on any other issue. But interestingly enough, and this is actually ironic from an X's and O's point of view, he was also concerned about the New York case pending before the Supreme Court, which you probably see in there maybe, about relaxing the ability to get a carry permit, you know, in New York City. But that's ironic because he's objecting to possibly relaxing, you know, gun restrictions. And, you know, there he is with the gun saying I was there to kill somebody. So it's kind of all over the place. I think a sober analysis and reaction to this is, you know, again, I think there may be some mental health aspects to this, but we cannot say enough. And it sounds like, you know, a right-wing point. It's not. Thank God you had armed United States Marshal security there.
Yeah, I mean, presumably this happened at 1 a.m. And presumably, you know, Kavanaugh and his family were inside sleeping.
Absolutely right.
You know, and so he's facing Roski about, you know, up to 20 years in federal prison. He's scheduled to appear in U.S. District Court in Maryland. Well, he did rather this afternoon. We don't know if he has a lawyer. Presumably he'll be getting a lawyer. Going forward, what we'd be looking for in this case, we're kind of piecing together parts of his life, and we know some of the rationale that led him to do this.
Right.
And what does this say, though, for the judiciary going forward? I mean, this is a big deal.
Yeah, today's hearing was brief, 10-minute hearing. They call it an initial appearance, not an arraignment. I'm a stickler sometimes with the terminology. So he makes an initial appearance on a complaint. He apparently essentially agreed to be detained for the moment. He did have a lawyer appointed, which is standard. You're generally not going to let somebody stand there unrepresented unless they insist that they want to be pro se. So he had an appointed lawyer. and he's in custody. So now they have 10 days to return a formal charge, an indictment, which they will do. But to your question, what does it say? It says that we're moving in disturbing areas, disturbing trends recently in many iterations of it, and it's really troubling. But I fault law enforcement on some level for not enforcing that section 1507 a little more clearly. You don't have to arrest everybody. You just go in there and clear them out. Say your presence violates federal law. There is a statute on this. We'd be happy to tell you what number statute it is. If you want to consult with a lawyer, somebody might call me, hypothetically, Doug, what's the story? Can I stand there? And I say, well, there is a statute that prohibits it if you're intending to affect the outcome of a case. The case hasn't been decided, so it's an overwhelming inference that you're there to affect it, and I think you should go home. That's called orderliness. So my editorial to your responding to your question is, where is this heading? It's disturbing. I mean, look, we had Judge Richard Duranko, White Plains. He was gunned down in front of his home. It was really tragic. You had Judge John Wood, killed in Texas, tragic. So, we've had violence against judges. That's not the
and
new
judges'
part.
Families, that case
Yeah,
in New
and
Jersey,
families,
Esther Salas's young son.
Right. I forgot about that one. Exactly right. So here, though, the way we're wired, human nature and everything else, there's a little bit of subliminal elitism in everybody, which is fine in terms of media and everything else. This is a Supreme Court justice. So naturally, it's very, very troubling and disturbing. But, you had Chuck Schumer, by the way, you've heard all the clips on it, standing there yelling at the building. If you do this, we'll hit you like you've never. I mean, that's completely inappropriate. I'm sorry. Man's a graduate of Harvard Law School. Okay.
That's the thing, Doug. Just last point here. The rhetoric that unfortunately almost leads to political violence, or at least in this case, attempted political violence on those you may disagree with. It is chilling. We're going to continue to follow this story with more updates. Hopefully, Doug Burns, is always good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
All right, we do want to move on to some of these other top headlines that we are following, including the Summit of the Americas. Vice President Kamala Harris just took the podium in Los Angeles with remarks. Let's take that live for you.
A path that I believe is critically important for so many of us, and I will speak important for the American people, because the Western Hemisphere directly affects the security and prosperity of the United States. And so, this week, we gather once more to build a more prosperous and inclusive future. I look out at this room, and I see representatives of so many different countries and communities. We are joined, of course, by heads of state, and we are joined by youth leaders. We are joined by CEOs, and we are joined by labor organizers, women entrepreneurs, activists, and advocates. So here's how I see it. To realize a more prosperous future for our hemisphere, partnerships between those assembled here are essential. It is in this spirit that I have focused on bringing companies and organizations together to collaborate and coordinate and share lessons learned, and to galvanize billions of dollars in new investments. The challenges facing our hemisphere in the months and years ahead are significant. The climate crisis, food insecurity, economic inequality, corruption, and gender-based violence. When I think about these challenges, I know, and I am certain, they will require new and innovative coalitions to solve, which is why President Joe Biden and I see this week as an opportunity for all of us, an opportunity to launch new initiatives, to begin new conversations, and to build new partnerships. So let us enjoy this evening and also commit ourselves to taking advantage of this time that we spend together under the same roof. At this convening, let us build a more prosperous and inclusive future for the entire Western Hemisphere. Thank you and welcome.
Los Angeles, the city of angels. Nearly 4 million people live here. Nearly 50 million people visit here every year. Men and women, people young and old. People of every race and ethnicity come together right here. And that's why this year, the Summit of the Americas is being hosted in Los Angeles. Because we know that diversity is our strength, and unity makes progress possible. At Los Angeles museums and concert halls, art and music challenge us to transcend boundaries. On its shoreline, the ocean waters connect us all. And at the world-famous Griffith Observatory, we are reminded that we are part of something much, much bigger. Los Angeles proves that when people play together, or work together, learn together, or dream together, anything is possible. Los Angeles proves that in the face of disaster and distress, the solution is not just on us, it is us. So as we come together for this historic summit, let us remember the visionaries who dreamt up this city, the workers who built it up, and the millions of Angelenos who keep this city going today and every day. In the City of Angels, you need not look up to the heavens to find hope. Just look around you. The Summit of the Americas, welcome to Los Angeles.
What a shame, there's so much pain, so many things with time not change. The world has always followed one way, while we're trying to spin the wrong way. Let's bring love and hope to cure the pain. We can learn from our mistakes. Why don't we allow ourselves to create so much pain? Together we can build a better world. I won't stay. I still believe that we all can change.
Traigo un mensaje por un mundo unido. Dale para arriba, todo el mundo encendido. Sin divisiones, sin barrera. Sabor latino se formó la berraquera. Ponle azúcar y ponle canela. El mundo entero se vuelve una fiesta. Yo estoy clarito, oye mi pana, que al final el amor siempre gana.
Bolivia is home to over 30 official languages. Believe it or not, Brazil has the most animal and plant species than any other country in the whole world.
It has also been the largest producer of coffee for the last 150 years.
The Amazon River starts in Peru. Kaitor Falls in Guyana is the world's largest single-drop waterfall of 741 feet. And Venezuela is home to Angel Falls, the world's highest waterfall, with a height of 979 meters and a plunge of 807 meters.
And also, did you know that Paraguay's people make the finest lace in the world, called ñanduti, which translates to spider web.
Uruguay has the longest national anthem in the world. It takes 6 minutes to perform.
Colombia has a naturally occurring rainbow river.
Please welcome the President of the Republic of Peru, Pedro Castillo.
Señor Presidente de los Estados Unidos de América, señoras y señores jefes de Estado y de Gobierno,
Secretary Generals of the United Nations and of the Organization of American States, special guests, members of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, Peru hosted the 8th Summit of the Americas in 2018. We welcomed in Lima the heads of state and government of the countries of the Americas. We did so because we believe this mechanism as a valuable space for joint action. It should constantly be strengthened and promoted. Since the first summit, also held in the United States in Miami in 1994, we have been invited to dialogue on different common concerns. We have developed a shared vision for the future development of our region. We also have an opportunity of sharing important achievements. I'm specifically talking about the establishment of the CEO Summit Dialogue, which has been facilitated by the Inter-American Development Bank, the Inter-American Democratic Charter mandated by the Quebec Summit in 2001 and approved in Lima that same year, also promotes us to further put into action the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption and the Inter-American Convention Against Terrorism, among others. I would particularly like to refer to the Lima Commitment. This was adopted in said summit in Peru. We picked as a central issue one of the most widespread problems and harmful problems in the world and in the hemisphere. I'm specifically talking about corruption. In its text, we have 57 actions. Since then, they have guided the efforts of our countries to combat and eradicate, discourage, and strengthen democratic governance and the protection of human rights. Back then in Lima, the countries of the Americas established the need to go beyond the adoption of the agreements. We recognized the importance of giving continuity to the commitments made to that end. In this sense, we set up a follow-up mechanism. This mechanism allows states, civil society organizations, and in general, citizens of the continent to verify compliance of each and every commitment and to know the degree of progress in the implementation of public policies against corruption. This mechanism is part of the common heritage of the Americas. It is a valuable management tool to move from the words to actions. 4 years after those meetings, we are now facing renewed challenges.
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft here. We're coming up at the top of the 6 o'clock hour there in Los Angeles, almost 9 o'clock on the East Coast. We're listening to the leader of Peru, Pedro Castillo, as he opens the Summit of the Americas right now. We're still awaiting for President Biden to speak, to give his remarks. We heard from Vice President Kamala Harris, also Governor Gavin Newsom and LA Mayor Eric Garcetti. Also opened with some remarks here at the summit. We want to take just a quick commercial break before the end of the hour. We'll be showing President Biden's remarks in full. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It is 6 o'clock here on the West Coast, 9 o'clock there on the East Coast in the nation's capital. Just want to alert you to some of our programming. Tomorrow we'll have special live coverage for the insurrection hearing being put on by the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot. Starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll air these hearings in full with the witnesses, with some of the testimony prepared for the committee and for the wider public in prime time. Of course, we know there'll be more hearings next week. Monday, there'll be a hearing at 10 a.m. Eastern, and next Wednesday, there'll be a hearing at 10 a.m. Eastern. But this one, tomorrow night, in prime time, we'll have special coverage, inviting on reporters who were there that day, guests who've worked in multiple presidential administrations about what January 6th meant, where the investigation goes from here, and so much more. Back out live, though, to the real Capitol building. You can see kind of some glimmers of lightning there in the background right by the dome. So wicked weather may be coming towards Washington. Not entirely sure. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do want to get back out to the Summit of the Americas out in Los Angeles. We are awaiting President Biden, who's going to be giving remarks. He's stepping up to the podium right now. Let's listen in.
Good evening. Please be seated. Welcome to Los Angeles. And I probably should stop right here because I've followed some difficult acts in the past. I followed some difficult acts, but never before have I followed such a difficult act as I've seen the last 45 minutes up here. It's my honor to host my fellow leaders from throughout our hemisphere for the 9th Summit of the Americas, at a moment when we need more cooperation, common purpose, and transformative ideas that have never been a greater need than today. I also want to welcome all the representatives from civil society, the private sector, international institutions, especially young people from across the Americas who are participating in this summit. Democracy is a hallmark of our region. Our Inter-American Democratic Charter, which grew out of the 3rd Summit of the Americas, captures our unique commitment to democracy as a region. It affirms the right of people throughout the Americas to democracy and our obligation as governments to promote and defend democracy. As we meet again today, in a moment when democracy is under assault around the world, let us unite again and renew our conviction that democracy is not only the defining feature of American histories, but the essential ingredient to America's futures. Folks, to state the obvious, our region is large and diverse. We don't always agree on everything, but because we're democracies, we work through our disagreements with mutual respect and dialogue. At this summit, we have an opportunity for us to come together around some bold ideas, ambitious actions, and to demonstrate to our people the incredible power of democracies to deliver concrete benefits and make life better for everyone. And no longer is this a question of what will we do, what will the United States do for the Americas? The question is what we can accomplish by working together as true partners with diverse capabilities but equal and mutual respect, recognizing both our individual sovereignty and our shared responsibilities. The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region particularly hard. While we account for just 12% of the global population, we experienced more than 40% of reported global pandemic-related deaths. It's an enormous tragedy that has left too many families grief-stricken. An ensuing economic crisis triggered by the pandemic ravaged economies throughout the hemisphere, wiping out much of the hard-earned progress we had made. 22 million more people fell into poverty in just the first year of the pandemic. Inequity continues to rise. Global inflammatory pressures were made worse by Putin's brutal and unprovoked war against Ukraine and making it harder for families to make ends meet. And all of these factors are contributing to vastly increased migration flows throughout our hemisphere, with too many people feeling there is no option available to them to provide for themselves and their families. These challenges affect all of us. All of our nations have a responsibility to step up and ease the pressure people are feeling today. In the months leading up to this summit, countries have made meaningful and concrete commitments to address these challenges. And the United States is attempting to do our part as well. Yesterday, we launched our Cities Forward initiative, recognizing the key roles of mayors and local governments, the role they play in delivering for the people where they live. And we'll host the inaugural City Summit of the Americas in Denver in 2023. Earlier today, we announced a new America Health Corps with 50,000 public health and medical professionals being trained in the region over the next 5 years to help strengthen our health systems throughout the hemisphere. In the next few days, we'll be rolling out another new initiative created in cooperation with many of your countries. It includes the U.S.-Caribbean Partnership to address the climate crisis, which the Vice President Harris will lead for our country, and a collaboration among the United States, Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Chile, and Mexico, the hemisphere's largest exporters of food, to increase food production for export, as well as increase fertilizer production for transportation. Our leaders, all of us, as we discuss ways to better target more than $500 million of the United States is devoting to increasing security for our citizens, working with partners to disrupt transnational criminal organizations, go after drug traffickers and illicit firearms, advancing anti-corruption efforts, and strengthening the rule of law. And tonight, I'm announcing a new economic partnership that builds on all the work we have done with the region and will guide our engagement going forward. We're calling it America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity, and it's grounded on the same core values that my administration is bringing to our own strong economic recovery and to bolster long-term economic competitiveness in the United States. First, the American Partnership will help economies grow from the bottom up and the middle out, not the top down. What's true in the United States is true in every country. Trickle-down economics does not work. But when we invest in strengthening workers and the middle class, the poor have a ladder up, and those at the top do just fine. That's how we can increase opportunity and decrease persistent inequity. We need to break the cycle where marginalized communities are hit the hardest by disasters and have the fewest resources to recover from crises and prepare for the next one. Together, we have to invest in making sure our trade is sustainable and responsible in creating supply chains that are more resilient, more secure, and more sustainable. By working with close friends who share our values, we can make sure that we are not left vulnerable to unexpected shocks while generating economic opportunity for the people in our region. Second, America's Partnership will foster innovation and help governments deliver for their own people. People everywhere expect their government to help give them just a little bit of breathing room, provide opportunities for work that pays a decent wage, educate children so they can rise as high as their talents can take them, make communities more secure so families feel safe in their homes and individuals know their rights will be respected. That means directing investment to help governments deliver on those responsibilities, including modernizing multilateral development banks to better address the challenges of today and of the future. For example, many countries in our region have prospered overall, making it harder for them to secure development lending, but they struggle with deep inequity. I'm proposing the fundamental reforms of the Inter-American Development Bank Group, and the United States is ready to put our new capital in the bank's private sector lending arm, the IDB investment, to help capitalize on the critical flow of private capital in the region, especially to those startup digital connectivity, renewable energy, and health. Third, the American partnership will tackle the climate crisis head-on with the same mentality we're bringing to the work in the United States. When I hear climate, I think jobs. Good-paying, high-quality jobs will help speed our transition to a green economy of the future and unleash sustainable growth. Jobs in developing and deploying clean energy. Jobs in decarbonizing the economy. Jobs in protecting biodiversity of our hemisphere. Jobs provide dignity of being able to feed your family, give your children a better life, and envision a future of possibilities. That's what this is all about, responding to basic human desires that we share for dignity, for safety, and for security. And when those basics are absent in one place, that's when people make the desperate decision to seek them elsewhere. So on Friday, we'll also come together to launch the Los Angeles Declaration, a groundbreaking integrated new approach to managing migration and sharing responsibility across the hemisphere. The Declaration represents a mutual commitment to invest in regional solutions that enhance stability, increase opportunities for safe and orderly migration through the region, and crack down on criminal and human trafficking who prey on desperate people. Safe and orderly migration is good for all of our economies, including the United States. It can be a catalyst for sustainable growth. But all unlawful migration is not acceptable. We will enforce our borders, including through innovative, coordinated action with our regional partners. We've come a long way together since the United States hosted the first summit of the Americas 28 years ago. But the spirit of Miami, as it was known, the sense of hope and new possibilities that defined that first summit, remains key to facing the challenge of today and unlocking the incredible potential that exists in this hemisphere in the Americas. There's no reason why the Western Hemisphere shouldn't be secure, prosperous, and democratic, from Canada's northernmost reaches to the southern tips of Chile. We have all the tools we need right here in our own hemisphere. Our people are dynamic and innovative. Our nations are committed to working in partnership, and our region is forever knit together by the close bonds of family and enduring friendship. We see it here in Los Angeles, as you heard earlier, a city that has been shaped from its earliest days and strengthened over the decades by the rich and diverse contributions from people of all our nations. It's written in the murals, the markets, the thoroughfares that crisscross the city, bearing witness to the history, struggle, and indomitable spirit of the people of the Americas. This city is testament to the connections that bind us and our capacity to achieve great things together. So tonight, let's enjoy a wonderful celebration. Let us leave here renewed with purpose and a renewed partnership. And tomorrow, let's get to work building the future this region deserves. Thank you all, and again, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Okay, President Biden there speaking to the Summit of the Americas, talking about the nation's shared priorities, mutual commitments, and so much more as this summit is now kicking off. It lasts till Friday. We also heard from Vice President Kamala Harris. You heard there President Biden talking about the war in Ukraine, talking about some other agenda items like COVID-19, like climate change, and so much more. Also about more initiatives, more investments in the region that the U.S. is announcing as well. So we'll keep tabs on the summit throughout the next couple of days. We've been bringing on experts to talk about what will be accomplished, if anything. This is the first time the United States has held the summit here at home since, I believe, the early 90s. And the big news going into the summit, of course, was Mexico pulling out. Mexico, the leader rather, Obrador, is not there. And so we've been hearing about that for some time, for the last couple of days, about what that will mean for U.S.-Mexico relations, if anything at all. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more headlines left to get to. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. Please join us tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern as we will bring live the hearings on Capitol Hill that the House Select Committee investigating January 6th will be holding in prime time. We'll be speaking with experts. We'll be speaking with reporters who were there on January 6th as the investigation in the House moves forward. There'll be 2 witnesses tomorrow night, one who is a documentary filmmaker who was there that day, also another, a member of the U.S. Capitol Police, one of the first officers who were injured during the melee, during the mob and the chaos as those pro-Trump protesters stormed the Capitol trying to prevent the certification of the Electoral College and the ballots certifying President Joe Biden's victory back in 2020. We've been hearing about it so much since the investigation has been going there in the House on the committee since last July. They've interviewed thousands of witnesses. They've gone over so many transcripts and documents and records. And so we will have live coverage of that tomorrow night. Just as a preview, though, my colleague Mike Page spoke with former Congressman Joe Garcia of Florida about what to expect. Here's that conversation.
How this first hearing is going to be in prime time coming up on Thursday. Maybe just your reaction to them selecting a prime time slot to kick it off.
Well, look, as Democrats, we may be slow, but we're not stupid, right? Clearly, in many respects, in the previous hearings, we haven't taken advantage of the position of controlling these committees and being able to set it up. So this is one of those cases where I think lessons learned in the past are of some use. And I think part of the setup is clearly the lack of participation of Republicans give a tremendous opportunity to hold the stage. And I think the Democrats are being smart. They're holding the stage, to use a more common term, they've got to bully pulpit. And so I think they're going to use it.
And Joe, as a former congressman, let's go back to when you were just seeing the video of that day. And as a former congressman, what were you thinking when you saw the Capitol under siege like that?
Well, I just thought of a lot of my colleagues that I'd known and grown to have tremendous personal affection for them. Suddenly seeing them in this very difficult situation, it was one of those. It was surreal, right? To some degree, those who have served in the Capitol, it's almost like a temple, right? It's you don't yell in the Capitol. You try to point out all the historical little nitpicky things, but they're beautiful in that building. And to suddenly seeing people cower in fear, seeing windows broken, shots fired, people assaulting the building, which in many respects seemed like a rape of our democracy. And it was one of those days where I think even those who felt upset about the election outcomes have to look at this and say it was a low point in American democracy.
And as we look forward to Thursday's kickoff here, we're being told that there's going to be 8 in total, with Thursday being the kickoff for it. And what are some ways in ways you think this is going to be portrayed and to really try to get to the American people of what happened on that day?
Well, I think part of what I believe you're going to see is you're going to see a much stronger sort of a presentation, right? In this case, you're not dealing with Republicans who are basically in the president's corner, which you saw in both impeachments, where you saw people who were literally from the bench, which is what, or from the jury, which is what Congress serves as. You saw them being advocates for the president. In this case, that's not going to happen. And I think what we've heard is that the Republicans are going to use the outside to sort of message in, but I think it gives them the opportunity to set the scenario. And I think tactically, the Republicans made a huge mistake by boycotting this, because it lets the Democrats choreograph it, and it also allows them to put out more bombshells, to plots and twists to this thing. And as you well know, one of the weak points in all modern prosecution is the cell phone, right? Because the cell phone, most of us who grew up, or I was a young man, but grew up watching Watergate, you thought, well, no politician will ever again tape themselves, so we'll never hear politicians unless they've committed some crime and are being taped. We'll never hear their thought process. I think here you're going to see a lot of that sort of time and place and tweets, which are the more common way that people talk. And so I think there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be very incriminating. People who probably on the record have said very different things than what was happening. You're going to see a president that is ignoring pleas from people in his own party who are feeling to some degree under attack. But you're also going to probably see people who are trying to coordinate with those outside, right? The idea here, if you believe, as I do, that this was coordinated, is there going to be people outside, probably low-level people, but around people of power who are probably coordinating the steps, trying to maximize damage to be able to use it for political purpose. So I think there's going to be a lot of surprises, a lot of plot twists, which lend themselves, because typically, had this been a committee where the Republicans staffed it, the Republicans would have been leaking the bad news early on, and so the plot would not have as many twists and turns. But I think you've got some very seasoned prosecutors on the Democratic side. I think Nancy picked this group very carefully. And then you have 2 Republicans who have served on this committee who quite literally believe that the president committed criminal acts already. I think it's going to be good television, as it were, which generally news is not unless there's someone running around with their clothes off or a fire. So this is going to be one of those things where it's going to be high political drama. And I think what the Republicans' challenge is, how are they going to pull the stage light away from that hearing to something more interesting? And the question as Democrats is, how are we going to stage this play so that most Americans understand it?
Now, the knock on former President Trump is that he cannot just give up the notion on the election of 2020. Keeps talking about that, really not talking about anything in the future. Now, for Democrats, some would say, well, they only are really just focused on January 6th, talking about what happened. What's your thought on that?
Well, I think, you know, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. I think to some degree, the Democrats have been very smart in sort of laying out their policy positions and what they're voting on, and not, you know, but we're Democrats, so we can't help ourselves but talking about 10 things at once. But we are doing a lot of things, right? And so you've seen the gun debate, where I think the president sort of has unleashed a very good policy debate. He's engaged in it very aggressively. And I think you're going to see that sort of come to its natural sort of ebb. And then this will take center stage. And I, again, knowing Nancy Pelosi as well as I do, and knowing the Democratic leadership, they're certainly, I think, not going to flub this, right? It's relatively controlled. The people that they put on that committee are people who are used to the public limelight and represent very specific sectors within the Democratic base. And so you're going to see each of them with a very thorough script of what the questions are, how to outline it. And then you're going to see a series of witnesses that are probably very prepped, and that we're going to be surprised at some of the things that they're going to say, right? Because if this were just a kabuki theater where we know exactly what the script is, or opera where you've seen the same play 20 different times, this is going to be some very new stuff, which I think will also feed the third estate, which you're a member of, right? All the outside players. And so you're going to see a lot of news being made as it's happening. And I think the best way to look at it is the way the sort of Democrats set up the prosecution, particularly in the second impeachment trial, where they knew what they were talking about. Everyone stayed on script. It was a very selected group. And I think, I don't think the speaker is going to let this sort of ramble on and sort of become just bad television. I think you're going to see good television, and what I think is going to be is a very sad day, because the story is not one of triumph or victory, or in fact, we're probably going to be surprised. One of the classic examples is by some of the people who acted heroically, who did their constitutional duty. One of them is Vice President Pence, someone who I don't think I've ever agreed on, but on this case, you saw Vice President Pence have his staff reach out to the Secret Service when he started understanding the scope and size of what was coming. You're also probably going to see a little bit of the failure of Democrats to harden the Capitol, to understand the risks that they were running. And I think there may be some criticism there, but I think it's going to be very focused on what they're trying to prove. And I think there are surprises, twists and turns. Particularly keep the eye on what's happening.
And this buildup, it feels like in DC and really across the country, when we're talking about this hearing, it seems like the last time we probably had a buildup and really a big talking point for a hearing. I have to maybe go back to Kavanaugh Senate hearing. What are your thoughts on the enormity of this hearing?
Well, I think if I had to think of one, I think you probably hit the nail on the head. Kavanaugh was surprised, and yet he performed as best he could. I mean, Lindsey Graham had one of his high moments, sort of theater there, and as well as Kavanaugh, right? A grown man who's going to the Supreme Court crying and sputtering. is good television. People want to see it, and it created some sympathy. Yeah, but you're right. But I think it's bigger than that. I really, because in the end, you both sides weren't scripted, so it was natural. I think the challenge for the Democrats here is to keep you from getting bored, right? Is to keep the audience glued on the facts that happened. And unlike a typical hearing where a lot of it is investigating and figuring out what you're going to happen, or a lot of congressmen posturing and posing against their colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I think in this case, you're going to see a case that's been developed, and people are going to play roles of following that script, but laying out some new material. And those, obviously, you and I who watch this almost in a professional capacity, as you know, as we were sportscasters or something, or theater critics, I think what they're looking to do, and what's a natural thing to do in politics, is capture the moment. And I think my colleagues are very good at that, particularly when you don't have another side, right? And so for the Republicans to get interest in the events that are happening here, I think they're going to have to light their hair on fire and run around the hallways outside, because clearly they're not going to be part of this event. And also you're going to see people who have to appeal to their base, right? Liz Cheney has a hard election going on where Trump traveled to her state to sort of condemn her even before these events. But let's be clear, Liz Cheney is a very conservative member of Congress, was part of the Republican leadership, and represents a very conservative state who she is having some impact in getting these messages are. Adam Kinzinger, who's leaving, is also someone who has a national stage here for himself. This is one of the younger, better looking, more dramatic Republican politicians who was literally a center of the Republican Party to some degree for a very long time now, and he's leaving Congress. But he also gets an opportunity to sort of telecast what's next for him. And then on the Democratic side, it's a bunch of very important members of Congress who are, in many respects, part of the future of the Democratic Party. And they are introducing themselves in a very different way. As you said, when we said this is primetime television, and these are not people who aren't ready for prime time. They are people who know how to deal with the press, know how to deal with their opposition, and in this case, they get to set up the stage.
Absolutely, absolutely. And lastly, Joe, before we go, we're more than a year removed here from this riot that happened at the Capitol, and we've seen, the American public has seen hours and hours of footage from that day. Do you think for this committee, is there a way for this set of hearings to reach out to maybe some parts of America and the people that have a notion that, well, it was just one day, not too much violence happened. There unfortunately were deaths associated with it, but is there a way to have, are they able to pull people's idea of saying, hey, this was actually way, way worse than you might be thinking about it? Is there a way for this committee to do that?
Well, I think what you're going to see is probably a very different way of presenting a political argument. As a general rule, American advocacy is based on confrontation and rebuttal, and it's a very typical thing that generally drives the narrative in a lot of political conversation. Whether you're on the Fox News side or whether you're on the CNN News side, they always want to have someone to beat up on the other side because it's how we take our information in politics. This is going to be, I think, very different. I think there's going to be a narrative. It's going to be a narrative with new details in it to capture the imagination or capture your thinking. And because you're not dealing with historic Trump acolytes who are going to be sitting there arguing every period, every comma, every little issue of the case, I think they're going to be able to lay out that case. And I think that's going to be laid out in an interesting fashion. So it's much more different than what you see in a sort of back and forth with a witness, which Americans are used to seeing. It's probably going to be much more of the whole idea that all questions are going to be leading. They're going to know the answer. There's a famous rule that every attorney knows, that never ask a question you don't know the answer to. Well, a lot of times witnesses that get before Congress you really don't know what they're going to say. But these are all witnesses that have volunteered to be there, that have been part of the process, that are going to be required to be smart. And among them is going to be Vice President Pence, which appears to be on their witnesses. This is someone who knows how to handle himself in the stage. And in many respects, his political survival requires that Trumpism come to an end, or his career is at an end. And so I think you're going to see a very different Mike Pence than the Mike Pence we were used to seeing, who, would take some of the president's fumbling rants or mistakes on the public stage and he'd try to recast it in more natural political tone. I think you're going to see a Mike Pence who is going to take this opportunity to reach out to Republicans, give them his vision of what happened, the very fact that his life was in peril. And I think to be able to be an effective communicator has never been Mike Pence's problem. This is a guy who was, a radio personality and a TV personality before he was a member of Congress. So I think we should expect from him one of the most important performances, both for the Republican Party and whatever new strain of that will come from the disaster of January 6th and the Trump presidency, or you may see him flop on his face and Trumpism get stronger. I think it's very tough, right? Again, we're Democrats and we figure out how to ruin our own parties, but I think as a Democrat and looking at this, and as you come from television, which produces something to create interest, I think what they're going to be looking for is a way to create a solid narrative from those who saw these events, saw them as dangerous to the country, and it's an opportunity to explain it to the American public, and then put this behind us. I don't sense from the prosecution here, particularly both from the U.S. Attorney's Office or from the Attorney General's Office, that there is an almost need to create a sort of Inquisition-style atmosphere. In fact, as we witnessed, some of the major actors of these events have not been forced to come before the committee. Yeah, they've been brought up on subpoenas, but they haven't taken them to jail. And that's where I sort of made the point that we talked about, is that there's a secondary level of people who were acting for their bosses, probably were not as careful because of the chaos. And we're going to see a lot of details that will probably stun and amaze us. We probably are going to be impressed with some of the courage we're going to see both from Democrats and Republicans in the middle of what was an assault on our nation's capital. And you're going to see people who acted not only courageously, but were trying to get their president to stop an event where just a few words from him would have changed the outcome of that day. And I also think there's going to be some heart-wrenching analysis of those who died, those who fought for the country on that day, who fought for the institutions of our country. This isn't just a political event. There was a lot of blood here. There was a lot of suffering here. There are a lot of people whose careers were shattered and who will never be the same. There were people who should have prepared better for these events, who have been let go for their jobs because their job was to make sure this never happened in America. And then there were people close to the power of the White House that conspired to help people make an assault on our country's most important symbol, which is the Capitol.
Yeah, it's a day that so many people will remember for a lifetime there. And it's going to be fascinating to see just how it all plays out for these hearings. Joe Garcia, thank you so much for giving us some insight as well as a preview of what to expect starting this Thursday. We really appreciate it here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for asking me. Take care.
No problem. And Live Now from Fox will continue in just a moment.
And we are continuing our coverage, especially tomorrow. Join us for the insurrection hearing. Our coverage begins at 8 o'clock Eastern time, 5 o'clock Pacific time. Here on Live Now from Fox, we'll have preview coverage, speaking with experts, speaking with reporters and lawmakers who were there on January 6th when it all happened. We'll also be getting reaction on social media, as many people are said to be speaking about this when it all happens. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Live Now as we take you through some of the other top stories of the day. We still do have some of these live pictures of the Summit of the Americas out in Los Angeles, California, as bands are performing. Music performances have been going on for the past hour or so. The president himself speaking, as well as the Vice President Kamala Harris speaking. They just showed a quick shot of President Biden and the First Lady quite enjoying the performances here. Let's just listen in briefly.
Thank you for coming to the Summit of Americas. Good night.
All right, the Summit of the Americas wrapping up for the evening, but don't go away. Coverage continues here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Actor and Uvalde native Matthew McConaughey back on Capitol Hill today, meeting with members of Congress to push for sensible gun reform. McConaughey met with a bipartisan group of House members, including Republican Congressman Jeff Duncan of South Carolina and Mark Vesey, a Democrat from Texas. The meeting, of course, coming a day after McConaughey gave emotional remarks at the White House press briefing, sharing stories of those who died in the elementary school shooting in his hometown, while urging lawmakers for more action on gun control. And more action was taken today. Here's Fox 13 in Tampa with more on gun reform and school safety.
Bill intended to improve school safety and reduce mass shootings, but it's hitting snags along the way. Our political editor Craig Patrick joins us now. And you've been watching this go on. What are the sticking points, and when do you think they'll actually have something for us to see?
Well, I think it'll be at least a couple of weeks. The expectation was that it was today, but there are some issues that are going to have to take some time to work through. Keep in mind, the bottom line is that you need at least 10 Republican votes in the Senate in order to move it through that particular chamber. So the 9 senators, 5 Democrats and 4 Republicans who are putting this together are writing it based on trying to get to that number. That's their math. What will, won't survive? How do you get to those 10 Republican votes, assuming all Democrats embrace this? So at this point, they have broad consensus and know that they're already there in terms of committing more federal money to mental health services, mental health treatment, screening, and improving school security. That part appears to be locked down, so they're already writing that into legislation. But there are, in fact, several other provisions that they're looking at proposing that they may have to cut or revise.
This Senate cannot escape its responsibility to do something.
We've heard that many times before, but after the mass shootings in Texas and Buffalo, followed by a wave of others across the nation this weekend, it looks as if Congress is finally on the brink of passing something to try to save lives.
The American people are sick and tired of gun violence, and they are desperate for us to bring change.
The House planned to reinstate the ban on assault weapons and ban high-capacity magazines and require background checks for all gun purchases does not have the votes needed to pass through the Senate. But we now know parts of the bipartisan Senate plan likely does. That means we're looking at more federal grants for school security, mental health programs, and federal grants to help states implement red flag laws, like the one former Governor, now Senator Rick Scott, signed in Florida.
Making sure we have risk protection orders where if you have mental issues, if you're threatening harm to yourself or somebody else, you don't have access to a weapon. You still have to go through the courts to make sure this happened. And then we should let the states do these things.
The senators considered raising the age to purchase a semi-automatic rifle from 18 to 21, but sources say that will not be included in the bipartisan plan. The senators are considering expanding background check requirements on purchasing at gun shows or online purchases, but that's hitting resistance and may not make the cut. They're also proposing a revised waiting period for 18 to 21-year-olds and enhanced background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds to include juvenile records in the federal checks. But that's also facing pushback from Republican senators and may also be excluded. And John Cornyn, the Texas Republican senator who's representing Republicans as the lead in the negotiations, says there are in fact several sticking points, but the primary holdup does appear to be on the question of background checks and to what extent they should be enhanced, in particular for 18 to 20-year-olds up to the age of 21. And the political strategy of Democratic Senate leaders at this point is to defer to the couple of Democrats, Kyrsten Sinema and Chris Murphy, who are representing them in these negotiations, on the thought that they may well lose control of the Senate in November. Their best chance of getting anything passed at this point would be to defer to what ultimately at least 10 Republicans in the Senate would be willing to do.
Well, it sure sounds like a lot of what parents are asking for is not going to be in this thing. But when do you think they will actually release something? You think there's any chance this week it could happen?
Well, it's possible, but it's very unlikely because leading up to today, we consistently heard they're going to unveil it this week. But today we're hearing because of that pushback on the issue of background check expansion that it will likely take us into next week. And Senator Cornyn said maybe 2 weeks from now. So they see that they do have some issues they need to iron out, and they expect that's going to take at least a few more days.
All righty. We know you're on top of it. So thank you very much, Craig.
All right, Fox 13 in Tampa right there. Now a live look on Capitol Hill as it was a busy day on Capitol Hill. Once again, an emotional hearing today as lawmakers listen to testimony from families of those mass shooting victims and a survivor of the Texas school shooting. It comes as senators walk a tightrope trying to find a narrow compromise on gun reform, just like Craig Patrick just said. Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram tells us where things now stand.
There was the Uvalde pediatrician.
I will never forget what I saw that day.
Parents who lost kids.
As her voice, we demand action. We understand that for some reason, to some people, to people with money, to people who fund political campaigns, that guns are more important than children.
And the harrowing tale of a fourth grader who survived the slaughter.
Shot my teacher and told my teacher goodnight and shot her in the head. He shot my friend that was next to me, and I thought he was gonna come back to the room, so I grabbed the blood and put it all over me.
New York Mayor Eric Adams begged lawmakers to stop the violence.
It is high noon in America.
But Second Amendment advocates warned against scaling back access to arms amid a crime wave.
Who and you who would call for more gun controls are the same ones that are calling to defund the police.
Republicans contend the Second Amendment is immutable.
Evil deeds do not transcend constitutional rights. It's the other way around.
Bipartisan senators are negotiating a narrow gun bill, but barring assault weapons is off the table.
Why do you oppose reinstating the assault weapons ban?
We're trying to get an outcome.
Progressives could oppose a Senate bill, but some Democrats will take anything at this stage.
Even if we make incremental progress, those are incremental life-saving.
The House has just approved a strict gun control bill. It would raise the age to buy assault weapons, but that bill is just window dressing for the left. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Well, an investigation is underway into the Uvalde school shooting there, and Attorney General Merrick Garland holding a press conference today about the latest in the investigation, the team that he's assembled that will go out and really make this review for justice for a lot of those families that spoke out today in Washington, D.C. We'll hear what he had to say after the break.
So as all of us know, and all the members of the press who are here know as well, we are gathered here because 2 weeks ago at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, an unspeakable act of mass violence took the lives of 19 children and 2 of their teachers. I know I speak for all of us, and I think I speak for everyone in the country in saying our hearts are broken by what happened in Uvalde. There is nothing that we can do that can undo the pain borne both by the survivors, families of the victims, and the community and the country. But the independence and transparency and expertise of the Justice Department can go a long way toward assessing what happened in Uvalde with respect to the law enforcement response and to giving guidance for the future. And that's what we're here for today. The Justice Department is undertaking a critical incident review of the law enforcement response that day at the request of the Uvalde mayor. The review will be comprehensive, it will be transparent, and it will be independent. We will be assessing what happened that day. We will be doing site visits at the school. We will be conducting interviews of an extremely wide variety of stakeholders, witnesses, families, law enforcement, government officials, school officials, and we will be reviewing the resources that were made available after in the aftermath. The review will culminate in a final report, which will include our findings and recommendations, and it will be made public. The department's COPS office is leading the review. Our director, Rob Chapman, and our senior counselor, Shanetta Cutler, will be leading the team. And now I will be happy to introduce to you the team who will be doing the investigation. Chief Rick Brazil, who served as chief of the Sacramento Police Department and lead investigator on a number of critical incident reviews. Deputy Chief Gene Dysinger, who served as Deputy Chief of Police and Director of Threat Management for Virginia Tech, where he was recruited following the mass shooting there in 2007. Deputy Chief Frank Fernandez is a former Chief of Police and Police Practices expert for the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division since 2008. Albert Guarnieri, who is on the screen, who is joining us remotely. He currently serves with the FBI as the Unit Chief of the Violence Reduction Unit in the Office of Partner Engagement. He oversees the FBI's program that has trained over 110,000 law enforcement officers in active shooter preparation and response. Major Mark Lomax served for over 27 years with the Pennsylvania State Police, led national efforts to strengthen law enforcement tactical response as executive director for the National Tactical Officers Association, and as a manager for the IACP Center for Police Leadership and Training. Laura McElroy, who is also joining us remotely, is a communications strategist who has worked as a civilian police executive dedicated to bridging the gap between officers and the communities they serve. Sheriff John Mina led the Orlando Police Department through the mass shooting at the Pulse nightclub in 2016. Dr. April Naturel is a traumatic stress specialist who led one of the World Trade Center Health Program's outreach and education programs and was the architect of the behavioral health response to the Boston Marathon bombing. Finally, Chief Kristen Zeman led the Aurora Police Department through the mass shooting at a movie theater in 2012. As I said, nothing that these folks can do can undo the terrible tragedy that occurred and that we are just heartbroken about, but we can assess what happened and we can make recommendations for the future. I would also say that as we conduct this review, the Justice Department stands ready to participate, to support the bipartisan gun safety negotiations that are going on in Congress right now in any way that's possible. I think now we'll take a few questions. Yes.
If I may.
Of course.
Given the misstatements, how concerned are you about the lack of transparency so far down in Uvalde? And will this review have the tools it needs in case people decide that they do not want to cooperate?
So as I said, we've been invited by the mayor. We have been promised, assured, and welcomed with respect to cooperation by every level of law enforcement, state, federal, and local. And we'll participate in that vein. We don't expect any problems.
Mr. Attorney General, on the topic of gun violence, a man was arrested earlier this morning outside the home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh in Maryland with a gun and a knife, threatening to do harm to the justice. What is your reaction to this?
So this kind of behavior is obviously behavior that we will not tolerate. Threats of violence and actual violence against the justices, of course, strike at the heart of our democracy, and we will do everything we can to prevent them and to hold people who do them accountable. For that reason, last month, I accelerated the protection of all the justices' residences 24/7. Also last month, I met with the marshal of the court. I convened a meeting with her, as well as with the deputy director of the FBI, with the director of the Marshal Service, and with our own law enforcement, our own prosecutors, to ensure every degree of protection available as possible. Just yesterday, I met with Judge Salas and Judge Sullivan on the Judicial Security Committee of the Judicial Conference, and assured them of our complete support for their efforts with respect to judicial security. Mike?
General, when will this group be on the ground in Uvalde? And there's been some indication that at least some police officials, including the school police chief, have been somewhat uncooperative in the investigations that are already proceeding. What is the process for this team to gather information from people who may not cooperate in investigations? And is there any kind of compulsory process?
So the team is already working, and they will be on the ground as necessary, but they have already begun their work. And as I said, we expect voluntary cooperation from everybody at every level, and we have been promised that cooperation.
Is it possible that there will be a criminal referral interview?
So this is not a criminal investigation. This is an after-action critical incident review, which we have done in the past, which we did in San Bernardino, and which was done in the Pulse nightclub. This is not a criminal review.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So once again, the Attorney General coming out and introducing the team that is going to be reviewing the response in the Uvalde school shooting. So we'll be following that investigation as it continues here. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We're coming up on, we are at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock here in Phoenix, 10 o'clock out on the East Coast. When we come back, we are kind of switching the theme up a little bit and moving out to another story we brought to you, the Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp defamation trial. Yes, there is still news coming out of this, a possible appeal from Amber Heard and possibly damages being dropped from Johnny Depp. We'll get legal analysis after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. The story just keeps on growing here. Johnny Depp officially on TikTok. The 58-year-old actor joined the platform days after winning his defamation case against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. He put up his first video, a montage of himself, and in the caption, he thanked fans for their support, adding, quote, "We will all move forward together." Depp already has over 5 million followers. Heard responding to that, saying that as he's moving forward, women's rights are moving backward, saying that the verdict's message to victims of domestic violence is to be afraid to stand up and speak out. And there's been a lot of criticism about the case as a whole. I want to bring in legal analyst Nima Haddadi. Nima, thanks so much for being with us here on the show. The story continues here. There's a lot of back and forth on social media between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. This isn't going away. There's talks of appeals on the table. There's talks of Johnny Depp dropping these damages that he, deserves, according to the jury out in Virginia. What are your thoughts on all of this?
I think this is expected. I think Amber Heard lost in the Court of Public Appeal. I think that she doesn't have a choice but to try to change the narrative. I think the best way to do that would probably be an appeal. I think on the other side, Johnny Depp, he won. I think everything that he'd lost in the last 3-4 years in terms of credibility, he won it all back. I expected Amber Heard to appeal her case.
So with an appeal, what would that look like? Because her team has been going on TV and saying, yes, we are going to do this, but I haven't seen anything official yet. What potentially would that look like if they decided to move forward?
I think their arguments are going to be based around social media and the jury not being sequestered, which makes sense. Normally, a high-profile case like this, a jury does get sequestered and isolated, but this was a civil case. The cost would have been high. I was surprised that they weren't at the end of the day. But I think that a judge might agree with her. Other than that, the only other way for her to be successful in the appeal would be if there's new evidence, and I don't see that happening. The judge was very careful in this case. There was cameras always in the courtroom. I don't think there will be any way in terms of new evidence or any type of issues like that in which Amber Heard could be successful for an appeal.
Well, Amber Heard's lawyer, Elaine Bredhoff, you could see her there inside of the courtroom. When asked if Amber Heard would be able to pay over $10 million to Johnny Depp, she said she wouldn't be able to. What does that do?
I don't think it does much. I don't think Johnny Depp's going to go after Amber Heard and try to get the money. It's not about money for him. He won something that is much greater than that, his credibility. I don't think he's going to try to tarnish it and go after this $10 million. I think there's going to be a lot more money on the table now that he won this trial. I think this is all just trying to change the narrative on Amber Heard's part.
Well, once again, Amber Heard's lawyers saying that if she didn't get the favorable verdict, I mean, this was in closing arguments, they said that this would really be difficult for abuse victims moving forward, specifically sexual abuse victims. They say that you are basically telling these victims you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you. For, domestic abuse cases, sexual abuse cases, physical abuse cases, what do you think that this case did for them?
The issue becomes Amber Heard looked like a liar because she was proven to have lied. That's the issue in this case. She can try to convolute it all she wants and talk about this is bad now, you have to be perfect if you accuse anybody. I think all of that, it's just throwing mud on the wall. Amber Heard lied. She was proven to be a liar. In that entire case, there wasn't one instant of abuse that she could show. And as a result, she was penalized. I think the goal for Amber Heard's team is to change the narrative, and that's what they're trying to do, but they're not doing a very good job. Even if this appeal was successful, what is she going to do? Is she going to go through a trial again? and live through that nightmare, I don't know. I wouldn't even be surprised if they won the appeal and for whatever reason that trial doesn't move forward, because the last thing that I think Amber Heard wants to do is try to take that stand again.
So how would an appeal work, and how long do appeals typically take? I mean, it could take years, right?
Yeah, they're going to go in. Again, it depends on what grounds the appeal is going to be on. I think it's going to be that the issue with sequestering the jury. They're going to say that the jury wasn't isolated and the jury went and they probably were influenced by outside sources. I think they can be successful, but at the end of the road, I don't really think they're looking for a new trial. Right now, Amber Heard has been villainized. She needs to do anything that she can do to try to change the narrative and try to redeem some portion of her reputation.
Do you foresee Johnny Depp's team dropping this and saying she doesn't, need to pay up or anything, just don't talk to us again? Do you foresee that as an option?
Yeah, I could see that in a few months, him being the nice guy, even though he'd been wronged in the manner that he'd had. This woman tried to destroy his life. He's going to come back and say, you know what? You're not even worth that $10 million. I want to have nothing to do with you. I can definitely see his team doing that.
All right, well, only time will tell, and still the social media continuing to mount on this case. Johnny Depp now becoming an influencer overnight. Whitney Heard, Amber Heard's sister, coming out and putting a new hashtag, I stand with Amber Heard. So we'll just have to wait and see when it comes to the appeals on this, if there's any movement from either legal team here. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show, Nima. Any last thoughts?
No. I think enough has been said about Ms. Heard.
All right, thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Have a good day.
Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break as we're obviously monitoring the Johnny Depp defamation trial, but there are some other lawsuits that are underway, specifically concerning Simone Biles. This is also a sexual case involving Larry Nassar. And so we'll be bringing you the details of that, the dollar amount, after this commercial. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Simone Biles, along with former U.S. gymnast, seeking over $1 billion from the FBI over their situation and abuse from Larry Nassar. The suit claims the FBI failed to open an investigation into their team doctor, Nassar, after victim and witness reports. The Olympians claim they had an investigation that had been opened sooner. Law enforcement stopped Nasser, or they would have stopped Nasser from abusing more victims. Nasser pled guilty to both state and federal charges in connection with the abuse and will spend the rest of his life behind bars. So we'll be following that case. Again, $1 billion, more than $1 billion that they are now seeking from the FBI for this mishandling of the investigation here. Moving along, the Summit of the Americas has officially wrapped up for the evening here. It's out in Los Angeles, California. We heard just within the last hour or two from President Biden, from the Vice President, about what they're going to be speaking about. There's going to be conversations about migration, COVID-19, inflation, and so much more. But there were some events from earlier we haven't been able to play out for you in a little while here, specifically with Secretary Blinken. We're going to play those out for you now.
De prensa, conciencia, expresión y opinión. Condenar las acciones desestabilizadoras del Foro de Sao Paulo y el Grupo de Puebla en el hemisferio, así como también la injerencia de la dictadura cubana en cualquier otro estado. En materia de transparencia y anticorrupción, adoptar las medidas de transparencia del gasto, gestión y ejecución del presupuesto público. Alentar y facilitar la denuncia de irregularidades y actos de corrupción, incluido el lavado de dinero, protegiendo a los denunciantes y además de identificar y reparar a las víctimas de la corrupción. Promover la socialización eficaz de las medidas de integridad. Implementar y difundir consultas públicas a través de plataformas tecnológicas accesibles y amigables en los procesos legislativos y de elaboración de políticas públicas de desarrollo de las comunidades. Penalizar las decisiones de los estados.
Let me start by saying,
I don't think your mic is working.
hold on.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's working.
Working now?
Yeah.
Yes, great, thank you. This is what this summit is all about. It's not just about governments meeting together, as important as that is, and it is important because it's been more than 4 years since the heads of government of our respective countries have come together. But it is about working with, hearing from, listening to all of the stakeholders in our societies, civil society, the business community, labor, young people. And what the power of this summit is to bring all of us together. I hope that that includes a lot of interaction among the different groups, not just between the government representatives and civil society. But what we heard was a very powerful call for countries to adopt, adhere, implement basic democratic principles, all of which are founded in the democratic charter of our hemisphere that was launched actually at a Summit of the Americas in 2001, in effect, and took life, and should be the foundational document for all of us. We all have shortcomings when it comes to this. We all need to be held accountable for those shortcomings. Civil society is a powerful way of doing that, and we value it, even if we don't always make clear our appreciation. But making sure that this voice is heard is critically important. It will animate what we do. And the last thing I'll just say is this is a critical time for our entire hemisphere. No region of the world has been more affected by COVID-19 than our region. We've suffered more loss of life than any other part of the world. And all of the other repercussions that followed from that, including economic repercussions where people are suffering. We have about 30% of world GDP in our hemisphere, but we need to activate it, and we need to activate it in a more equitable fashion. So there has to be greater inclusion in what we're doing. But we have COVID. We have climate. We have migration, which is at historic proportions. More people on the move in our hemisphere than at any time in memory, and that's also true around the world. We have the impact that technology is having on the lives of all of our people, and big digital divides among us. We have inequities in our health systems. All of these things, as well as the shortcomings that our various societies have when it comes to democracy, these are things that we need to work on together. And in part, that's what we're trying to do among our countries at the government level. Because we know this basic fact is true. And I think there's a recognition across most of the countries in our hemisphere. Not a single one of the big challenges that we face that's actually having an impact on the lives of our citizens can be addressed by any one of us acting alone. And not only acting alone in terms of governments, but acting alone in terms of stakeholders. The only way we're going to get sustainable results is if we can somehow bring all of the stakeholders along together. It's very hard, it's very imperfect, it takes time, but that's the way to do it. And that's exactly why we're meeting and listening to each other and trying to learn from each other. So in that spirit, I'm really pleased to see everyone here and want to keep listening.
Let's close the round of government officials on the stage. Thank you, Secretary Blinken. Let's hear from Melanie Joy, Minister of Foreign Affairs from Canada.
Thank you. Well, it's great to be here. Thank you, Tony, for hosting this important Summit of the Americas. I had the chance to meet some of you in the room before being here. I know that there are great people, strong woman from Mexico, and yes, working on the question of woman empowerment. Thank you for your work. I know I met some of you also that are working to make sure to combat poverty and make sure that education is available to children, so thank you. And I know a lot of you coming from different perspectives and different walks of life and are all about defending human rights and freedom of expression in your different countries. So thank you for being here. Merci d'être ici. Well, Tony has mentioned it a bit earlier. The Summit of the Americas, what last happened in 2018. Let's all remember what has happened since 2018. Obviously the pandemic, but also we know that the war in Ukraine is having a real toll on gas prices, on cost of living, on affordability in general. And obviously we know that there's been and there will continue to be issues linked to the impact of climate change, definitely in the Caribbean, but also throughout the hemisphere and throughout the world. And so more than ever, the discussions we're having at the Summit of the Americas and everything in line with foreign policy is having an impact in people's lives and in households. May you be in Erica's country, in Panama, in Canada, in the US, in Chile, etc. And so that is why it's important that we have this conversation together, because more than ever, your work is also important. And we need to make sure that we continue to talk to each other. There's been some issues also in dealing with our own democracies within the hemisphere. We know that. There's been shining lights from President Cortizo in Panama and Erica, your president's government, from Gabriel Boric election in Chile, but there's been also democratic backsliding, and I'm convinced that many of you in the room have opinions about that. And so we know that democracy is being threatened three ways. The first one is linked to the fact that there are some authoritarian regimes and authoritarian leaders that are challenging democracies, and there's that fight on the world stage between both regimes. The second one is also democracies and democratic institutions being challenged at home within our own democracies, and a mistrust of people towards the very possibility of countries being able to tackle these difficult issues. And the third one is the impact of the online discussion, so democracy and in the digital age, and the impact of misinformation and disinformation. That's definitely something we have to look into. So thank you for being here. Clearly, as the representative of Canada, it's a pleasure to be here and being a strong voice for human rights and feminist foreign policies and many other issues. And of course, it's my goal to make sure that we have greater discussions and relationships between each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Madam Minister. And let's hear from the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Panama, Eric Moines.
Gracias. Yo voy a ser muy breve porque estamos aquí para tener un diálogo y queremos escucharlos.
Ya está. Ahora sí. Decía que me alegra estar aquí precisamente con nuestra canciller. Nuestras poblaciones, sobre todo las poblaciones.
We can celebrate the solutions we found together. And I think that's the balance we need to get to. Because if we don't, and if there's just an idea of confrontation, which I clearly don't see in the room, not at all, but if we don't, we're not able to show to our citizens that democracy works, institutions have a legitimacy, and therefore we can be able to work on creating more opportunities and basically that government matters. I come from a country where at the core of our Constitution, it's written peace, order, and good government, which is quite rare, quite frankly. Good government. What is a good government? A good government is a government that is serving the people, but also that is able, when serving the people, to be efficient, that is able to make sure that we're addressing systemic issues from racism to poverty, but also that the people within Canada believe that government works and matter. So on the international stage, this is how we conduct our businesses and our foreign policy. And it is, yes, about having solutions in the Summit of the Americas. I think clearly Tony can talk about them, but to help your healthcare system, to make sure that we can deal with the root causes of migration, and finally that we can really tackle the issue of climate change, well, building real infrastructure, helping making sure that people are able to deal with more and more crises that are happening on the environmental front that are having an impact on food crisis and just their capacity to work. So that's what I would say to your tough questions, ladies.
Merci. Okay, Minister.
Yo tengo una respuesta muy sencilla y creo que es importante la pregunta de ¿y ahora qué?
In Los Angeles, or what we said at previous summits. I think Erica's idea of imposing a report card on ourselves is a really good one. We should be held accountable for commitments that we've made, principles that we've said we'd adhere to in the past, to see if we're really doing that. So that's a really good idea. I think we should take it on. But I don't want to discount the fact that as challenging as it is, we are doing things that I think can have an impact, will have an impact, if we follow through. Melanie mentioned the need to improve healthcare systems in all of our countries, not only to deal with hopefully preventing and if not effectively mitigating the next pandemic, but also there are such huge disparities in healthcare within our countries and among our countries that we have to do better. Well, one of the things coming out of this summit is a commitment to fund the training for 500,000 healthcare workers, technicians, specialists across the hemisphere who will be in different parts of our hemisphere. If we make good on that commitment, that's going to have a real impact. Our Vice President, Kamala Harris, has been leading an effort to generate more private sector investment in countries of the so-called Northern Triangle, in Guatemala and Honduras and El Salvador, because we know, of course, that the lack of opportunity is one of the main reasons why people end up becoming migrants and choosing to leave everything they know behind, their families, their towns, their cities, their culture, their language, and take an incredibly risky journey across the hemisphere. Well, you have to create opportunity. And one of the ways to create opportunity is to actually make investments in countries. That takes time, but there's now a commitment, just as a result of the work the Vice President has done from the private sector, to invest $3.2 billion in those countries. Now, it helps to have good, effective, transparent governance to make sure that those investments can proceed smoothly and actually get to where they need to go. We have work to do there. But these are concrete things, and we should be held to making good on them. So last thing I'll say is this, because it goes to the questions that you've raised that I think are very important. How do we make sure that 365 days a year, not just 3 days a year, we have this connectivity with all of the different stakeholders, that we are working together as best we can, even though sometimes we represent different points of view, and that's the way it should be, and that if, in the case of civil society, that you're there on the takeoff of initiatives, not just on the landing. That's on us to find ways to better work together. I think it's also on you to be willing to participate in that. And finally, it goes to something that Melanie said that I think is true. We have to deal in a world, and we have to be pushed by those of us who seek the perfect. But my own country is not perfect. It never will be perfect. What we're about is a journey toward trying to be more perfect. And that's an inherent acknowledgement that we're not perfect. It's good that there are those who expect perfection. But in government, part of our challenge is trying to bring together all of the different interested groups, parties, stakeholders, and finding a way forward. And that way forward is probably not going to be perfect. But hopefully it's progress. My boss, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, likes to say on any given challenge that we face, when we come up with a solution that may be imperfect, he likes to say to those who are unhappy, don't compare me to the Almighty, compare me to the alternative. So I hope we can keep that in mind too, and work in a spirit of working forward together. Because here's the last thing on this. I think there is a growing recognition among those of us who are in government, and I've been doing this in one way or another for nearly 30 years, that if we're not able to bring along all of the different stakeholders on any given issue, whatever we do won't be sustainable. It won't hold up. It will fall apart. So simply out of rational interest, we should be doing this. It also happens to be the right thing to do. And sometimes it's nice when conscience meets practicality, and I think it's a necessity that we do this.
Thank you, Secretary. Let's hear from Vanessa. This is a conversation. We have 6 minutes left. Vanessa, be short if you can, and then we will hear from others.
Yeah, very, very short and to the point. No secret that corruption is the biggest thing that turns governments away from their people, right? Makes a government genuflect to either nefarious foreign interests or particular criminal interests, and a state capture is something that concerns all of us in civil society. I spoke the recommendations from my group. They're not my recommendations, they're the group's. And I would like to hear from you and those in government 3 specific ways in which you will help us concretely combat corruption and state capture and the involvement of aspects of government, including militaries, in activities like drug trafficking. How are you going to help us get our governments back responsive to our people? Thank you.
Let's give 1 minute for each. Let's start with Minister from Panama.
1 minute. La lucha contra la corrupción.
Minister.
Yes, of course. Well, the question of corruption is really important because, like Erica said, it has an impact on public trust, but also, in general, it really has an impact on really being able to take the public's resources and to invest in public services. And so, of course, I can understand the frustration, the how can I say, not only frustration, but the revolt of people when looking at the impact of corruption in their country. So this is something we take very seriously. Vanessa, you were asking us, in terms of what do we think, but more, what are the solutions? We think Canada is in favor of creating an international anti-corruption tribunal. Yes, I think it's worth clapping. Yeah. I think. Because we think it would help put pressure on countries, and it would bring accountability in the face of injustice. So that's our goal, and that's something we are willing to work with many countries. And of course, it will be first democratic countries wanting to join in this very important project. But I think also that we can pressure other countries bit by bit to participate. And last but not least, you know, there are all these principles and international norms. We call them the international rules-based order, which is important, yes. But one of the things that have been difficult is the question of accountability. When a country doesn't respect the norms and principles that, for example, are at the core of what the United Nations have put into place since the Second World War. We're seeing it with Russia right now. But we're seeing it in other parts of the world as well. So we as a country have been pushing for the question of accountability. That's why we were in favor of creating the International Court of Justice. And that's why we're coming up with this new idea of creating an international anti-corruption court, because I think it makes sense in the circumstances to push more accountability at the international level. Thank you.
Merci. Secretary Blinken.
I'm very tempted to say what they said and leave it at that. But just to almost emphasize what's been said. First, I agree very much with the question and with the ideas put forward by civil society. We know that corruption is perhaps the most corrosive negative element in democracy. We know that if you look at virtually every social movement around the world, in the last 20 years, whether it was Tunisia, whether it was Egypt and Tahrir Square, some countries in our own hemisphere, I could go down the list. In virtually every instance, a revulsion at corruption was the main reason, or certainly one of the main reasons, for people to say enough is enough. But to your point, we also see genuine state capture, where it becomes so endemic that it is incredibly difficult to root out, because virtually everyone has an interest in perpetuating the system, and incredibly brave individuals are putting their futures and their lives on the line to say, no, we reject the system. So we have to help give the tools. So a few things in a practical way. One is, look, just putting a spotlight on the problem is in and of itself important. It's insufficient, but it's important, and that's something we do. Creating tools and support for all of the different groups that are the most effective watchdogs when it comes to corruption is usually important. We know the media is vitally important. We also know that it's under tremendous challenge. Some of us talked about this yesterday. Independent media in our hemisphere is, and in other places in the world, is constantly being threatened. Just in this year alone, 17 journalists in our hemisphere were killed doing their jobs, and a big part of their jobs has been exposing corruption. So there are very concrete programs that we're putting in place, including through the Summit for Democracy that President Biden convened, and this summit, to support independent media, to support it financially so that it can survive, to give journalists the tools to protect themselves against various efforts to stop them from doing what they're doing, whether it's through cyber technology, physical protection, to push back against states using laws against journalists, for example, through lawsuits, to try to put them out of business. We now have a fund to support them so that they can effectively defend themselves and not go out of business in doing it. These are practical things, but we're driving that to make sure that there is an independent media. Civil society, coming out of this summit, the United States will be providing another almost $100 million between the State Department and USAID to about 300 civil society groups across our hemisphere so that they continue to be able to do their work, including finding ways to combat corruption. Whether it's an international tribunal or whether it is existing mechanisms that have proven effective in our hemisphere through the United Nations, we support the work, because sometimes bringing in an independent body is the only way that you're actually going to be able to do it. It's impossible to set that up sometimes within a state. A word that I know a lot of people don't like, but in this instance, I think it can be very important: sanctions. We will continue to identify and, as necessary, sanction corrupt officials, because that is one way of disincentivizing them and disincentivizing others from engaging in these practices, including sanctions that prohibit them from coming to the United States, benefiting from our country, sending their children there, et cetera, et cetera. If other countries did the same thing, that I think would create a lot of disincentives for people to engage in these practices. And then there are lots of things that can be done that different countries can look at, including my own country, for example, looking at things like beneficial ownership, who actually owns and is behind different institutions and different assets that are being used, including to advance state capture. So there's a very practical list, but I really do think it starts with a common commitment to say that this is inherently in contradiction with the basic principles of our hemisphere, principles that all of our countries agree to in the charter that should animate what we do.
Thank you so much. I was advised to finish this panel sharp at 1:45, so I think it's time to thank Secretary, ministers, and voices from civil society on your job, your work done in the last weeks, the last months, and since you took your positions. We trust you. We need you to work hard to those voices, those ideas, ends up on your desk and changing things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Claro, gracias a ti.
Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, Jana, that's it.
So once again, Secretary Blinken earlier today at this panel discussion with other foreign leaders, foreign ministers of Canada, of Panama, and conversations like this will continue through Friday as the Summit of the Americas will take us through the rest of the week. President Biden speaking at the opening ceremony today, along with some major musical performances. If you missed it, no worries. We'll play it out for you once again after the break.
Good evening. Please be seated. Welcome to Los Angeles. And I probably should stop right here because I've followed some difficult acts in the past. I followed some difficult acts, but never before have I followed such a difficult act as I've seen the last 45 minutes up here. It's my honor to host my fellow leaders from throughout our hemisphere for the 9th Summit of the Americas, at a moment when we need more cooperation, common purpose, and transformative ideas that have never been a greater need than today. I also want to welcome all the representatives from civil society, the private sector, international institutions, especially young people from across the Americas who are participating in this summit. Democracy is a hallmark of our region. Our Inter-American Democratic Charter, which grew out of the 3rd Summit of the Americas, captures our unique commitment to democracy as a region. It affirms the right of people throughout the Americas to democracy and our obligation as governments to promote and defend democracy. As we meet again today, in a moment when democracy is under assault around the world, let us unite again and renew our conviction that democracy is not only the defining feature of American histories, but the essential ingredient to America's futures. Folks, to state the obvious, our region is large and diverse. We don't always agree on everything, but because we're democracies, we work through our disagreements with mutual respect and dialogue. At this summit, we have an opportunity for us to come together around some bold ideas, ambitious actions, and to demonstrate to our people the incredible power of democracies to deliver concrete benefits and make life better for everyone, And no longer is this a question of what will we do, what will the United States do for the Americas? The question is what we can accomplish by working together as true partners with diverse capabilities but equal and mutual respect, recognizing both our individual sovereignty and our shared responsibilities. The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region particularly hard. While we account for just 12% of the global population, we experienced more than 40% of reported global pandemic-related deaths. It's an enormous tragedy that has left too many families grief-stricken. An ensuing economic crisis triggered by the pandemic ravaged economies throughout the hemisphere, wiping out much of the hard-earned progress we had made. 22 million more people fell into poverty in just the first year of the pandemic. Inequity continues to rise. Global inflammatory pressures were made worse by Putin's brutal and unprovoked war against Ukraine and making it harder for families to make ends meet. And all of these factors are contributing to vastly increased migration flows throughout our hemisphere, with too many people feeling there is no option available to them to provide for themselves and their families. These challenges affect all of us. All of our nations have a responsibility to step up and ease the pressure people are feeling today. In the months leading up to this summit, countries have made meaningful and concrete commitments to address these challenges. And the United States is attempting to do our part as well. Yesterday, we launched our Cities Forward initiative, recognizing the key roles of mayors and local governments, the role they play in delivering for the people where they live. And we'll host the inaugural City Summit of the Americas in Denver in 2023. Earlier today, we announced a new America Health Corps with 50,000 public health and medical professionals being trained in the region over the next 5 years to help strengthen our health systems throughout the hemisphere. In the next few days, we'll be rolling out another new initiative created in cooperation with many of your countries. It includes the U.S.-Caribbean Partnership to address the climate crisis, which the Vice President Harris will lead for our country. And a collaboration among the United States, The United States, Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Chile, and Mexico, the hemisphere's largest exporters of food, to increase food production for export, as well as increase fertilizer production for transportation. Our leaders, all of us, as we discuss ways to better target more than $500 million of the United States is devoting to increasing security for our citizens, working with partners to disrupt transnational criminal organizations, go after drug traffickers and illicit firearms, advancing anti-corruption efforts, and strengthening the rule of law. And tonight, I'm announcing a new economic partnership that builds on all the work we have done with the region and will guide our engagement going forward. We're calling it America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity, and it's grounded on the same core values that my administration is bringing to our own strong economic recovery and to bolster long-term economic competitiveness in the United States. First, the American Partnership will help economies grow from the bottom up and the middle out, not the top down. What's true in the United States is true in every country. Trickle-down economics does not work. But when we invest in strengthening workers and the middle class, the poor have a ladder up, and those at the top do just fine. That's how we can increase opportunity and decrease persistent inequity. We need to break the cycle where marginalized communities are hit the hardest by disasters and have the fewest resources to recover from crises and prepare for the next one. Together, we have to invest in making sure our trade is sustainable and responsible in creating supply chains that are more resilient, more secure, and more sustainable. By working with close friends who share our values, we can make sure that we are not left vulnerable to unexpected shocks while generating economic opportunity for the people in our region. Second, America's Partnership will foster innovation and help governments deliver for their own people. People everywhere expect their government to help give them just a little bit of breathing room, provide opportunities for work that pays a decent wage, educate children so they can rise as high as their talents can take them, make communities more secure so families feel safe in their homes and individuals know their rights will be respected. That means directing investment to help governments deliver on those responsibilities, including modernizing multilateral development banks to better address the challenges of today and of the future. For example, many countries in our region have prospered overall, making it harder for them to secure development lending, but they struggle with deep inequity. I'm proposing the fundamental reforms of the Inter-American Development Bank Group, and the United States is ready to put our new capital in the bank's private sector lending arm, the IDB investment, to help capitalize on the critical flow of private capital in the region, especially to those startup digital connectivity, renewable energy, and health. Third, the American Partnership will tackle the climate crisis head-on with the same mentality we're bringing to the work in the United States. When I hear climate, I think jobs. Good-paying, high-quality jobs will help speed our transition to a green economy of the future and unleash sustainable growth. Jobs in developing and deploying clean energy. Jobs in decarbonizing the economy. Jobs in protecting biodiversity of our hemisphere. Jobs provide dignity of being able to feed your family, give your children a better life, and envision a future of possibilities. That's what this is all about, responding to basic human desires that we share for dignity, for safety, and for security. And when those basics are absent in one place, that's when people make the desperate decision to seek them elsewhere. So on Friday, we'll also come together to launch the Los Angeles Declaration, a groundbreaking integrated new approach to managing migration and sharing responsibility across the hemisphere. The declaration represents a mutual commitment to invest in regional solutions that enhance stability, increase opportunities for safe and orderly migration through the region, and crack down on criminal and human trafficking who prey on desperate people. Safe and orderly migration is good for all of our economies, including the United States. It can be a catalyst for sustainable growth. But all unlawful migration is not acceptable. We will enforce our borders, including through innovative coordinated action with our regional partners. We've come a long way together since the United States hosted the first summit of the Americas 28 years ago. But the spirit of Miami, as it was known, the sense of hope and new possibilities that defined that first summit remains key to facing the challenge of today and unlocking the incredible potential that exists in this hemisphere in the Americas. There is no reason why the Western Hemisphere shouldn't be secure, prosperous, and democratic, from Canada's northernmost reaches to the southern tips of Chile. We have all the tools we need right here in our own hemisphere. Our people are dynamic and innovative. Our nations are committed to working in partnership, and our region is forever knit together by the close bonds of family and enduring friendship. We see it here in Los Angeles, as you heard earlier, a city that has been shaped from its earliest days and strengthened over the decades by the rich and diverse contributions from people of all our nations. It's written in the murals, the markets, the thoroughfares that crisscross the city, bearing witness to the history, struggle, and indomitable spirit of the people of the Americas. This city is testament to the connections that bind us and our capacity to achieve great things together. So tonight, let's enjoy a wonderful celebration. Let us leave here renewed with purpose and a renewed partnership. And tomorrow, let's get to work building the future this region deserves. Thank you all, and again, welcome, welcome, welcome.
So that was President Biden a little bit earlier tonight at the Summit of the Americas. Once again, we'll be giving you full coverage through Friday of all of these meetings. Tonight, just kicking off a lot of those conversations that are going to be held with world leaders about COVID-19, about migration, inflation, and so much more. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, a full breakdown with national security expert Hal Kempfer. We had him on a little bit earlier to preview the Summit of the Americas. This time he's talking about the situation underway in Ukraine, next steps when it comes to Russian forces heading into eastern Ukraine, the aid coming from the United States, and so much more. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
Russia says they are making dramatic progress in their continued fight to hold on to occupied territory in southern and eastern Ukraine. However, the war as a whole is having a dire effect on the Russian economy. The Institute of International Finance estimates the Russian economy will shrink by 15% this year and will wipe out 15 years of economic gains by the end of next year. The UN also says the conflict could contribute to severe food insecurity not only in the region, but across the globe.
And destitution, leaving social and economic chaos in its wake.
Meanwhile, the Russian campaign is ramping up across parts of the Donbas region. Civilians are evacuating in what is expected to be a difficult battle as Russian forces race to capture key cities. Russia now says they control nearly all of the Luhansk region and half of the Donbas region. In some areas, Ukrainian forces are outnumbered and outgunned, and questions are rising over whether they will be able to fend off the Russians.
It's a very dreadful and difficult fight. Perhaps it's one of the most difficult battles during this war. To a great extent, the fate of our Donbas is being decided there right now.
The refugee crisis is also deteriorating because of the conflict. The UN Refugee Agency says more than 7 million people have left Ukraine since Russia's invasion kicked off in late February. Neighboring countries like Poland and Moldova have taken in most of those who have fled the war-torn nation. Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
And we thank Anna for that update there. Dire news, though, coming from especially the Eastern Front. Joining me now to talk about this and so many other developments, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. Thanks again for joining us tonight. I want to talk, though, about some of these developments in the East, because when Russia takes a village, takes a city, they have to keep it. You and I talk about that so often. They have to occupy it. They'll have to hold it. But what we are seeing in some of these villages is local Ukrainians rising up, rebelling, kind of taking matters into their own hands. Do you think we'll see that more as the days go on?
Andrew, that's actually been reported for some time, is the formation of what they call partisans. This really gets back to language that we used in World War II. When we talk about things like the French resistance, the Dutch resistance, partisan forces. My experience, I actually was part of a unit where one of our core missions was to basically parachute in, literally, and link up with partisan forces, and we control, aircraft like airstrikes, naval gunfire, stuff like that. And I've worked all these things where you have to link up with partisan forces. And so, bottom line is, you get to know how the partisans work, and this is something that we're really good at. I mean, when it really comes to partisan forces, it goes back to the beginnings of special forces, the OSS back in World War II, the precursor to the CIA. We are actually very good at how to do this. And I go back to, again, we have been training the Ukrainians since 2014. And they have been getting ready for the invasion that they're dealing with right now. So setting up partisan forces is not to be surprised. It took a little while to get going. They have to things have to stabilize a bit, but that's the issue. And what President Zelensky and others are saying is that once the Russians go in there, they must know that they are always under attack. There will never be a time where they can rest. It will keep them on edge. It will wear them down. It'll wear them down, in terms of combat strength, but particularly if you look at the composition of the forces, the Russian forces, and their rather tenuous will to fight, if you will, the psychological impact of being constantly under the gun, under the scrutiny of partisan forces may have a force multiplier effect far beyond what we see in other campaigns.
Yeah, but of course, Hal, if these are just, everyday Ukrainian civilians taking matters into their own hands, that is particularly dangerous to them. So what efforts would you see if, citizens in these small towns were to rebel? Clandestine efforts, kind of, not following the orders of these, Russian-installed puppet local governments there. What kind of forms will that take? What will that look like?
Well, it could be anything from passive resistance, as you mentioned, just not following orders, just not doing things that they're told to do, to more active things such as setting improvised explosive devices, assassination, killing, if you will, of Russian troops. There's a lot of things that partisans can do. You kind of, again, you go back to the World War II page book, or pages of the playbook back then. There's lots of things they can do, blowing up fuel dumps, just contaminating water. There's just a lot of things that will slow the Russians down. The big thing partisans do is they really, they're very effective in interfering with the supply chain, if you will, the logistics chain. Those tend to be trucks and other units that are less well defended than the combat units, obviously. And opportunities will present themselves where the partisans can go in there and do things that will then affect combat operations downrange. One thing I would mention, the Russian propaganda machine is going overtime, talking about all the victories that they're having. And yes, they have a preponderance of combat power. They have phenomenal, overwhelming artillery, rockets. They have more armor on the field of battle. With that said, they're not moving much. They're making incremental gains. Severodonetsk has been going back and forth, and what the Ukrainians have been doing is basically trading urban terrain for inflicting casualties on the Russians. So it's not really clear that despite this huge array of forces the Russians have, that they can sustain this for any amount of time. So with that said, you go back to what can the partisans do? They can wear the Russians down, and that really is the Ukrainian campaign, is to wear the Russians down. And what we saw in Kyiv is that they got worn down. They went from these rather half-hearted offensive operations that didn't gain anything to eventually pulling back into the defense, to eventually pulling out altogether. Now, politically, it's different. Donbass is not a region that Putin is going to be inclined to pull back from, although he may get to a point, and the forces may get to a point where sustained combat operations there really is untenable. And if they don't pull back completely, they may have to pull back some. I don't know if that's going to happen. There are predictions that the Russians may be able to break out, but most experts I'm looking at, most of the stuff that's out there, a breakout seems rather unlikely with any of the Russian axes right now. What is seen is it's going to be a grinding war of attrition, continue that way, and the Russians have a tough time with that grinding war of attrition.
Yeah. How, like that report we just showed said, Russians have claimed they have taken all of Luhansk and are making gains in the east. But that also brings up the point you and I have spoken about so much. If they do take all of the east, all of the Donbass, there's not going to be much left for them to do anything really with that region. Of course, you and I have talked that it's a very, energy-rich, resource-rich part of Ukraine. But if every, city and village in that 300-mile north to south span is decimated, what will there be left?
This is one thing that's been noted many times is the Russians have gone in there. This is the industrial heartland in many ways. I mean, there's a tremendous level of industry, infrastructure that is in that region. The Russian way of war, if you will, has been to go in and use overwhelming firepower. And when they take a village, there's really not a village to take. When they take a town, there isn't a functional town or city left. What it is it's rubble. And it's rubble, and it has to be rebuilt at some point. And they've been destroying industrial facilities, places where, with fertilizer plants. That's one of the big things they produce out of that region is fertilizer. They went and destroyed one of the major fertilizer facilities. And everyone's kind of looking at this, sort of scratching their head saying, what is your occupation plan? What do you hope to gain? Because you're literally destroying the economic means to sustain that region and to gain anything at all from what they're doing. It's a very counterproductive strategy. Although with that said, in fairness to Russia, I think the opposition they're getting from the Ukrainians is so great that they don't see any other way of moving forward than to literally level everything in front of them. And in doing so, whatever marginal gains they make in the short run, they lose tremendous advantage in the long run because they simply don't have much to inherit once they take that ground.
Hal, last point I want to make on the war here. Let's talk about maybe we have a timetable for when these long-range weapon systems are going to be arriving. We heard from Secretary Austin possibly within the month, 30 days. But walk us through when they get there. They're going to be, no doubt, used immediately on the battlefield. Do you think the Ukrainians will keep up their end of the bargain and not use these to fire at targets inside Russia? I think, myself included, and maybe the viewer, sometimes forgets how close this Donbas region in eastern Ukraine is to the Russian frontier. It's not very many kilometers away. It could easily, if it's not targeted, one could land there just indiscriminately.
Well, even with that 50-mile range of the current missiles that we're putting into the HIMARS, and of course the UK is sending over their M270s, which is a tracked version, which has virtually the same capability. Even with that, potentially you could sit on the border and you could range Volgograd, which is one of the major logistics hubs. And Volgograd has been hit by Ukrainian forces using other means like helicopters and other things before. So that precedence of hitting those things has been done. With that said, though, let's just say that eastern Ukraine and southern Ukraine, where the Russians occupy, is what we would call a very target-rich environment. So there is really no shortage of things that they can use those systems for, and maintain that agreement not to shoot into Russia. There's command and control nodes, there's logistics nodes, there's all sorts of things, not to mention the sheer volume of counter battery fire. One thing I should mention is the M77 155 millimeter howitzers there was reports that they're getting more effect out of them. And today I noticed an uptick in the number of artillery pieces and Russian multiple launch rocket systems that we're taking out. I've been watching this very closely. I've been waiting for that slight increase. I saw a slight increase. I don't know if that's going to be sustained or if it's going to grow. I hope it does. But what it indicates to me is finally the Ukrainians seem to be making some significant progress in counter battery fires. And that's where these HIMARS and M270 systems will make a huge impact, is taking out Russian artillery and multiple launch rocket systems. When they take out those systems, the Russians really can't advance. They need that overwhelming firepower, so they're kind of stuck. Now, I was a little surprised today to say they finally figured out the training program for the Ukrainians on how to use these systems. Everything I've been seeing so far indicated that the training program on these systems kind of was underway. So when I heard that, I don't know if that was they were misspeaking, or maybe there'd been a hang up and they had not got the training going, but they said they have the training going. I think what they're going to do, and they've done this with other things, is they'll have what we call concurrent training or overlapping training. One group is getting trained on how to work the system, and the other group is getting trained in how to maintain the system. They're doing it at the same time, so rather than a long course, they have two shorter courses, two different groups, and they're going to be moving them through a platoon at a time, which is actually pretty sustainable with the number of systems. There's not that many HIMARS, not that many M270s going in. Incredibly capable, but not a high density item. And of course, the other side of that is they really got to work the security part of this to make sure they don't get hit by missiles or airstrikes. If you only have 4 of them out there, you want to make sure you have a really good layered defense, so the Russians aren't going to come in and take them out.
All right. Well, Hal, thanks for giving us some of those updates as we continue to follow the progress there on the battlefield. Also, the Institute for the Study of War has some really, almost hour-by-hour updates about troop movements and so much more. Hal, let's move away from the war in Ukraine. I want to get your thoughts on this really stunning exclusive to the Associated Press regarding John Allen, a retired 4-star general. I want to put up this tweet from the Wall Street Journal today. With their investigation, they say retired Marine General John Allen is under FBI investigation for allegedly trying to help Qatar navigate a diplomatic crisis in 2017 and then covering up that he did so. That's according to a new FBI affidavit. We also learned, and we have a photo of him just for our viewers, we also learned that earlier today, and of course, some of you may know, he leads the Brookings Institution. It's a very powerful think tank in Washington, D.C. While he was placed on administrative leave as president of Brookings as this federal inquiry goes forward. Now, Hal, there's nothing against, former retired generals like Allen, lobbying for foreign governments unless they register that they are doing so. This happens all the time, especially when people are in government service and they leave government service and they want to make money in the private sector. But Allen did not do so. It's looking like he allegedly tried to cover up that he was working on behalf of the Qataris. What do you make of this?
Well, if anybody knows the rules, General Allen knows the rules. He was a CENTCOM commander. He worked in, he was a general officer working in a variety of commands for a long time. He knows that region inside and out. And Qatar is a country where we have a very large U.S. military presence. We have a big air base in Qatar, for example. So he knows that area. At the time that this was taking place, there was basically almost a blockade around Qatar by the other countries. And they were upset because Qatar and that you go back to Al Jazeera, going back much further, but Qatar was maintaining ties with groups that opposed many of the monarchies in the Persian Gulf region. And this sort of, acceptance, if you will, of these groups by Qatar had really alienated from Saudi Arabia and some of the other countries there. So what it looks like is that they brought in General Allen, retired General Allen, to help negotiate this. He represented himself in certain ways. That actually, it looks like it did break, part of his role was actually reducing that. But what he didn't do was he didn't declare himself as a registered agent of a foreign government. And if you're lobbying on behalf of a foreign government, you have to do that. He is not the first senior government official that has failed to do that, nor is he the first senior government official that's been investigated and potentially indicted. And some have been convicted for doing this. If you do it, and it does happen in business all the time, you have to register that you're doing this. It has to be out in the open, because otherwise you're doing it covertly, and then you run into other things. And frankly, he knows this. I will say this, all right, there are some, in all fairness, there are some government agencies that where they kind of, I'm not saying they run fast and loose, but they don't seem to adhere to the standards the same way as the uniformed services. This is drilled down to us. There are very strict rules on conflict of interest and what you can do after you retire, especially for general officers. They understand this because general officers in many ways never quite retire. The old fade away. Well, it's not all fade away. They sometimes will be brought back. It's a unique status that general officers have where they can do this. So it's very clear what they can and can't do. So this isn't something where I looked at this, I go, he knows this. He understands this. And obviously, for whatever reason, and it looks like there was monetary consideration provided to the Brookings Institute. I don't know all the story because it just broke today of all the consideration that may have gone one way or the other. But he knows this. And if it's true, it really is a huge oversight. Not oversight. I mean, it's just flat out wrong. You can't do this. And I don't know what gain he would see by doing this, certainly for himself, because this is the sort of stuff that can land you in serious legal trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Hal, we're also talking, according to the Associated Press's reporting, that federal prosecutors obtained records indicating that he engaged in the lobbying effort, but he lied to investigators about his role, allegedly, and then he tried to withhold evidence that was sought by a federal subpoena. You and I have talked. We know the the Foreign Agent Registration Act. That has been in the news a lot, especially with some of these current and former Trump administration officials during the Trump administration. Most recently, we were just bringing on legal experts talking about the hotel tycoon, Steve Wynn. The DOJ wants him to register under FARA for his business dealings or, interests with the Chinese that he was trying to get. So this is kind of cut and dry. And the penalties for lying to investigators about what you may have been doing or not doing and not having registered as a foreign agent are very serious.
Well, the other side, and a lot of times, this is somewhat missed, is the FBI is kind of unique. It is actually a violation of federal law to lie to an FBI agent. It's kind of unusual. I can tell you the state and local law enforcement officials have always looked at this and go, how come it's a it's a felony to do that to FBI, but it's not a felony to, for us, and they've always been frustrated with that. But it is a felony to do that. And when they're doing an FBI investigation like this, if he lies about it, if he lies about what he did, regardless of everything else, just lying about what he did is a violation of federal law, and he could end up going to prison for that. And it has happened with other officials that happened. The fact, everything I've seen so far indicates this investigation had progressed quite a ways, and if they're looking at his online activity, they had indictments, I guess, looking at his I'm not going to say his computer system, because I don't know how they back up everything, but they're looking at all of his online activity, and they feel, and they've kind of put this out there. It sounds like they have a case, and again, you can't say someone like General Allen. I mean, he was a 4-star general. That's a very small group, and they all know this backwards and forwards. In fact, in that situation,
in Afghanistan.
Well, I'm sorry, he commanded troops in Afghanistan, but in that situation, in the Uniform Code of Military Justice, he in some cases, he may actually have had situations where he had to review cases like this, because it goes up the chain of command to the top. That's how our system works. And so it's stunning. A lapse like this, I don't know if you even call it a lapse, a transgression like this from someone of that status is really a surprise.
Yeah, and just to kind of put a end note on this, Brookings did release a statement saying, "We want to assure you that Brookings is not a subject of this investigation. Brookings has strong policies in place to prohibit donors from directing research activities." It's kind of concerns they're getting implicated or caught up in this about this lobbying effort. So, Hal Kempfer, thanks so much for being with us today on a whole host of stories. We always appreciate your insight into these international events and some of these domestic affairs. And we'll talk to you again, Hal. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, great conversation there about just a lot of different topics. We're going to be taking a quick commercial break. Lots more where that came from on this Wednesday night. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. This is Andrew Kraft. The clouds are rolling through the Bay Area there. Beautiful Live Now look on the West Coast, of course. That was much of our coverage, a lot of our stories last night for a lot of these primary elections in the state of California, San Francisco, facing a historic recall election. The DA there, Chesa Boudin, recalled voters, ousting him over his crime policies, or lack of enforcement of crime policies, if you will. So just wanted to show this beautiful Bay Area shot here. We're going to be moving to some of the news on Capitol Hill at the moment. Fox 13 in Tampa did a great look back at what is happening when it comes to school safety, when it comes to gun reform in the halls of Congress. Let's take a look.
Writing a bipartisan bill intended to improve school safety and reduce mass shootings, but it's hitting snags along the way. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now. And you've been watching this go on. What are the sticking points, and when do you think they'll actually have something for us to see?
Well, I think it'll be at least a couple of weeks. The expectation was that it was today, but there are some issues that are going to have to take some time to work through. Keep in mind, the bottom line is that you need at least 10 Republican votes in the Senate in order to move it through that particular chamber. So the 9 senators, 5 Democrats and 4 Republicans who are putting this together are writing it based on trying to get to that number. That's their math. What will, won't survive? How do you get to those 10 Republican votes, assuming all Democrats embrace this? So at this point, they have broad consensus and know that they're already there in terms of committing more federal money to mental health services, mental health treatment, screening, and improving school security. That part appears to be locked down, so they're already writing that into legislation. But there are, in fact, several other provisions that they're looking at proposing that they may have to cut or revise.
This Senate cannot escape its responsibility to do something.
We've heard that many times before, but after the mass shootings in Texas and Buffalo, followed by a wave of others across the nation this weekend, it looks as if Congress is finally on the brink of passing something to try to save lives.
The American people are sick and tired of gun violence, and they are desperate for us to bring change.
The House plan to reinstate the ban on assault weapons and ban high-capacity magazines and require background checks for all gun purchases does not have the votes needed to pass through the Senate. But we now know parts of the bipartisan Senate plan likely does. That means we're looking at more federal grants for school security, mental health programs, and federal grants to help states implement red flag laws, like the one former Governor, now Senator Rick Scott, signed in Florida.
Making sure we have risk protection orders where if you have mental issues, if you're threatening harm to yourself or somebody else, you don't have access to a weapon. You still have to go through the courts to make sure this happens. And then we should let the states do these things.
The senators considered raising the age to purchase a semi-automatic rifle from 18 to 21, but sources say that will not be included in the bipartisan plan. The senators are considering expanding background check requirements on purchasing at gun shows or online purchases, but that's hitting resistance and may not make the cut. They're also proposing a revised waiting period for 18 to 21-year-olds and enhanced background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds to include juvenile records in the federal checks. But that's also facing pushback from Republican senators and may also be excluded. And John Cornyn, the Texas Republican senator who's representing Republicans as the lead in the negotiations, says there are in fact several sticking points, but the primary holdup does appear to be on the question of background checks and to what extent they should be enhanced, in particular for 18 to 20-year-olds up to the age of 21. And the political strategy of Democratic Senate leaders at this point is to defer to the couple of Democrats, Kyrsten Sinema and Chris Murphy, who are representing them in these negotiations, on the thought that they may well lose control of the Senate in November. Their best chance of getting anything passed at this point would be to defer to what ultimately at least 10 Republicans in the Senate would be willing to do.
Well, it sure sounds like a lot of what parents are asking for is not going to be in this thing. But when do you think they will actually release something? You think there's any chance this week it could happen?
Well, it's possible, but it's very unlikely because leading up to today, we consistently heard they're going to unveil it this week. But today we're hearing because of that pushback on the issue of background check expansion that it will likely take us into next week. And Senator Cornyn said maybe 2 weeks from now. So they see that they do have some issues they need to iron out, and they expect that's going to take at least a few more days.
All righty. We know you're on top of it. So thank you very much, Craig.
And we thank Fox 13 in Tampa for that good look back at how the Senate is progressing. We know that this piece of legislation passed in the House today, a whole host of gun reform proposals, though many reporters we've spoken to don't think it's going to go anywhere in the Senate. So the Senate has to come up with some type of framework to move forward. Well, lawmakers today in front of the Capitol held a rally with gun control activists expressing their outrage over these mass shootings and urging lawmakers to do more. Let's play out some of that rally from earlier today.
Here to plead for your additional activism, and I'm here to tell you that we have an opportunity in the next few weeks to save thousands and thousands of lives in this country, and if we do it, it will be because of all of you. Thank you very much, moms. Thank you very much, students. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being there for America's children. Thank you for not looking away. This morning in our caucus, we heard something so beautiful for the children from Lucy McBath, sharing her anguish, her grief, and turning it into action to save lives. Listening to her raises the question, why? Why would someone be against raising the age so that teenagers do not have AK-47? Why would someone not want protection in their homes so that children cannot have access dangerously to guns in a deadly way? Why would we not side with our law enforcement and say these ghost guns are a danger to all of us in our society? The list goes on, and today on the floor, we will be addressing those, and I'm very happy about it. Lucy challenged us to make history today. We will make history by making progress. Making progress. My concern with all of this now, gun violence has been an issue. Gun violence protection is something we have been all fighting. I salute Mike Thompson, the chair of our task force, for the work that they've been doing in a bipartisan way, But now they've crossed a threshold into schools. Chris Murphy, thank you for your persistent and great leadership. Tied to Newtown, but all throughout. Our children are our future. President Kennedy said our children are our greatest resource and our best hope for the future. They are our precious treasure. We must not have them be afraid to go to school or go to church or go to the movies or anything else. We owe it to the children to preserve a culture in which they are, again, protected. This gun issue, this violence issue is could change the culture of America. Yes, they say mental health issues. Yes, we want to address mental health issues. Other countries have mental health issues. They don't have a gun violence epidemic. So for the children, I say to our colleagues, we really don't want to hear about your political survival. Your political survival means nothing compared to the survival of our children. So thank you, Moms Demand Action. We had our kickoff event last week in San Francisco. Mom Demand Action. Sharon Watts, where is she? Sharon, thank you. I don't know where she is, but Sharon Watts, thank you for your leadership in this regard. A little girl, 5th grade, spoke. She lost on 2 different occasions both of her parents to gun violence. Grade school children being advocates for gun violence protection in our country, as well as moms and dads who've lost their children. You all are really the key. as Chris Murphy was saying, we can just do so much in terms of our inside maneuvering. Without the outside mobilization, we cannot have the level of success that our children need, that they deserve, and that we will not stop until we provide for them. Thank you, Moms Demand Action. Thank you. Thank you, every town. Thank you all for not looking away. Thank you so much. Lucy Macbeth.
And our amazing Senator Blumenthal. Well, good morning, Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. Good morning to all of my family, my friends, survivors, activists, every single one of you on the front lines trying to save as many lives as you can. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are our allies in this critical push to change the gun culture of America. I know you're exhausted. I know you're tired. Amen. No way's tired. But all of us, we're all the American majority. We're exhausted because we cannot continue to be the only country in the world where we let gun violence happen again and again and again. An entire generation of children is learning that the adults that they believe in, that they look up to, cannot or will not work to protect them. We all agreed that this status quo is unacceptable. We all understand that the murder of our children, the murder of my child, cannot and will not continue on our watch. We need improved background checks and, yes, federal red flag laws, which Senator Blumenthal and I champion. Federal red flag laws. We need the tools. We need these tools so that our loved ones and law enforcement can help to keep guns out of the hands of people who should not have access to them. We need you. We need you. The American people. We need you. These are all hands-on-deck moments at this time. America needs your voices. Do not back down. Do not stand on the sidelines. Too much is at stake. There are no safe places in America anymore. No safe places. Each and every one of us knows someone or knows of someone that has been affected by unnecessary gun violence. We need your power and your influence now more than we ever have. How many more victims of unnecessary gun violence must we have? How many more victims must we memorialize? What rights do our children have as they grow in our homes and they grow in our hearts? How many more parents must receive that same heart-wrenching, debilitating, soul-wrenching call that I received the night that I found out that my son Jordan was murdered? A phone call that confirms a fear, our singular fear, that my child is dead, that my loved one is dead, and I was simply unable to protect them. The phone call that leads you to cry out to God for your grief. Was my child afraid? Did he feel pains as bullet ripped through his body? Did he know he was loved more than he could ever understand? We can do better than this, America. We must do better than this, America. We cannot be the only nation in the world where our children are torn apart on Tuesday and simply forgotten about by the media on Wednesday. And that is why, in the decade since my son was taken from me, I made a promise to him. I made a promise to you. I made a promise to my country and my community that I would fight for the rest of my life. The fight that makes sure that there are no more parents who are forced to join us in this ever-growing club of gun violence survivors, and that I and so many of us here are part of. I promise that I would take all the love and the devotion that a mother has for her child, and I would give it to you, my community, my country, to make sure that you never experience what I have experienced. All that love that I poured out on my son Jordan, that I would do everything in my power to keep Jordan's community safe, that the time would come where we could make a difference in the lives of our children and our children's children. This is that time. This is the moment. That time is now. We are facing the challenge of our lifetime. This is the challenge of our era. And we must win. God bless you all. Continue to fight on the front lines. Continue to speak with your voices. Do not step away. This is a long fight, but we're here to fight it until the end because we must. And now it's my pleasure to introduce to you my partner in the Senate, Senator Blumenthal, as we are partners in passing the federal red flag law.
Thank you. Thank you. I am so proud to stand with Lucy McBath, one of the smartest, strongest, most courageous women and moms in the entire United States. And I want to say to my Senate colleagues, if Lucy McBath can stand here and speak through her pain and her grief to talk to America about her loss and about the need for change, you can stand up to the gun lobby and the NRA and do the right thing. You ought to have half the courage that Lucy McBath does in standing here today. So I have a simple question for you. What do moms demand? Action! What do students demand? Action! What does America demand? Action! And are we going to have action? Yes! You're going to make it happen. And I want you to look around because you are in the center of power, the seat of government, one of the iconic places in the whole world, the Washington Monument behind you, the Capitol over here in front of you. You are going to get it done, and I hope that you will have this moment to tell your grandchildren about. You were there. You made a difference, and have no doubt, ever, you are making a difference. You have formed a political movement. It's grassroots, it's groundswell, and that's the reason that our colleagues are going to be at the table, as we are right now, negotiating. As Nancy Pelosi has said, the moment has found us. The moment has found you. The moment has found America. And we can't look away. So say to my colleagues, don't look away. Don't look away. Don't look away. Now, I have just two more points. Number one, I want these negotiations to succeed. I want them to succeed more than anything else I've worked on right here. More than anything else I've worked on in recent history. But I'm not going to accept window dressing. I'm not going to accept fig leaves and check the box kind of solutions. We can save lives. For me, that's the key measure. Will it save lives? Because you're here to save lives. And if we do our job, we will save lives. But if my colleagues, and I'm not naming names, but you'll see by the voting records, who is failing to do their jobs, if they fail to do their jobs, they ought to be out of a job. So tell me, vote them out. Vote them out. Vote them out. Let me just tell you, that's the voice they need to hear. You're the face they need to hear. And we need to put gun violence prevention on the ballot this November and ask tough questions. And if they can't answer them, vote them out. Thank you all. Thank you for being here. And I am proud to introduce the leader of the United States Senate, who has a history of combating gun violence prevention going back decades, a hero in this movement, my colleague, Senator Schumer.
And let's hear it for Senator Blumenthal. Now, I want to tell you how I got started in politics. There was an evil war, the Vietnam War. As a student, I protested and protested and protested, and we didn't stop protesting until we won and we got out of that awful war. We are going to do the same thing with guns. We are going to protest and protest and protest until we win. And we will win. 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 So, folks, I mean, we've seen what has wrenched our hearts. I was up in Buffalo, a day or two after the shooting. I saw a little 3-year-old boy. His dad had gone to the supermarket right there in Buffalo to buy him a birthday cake. Of course, his dad never came back. And he was shot for 2 reasons. He was black and he was in a supermarket. That's it. And then we all saw the pictures of the people holding pictures of their children from Uvalde. Every one of us who has had a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, 11-year-old remembers how proud they were when they held up that trophy or wore that T-shirt. And these kids are gone. Gone. All because, in 2 instances, evil people, 18-year-olds, were able to get their hands much too easily on an AR-15, which shouldn't be on our streets at all. Do you know how many mass shootings there have been this year? 250. That's more than one a day. We hear about some, we don't hear about others, and all the gun violence that occurs on street corners, in cities and in suburbs and in rural areas. Every day we lose beautiful people to gun violence. And all of that could be stopped. Could be stopped. We know the grip that the NRA has on the MAGA Republicans. But the NRA, we say to the NRA, get out of our way. Good. NRA, get out of our way. 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 So I want to thank you. Just as I have found throughout my life, my father passed away in November, and he taught me 2 things. 2 things. Number 1, always help people who need help, and the more they need help, the more the imperative is on you to help them. But second, if you do the right thing and you persist, you will succeed. God will reward you. So we are doing the right thing, and we are going to persist until we win. Thank you. Keep up the fight. We will win this fight. Thank you very much, everybody. And let me introduce one of the great, I was the author of the Brady Law when I was in the House. Mike wasn't there yet. I carried the assault weapons ban and passed it over the NRA's opposition. Both of these when I was in the House, and when I left the House, a great guy came on, took the lead on these issues and was fighting in exactly the same way. Let me introduce from the great state of California, the great fighting Congressman Mike Thompson of California.
Chuck, thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to be here today with such heroes. Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Alex Padilla, Lucy McBath. She is absolutely incredible. And the biggest heroes of all of you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for insisting that we don't look away. And make sure that we hold legislators' feet to the fire. Make sure that our Congress people do not look away. They understand the magnitude of this problem. They understand that the American people want gun violence prevention legislation passed and signed into law. The American people are united in enough. So today in the House, under Speaker Pelosi's leadership, we're going to pass a package of bills. And these bills are focused on gun violence prevention.
All right, we apologize there. It looks like the event we were showing you went to black. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more stories left on this Wednesday night. When we come back, we'll be right back.
More than 33 mass shootings across the country. Students are demanding action. Moms are demanding action. Our country is demanding action. And so, yes, we're working on legislation to try to make progress. You heard from Senator Murphy earlier, and I am hopeful. But we have to keep up the pressure. Our country needs us to keep up the pressure. Our kids need us to keep up the pressure because we cannot accept this violence as a fact of life in America. It is not normal. It is not normal, and we're outraged. We need Republican members of Congress to also be outraged. The American people should feel safe when we go to the grocery store. Everybody in America should feel safe when we go to a house of worship, when we celebrate graduations and birthdays, and when we drop our kids off at school. We should know that they're going to be safe for the day, and they're going to come home. With so many looking forward to summer vacation, I know my kids are counting the days because it's down to 3. They deserve action. Now, there's no words to describe or console the grief of the parents who lost their babies in Uvalde, Texas. No way. Nowhere. And nowhere else. And I know it's cliche, we're tired of just sending our thoughts and prayers. It's okay to send thoughts and prayers, but thoughts and prayers are clearly not enough. Not enough. Our communities demand and deserve action. There should not be a conflict between the Second Amendment and the lives and the futures of second graders. Save our children. So let me I'll wrap it up with this. Because we're here to demand action. Every member of Congress shouldn't just listen to us demanding action. We should, in our souls and in our hearts, know that our country deserves action. Our communities deserve action. Students deserve action. Moms deserve action. Our children, the next generation, deserve action, and we're going to act. And with that, it is now my honor to introduce the next speaker, the mayor of the District of Columbia, Mayor Muriel Bowser.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm a mom, and I demand action. I'm pleased to be here with moms who demand action. I want to welcome you to your nation's capital. And I want you to know that you are joined by a team of Washingtonians who refuses to give up this fight until Congress does its job. I'm joined today by members of my peace team. Linda Harley-Harper, who is the first director of our Gun Violence Prevention Office, our deputy mayor for public safety, our director of African American Affairs, our director of victim services, and our chief of staff for the Violence Prevention Office. This is what they do every day. Keep us safe from guns. Last week, I stood with a mom. Her name is Crystal McNeil. Crystal is a mom.
Okay, so many lawmakers and elected officials coming out to this rally in Washington earlier today. That's D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. We heard from Speaker Pelosi, Senator Padilla, Senator Murphy, Senator Schumer. We're going to move away from this right now. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We are coming up on the 9 o'clock hour here on the West Coast, almost midnight there in Washington, D.C. When we come back, we'll have a lot of top stories, including regarding Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Also, some Arizona stories as well, and an update in the Larry Nassar case. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft, just a little bit after the 9 o'clock hour here. Well, we've been covering the Summit of the Americas all day. It kicked off today in Los Angeles. President Biden is there. He touched down there today. He was greeted by Mayor Garcetti and Governor Newsom. Well, there were some protesters earlier today as the president's motorcade was moving through the streets of Los Angeles. One in particular got in the middle of the motorcade and was tackled by Secret Service. Check out this video right here. Okay, so a pretty violent interaction there with that Secret Service agent and that protester, and you saw as the president's motorcade goes by. Well, the Secret Service is putting out a statement in relation to this incident tonight. They say shortly after 5 p.m., an adult female entered a restricted roadway along a motorcade route on Chick Hearn Court in Los Angeles. As the woman approached passing vehicles, a U.S. Secret Service agent swiftly removed her from the roadway and placed her into custody. There was no impact to the motorcade movement or our protectees. Our investigation into this incident is ongoing. So there you can see a lot more law enforcement surrounding this protester. Let's start it from the very beginning. You can hear the shouts through the bullhorn. She was talking about abortion and abortion rights. Oh, it's going to replay right now. Let's listen in. Okay, and of course there is some profanity. This video was on Twitter, coming to us from Fox 11 reporter in Los Angeles, Haley Winslow. We speak to Haley from time to time. She was there covering the president's visit. Then this happened. The Secret Service now had to put out a statement about it as it kind of gained a lot of traction, went viral on Twitter, this video. So, of course, we just wanted to make sure we showed you that. Just a really, really crazy interaction there. We want to move on to some of these other stories as well. We have one here out of Arizona, another death row inmate executed today via lethal injection for the murder of an 8-year-old girl back in the 1980s. Fox 10 reporter Nicole Garcia with the latest.
Today, by the order of the Arizona Supreme Court, the state of Arizona carried out the death sentence of Frank J. Atwood by means of lethal injection at the Arizona prison complex here in Florence. The execution commenced at 10:04. Inmate Atwood was pronounced dead at 10:16 a.m. His last words were, and I quote, "Thank you, precious Father, for coming today and shepherding me into the faith. I want to thank my beautiful wife who has loved me with everything she has. I want to thank my friends and legal team, and most of all, Jesus Christ, through this unfair judicial process that led to my salvation. I pray the Lord will have mercy on all of us, and that the Lord will have mercy on me." End of quote.
The priest stayed with him through the entire process. He held a cloth and a medallion on his head. They conversed on occasion, but the precious Father was the priest that they allowed to come into the death chamber. And again, that's the first time that that's happened. Several times during the process, he looked over at his wife and smiled, but he was very calm through the entire thing. He never tried to pull on any of the restraints that were on him. He seemed to accept his fate. He did not apologize in his last words. He did talk about the judicial process or the legal process, and he said it was unfair, but he did not apologize to anyone.
Little Vicki Lynn was going through when he was convicted of murdering her, and most calm. There wasn't any jerking movements on his part.
Today marks final justice for our daughter, Vicki Lynn.
Our family has waited for 37 years, 8 months, and 22 days for this day to come. Vicki, you made a difference. The lives you saved, the hearts you touched, we'll never know. I hope you're proud of us and how we've carried on your legacy.
Okay, so Frank Atwood, 66 years old, died by lethal injection at the state prison in Florence, Arizona for his murder conviction in the killing of Vicki Lynn Hoskinson. Her body was found in the desert. Vicki Lynn went missing months earlier after leaving her home in Tucson to drop a birthday card in a nearby mailbox. This all happened in 1984. She was only 8 years old. The U.S. Supreme Court cleared the way for Atwood's execution this morning after rejecting a final appeal by his lawyers. He died at 10:16 a.m., according to the Attorney General Mark Brnovich. Atwood was the second Arizona prisoner to be put to death in less than a month. The execution of Clarence Dixon in May ended Arizona's halt to executions that was blamed on the difficulty of obtaining lethal injection drugs and criticism that a 2014 execution in the state was botched. So we've been covering these here in Arizona, of course, live now from Fox, based here in Phoenix. We want to get to some more of these other stories. Remember, we were bringing you some of the news today that some of Larry Nassar's victims are suing the FBI over their alleged mishandling of the case. We have some video here of Nassar in court. And more than 90 women who say they were sexually assaulted by Larry Nassar. He's the former doctor for USA Gymnastics. He was convicted on state sexual abuse charges. Well, those women filed lawsuits today against the FBI for its failure to investigate him when it received credible information about his crimes. The lawsuits come 2 weeks after the Justice Department decided not to prosecute two former FBI agents accused of bungling the Bureau's 2015 investigation into Nassar, allowing him to assault more than 70 girls and women for over a year before Michigan authorities arrested him. The agents were accused by the DOJ's own watchdog of making false statements about the matter. In the fall, the FBI director, Christopher Wray, testified to Congress that, quote, there were people at the FBI who had their chance to stop this monster back in 2015 and failed. Now these women filing suit against the FBI. The plaintiffs include the Olympic gymnastics gold medalists Simone Biles, Allie Reisman, and Michaela Maroney, and the national gymnastics medalist Maggie Nichols, as well as the former University of Michigan gymnast Samantha Roy and the former Michigan State University gymnast Kaylee Lawrence. The plaintiffs are seeking different amounts in damages, but their total claims will exceed $1 billion. Nassar was sentenced to up to 175 years in prison. He was accused of molesting hundreds of girls and women, including many members of the 2012 and the 2016 U.S. Olympic gymnastics team. So that story, unfortunately, continues. Hopefully, some of these victims will be successful in litigating and attempting to seek redress for their claims for the abuse they suffered at the hands of Larry Nassar. In the meantime, remember, we have been covering all the news regarding that failed assassination attempt for Justice Brett Kavanaugh, that 26-year-old California man arrested outside of Kavanaugh's home in Maryland today, saying that he was going to kill the Supreme Court Justice. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera with this story.
In a criminal complaint, authorities say a 26-year-old man from California, Nicholas Roski, threatened to murder a Supreme Court justice. Investigators say Roski was arrested near the home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh in Maryland early Wednesday morning after he turned himself in, telling police he had suicidal thoughts. When police searched his suitcase and backpack, they found a Glock 17 pistol with 2 magazines and ammunition, a tactical knife, a hammer, zip ties, and duct tape, among other things that Roski told them he intended to use to break into Kavanaugh's home and kill him.
There are crazy people out there. We need to protect our justices.
According to authorities, Roski told them he was upset about the opinion leak suggesting the Supreme Court is ready to overturn Roe v. Wade. They say Roski also believed that Kavanaugh would side with a Second Amendment decision that would potentially loosen gun laws. Republicans are now slamming Democrats, accusing them of fueling violent rhetoric against some justices.
I believe Chuck Schumer bears some responsibility because he has contributed to this atmosphere of directly attacking members by name of the Supreme Court.
President Biden and Attorney General Merrick Garland are condemning the act, even as Garland faces growing pressure to do more in response to the threats.
Last month, I accelerated the protection of all the justices' residences 24/7.
Last month, the Senate passed a bipartisan bill to beef up security for the justices. But the legislation has stalled in the House as the Supreme Court marches towards the end of its term. At the Supreme Court, Mal Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much for that update. We've been showing you live looks outside of Justice Kavanaugh's home there in Maryland throughout the day here. We just have some of that video that we want to show you. Protesters, not a lot of them, out there in front. You can see law enforcement security stationed in the driveway and in the front yard. Well, Fox is told there are serious considerations now, about moving a bill to beef up security for Supreme Court justices. Of course, that's after the arrest of that man who is potentially a threat to Justice Brett Kavanaugh. One senior House Democratic source told Fox today that they would, quote, not have believed this bill was in play 48 hours ago. The Senate approved a bill by unanimous consent several weeks ago to increase security for justices and their families. This was spurred by threats against the court following the leak of the abortion decision that's due out in the next couple of weeks. The Senate okayed the bill with no opposition. However, the House has not aligned with the Senate. Fox is told the House would like to extend protections to the Supreme Court clerks and their families as well, in addition to Supreme Court justices and their families. However, if the House adopted that bill, the House and the Senate would be out of sync. So either the House must accept the Senate-passed bill or it must approve the revised bill and bounce the bill back to the Senate to align. It's unclear if that scenario is acceptable to the Senate. So this is all happening. This was very scary for Justice Kavanaugh and his family. That man, Nicholas John Roski, 26 years old, he said he was upset about the shooting in Uvalde, Texas, and impending decisions on abortion and guns. He traveled all the way from Simi Valley, California, and was charged today with attempted murder after 2 U.S. deputy marshals saw him step out of a taxi in front of the justice's home early Wednesday morning. He was dressed in black. He was carrying a suitcase and a backpack. His plan was to break into the house, kill the justice, and then kill himself. So we'll continue to follow this story if there are any more developments in it. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. Thanks for being with us here. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, all eyes tomorrow night will be on the Capitol as the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot will hold their first of several primetime hearings, and we will have that in full on Live Now from Fox starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We'll be bringing on national security experts, domestic terrorism experts, reporters who were there that day, speaking to them about what salience this has for the investigation moving forward. Remember, we're a year and a half removed from January 6th. The investigation in the committee has been going on since last July, and we've been getting kind of bits and pieces piecemeal of how the work is going, who the committee has been speaking to, and so much more. So this is going to be must-see streaming content, and we'll have all of it here on Live Now from Fox. Myself, my colleague Daytona Everett, and others as we continue to cover the work of the House committee there. Like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank you for being with us. Don't forget, if you're on Twitter, you can give us a follow. Our handle is at LiveNowFox. You can give me a follow as well. My handle is at Andrew Kraft, Kraft, C-R-A-F-T. And don't forget, visit our website, livenowfox.com, for all the latest. But right now, we want to get into some of this content, some of these events we've shown you throughout the day as we head into these overnight hours, including